Yeah. Yeah. We're at it again. We got to do this again. We've been here before. We have been here before. But we're here again. Why? Not to bash. We're not bashing. We only want to stand on truth. What's the goal? Unity. Bring people together. Dispel lies. Quell the panic. Okay? That's what we're here to do. Why though, Kash? Why are you doing this? What's the point? Everybody already knows about Jake. Not everybody. Because every time I go and look in my comments, there's always a new comment saying, oh, wow, I didn't know this. So this live is for those who don't know. And I got to do it. I just got to do it. All right. I like to think of me and Jake because I love Jake, right? I love Jake. But it's like, I'm Superman and he's Lex Luthor. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like Superman Prime where I ain't got no kryptonite. Kryptonite doesn't affect me. I'm just Lex Luthor's kryptonite, right? Jake is Lex Luthor. I'm Superman. So we got to foil his evil plan, the psyop to, cause division, poorly represent Christianity and American values, and beat down racism. That's the goal. That's what we got to do. So before we get into this, where you watching from? I see people showing up. What's going on? One snack, one. What's going on, Joe? How you doing? All is well. I hope everybody had a fantastic Thanksgiving. What's up, Kim? What's up, Jade? I knew you was gonna be here. Jake is too white for you. Yeah, right. That's the story. Jake is too white. Hello, everybody. What's going on, Joe? Everybody saying hello to Joe. Rose in the building. I knew you was gonna be here. We got Mary. We got Kim again. We got Beck, Priscilla. We got Baton Rouge in the building. What's going on, Donna? Good old West Virginia, God's country. All right, we got D in the building. What's up, D? All right, so without further ado, let's get into this. We got some things to discuss. All right, this is going to be a very long live, guys. Probably like 2.5 hours. Yeah, it's going to be one of those. I'm going to be here for quite a while. So as we can see on the screen, subject or exhibit A, right? Jake Lang. And the title reads, Christian Crusader March on Minneapolis. Huh? We all seen what happened in Dearborn, Michigan, right? Northern Michigan in the house. What's up, Mary? Minnesota. Is that Minnesota? Yeah, I think so. All right, bring it. Bring it. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. All right, so we're going to play this real quick. All right, the thoughts and views that you're about to hear are not reflective of this channel. And I want to give a graphic warning because there's going to be language that's used in this video that, it is what it is. Let's get into it.
1900.
Oh, wait a minute. I got my sound wrong. Let's get that right. Can't have that. Hold on, guys. Should have had this ready. That was so unprofessional, Kash. There we go. That's better.
The world was 30% white. Fast forward 125 years, we are down to 7%. The Islamification of Europe is particularly aimed at the destruction of white people.
Off the top, he's got to go about white. White people used to be 60%. Now they're 7%. And it's because of Islam, apparently. It's not the fact that white men and women are not racist and they just love whoever they love and then create little mixed babies like me. It's not that at all. No, it's because of Islam. It's not because people are good Christians, Bible believing Christians that are like, hey, color doesn't matter at all. We're all one people. You a believer? That's all that matters to me. Let's get married. Let's have some little mixed babies. Yeah, it's because of Islam.
Islamification of America is aiming to meet the same goal. Our people, white Christian, European, Western civilization.
Our people, white Christians is what he says. That's his people, white Christians. Okay.
We built the arts.
We built the arts. I got to stop right there because that's just not true. I'm assuming that you're talking about like Greece. I think you're talking about like Aristotle, Plato. Yeah, that's what's taught in America. But if you go back further and you go and look at the history of these people, they actually went and studied underneath Africans. You know, they went to Egypt. They studied there. They traveled abroad and got their studies and then took it back into Europe. So the arts that you were given were created somewhere else in an African country and then brought in and they taught it to the European people. They expanded upon it. That's what we'll say. But created? Come on, Jake. Come on, Jake.
We built the Colosseum. We have ran the world into the industrial age. And now this people here, the Muslim community, is looking to drag us back. They're looking to oppress women, oppress homosexuals.
Whoa, wait a minute. These people are trying to push us back and oppress women and oppress homosexuals. Well, number one, I just got to point this out. If you go to Dearborn or any other Muslim place in America, it's a choice on whether or not a woman, because I'm assuming you're talking about the burqa, wearing the hijab or whatever it's called. Yeah, that's a choice that they choose. And they have that freedom because they live in America to choose what they want to wear. Now, just like a nun, you know, you go and see a nun and what's she wearing? She's wearing her attire. She's fully clothed, covering her head. Same thing. Same thing. It's a choice. They choose to wear that. Okay? Let's get that understood.
They're looking to destroy everything that makes America great. President Trump.
Oh, so you just saying that homosexuality makes America great? Is that what you're saying? Because I thought that you, being a white Christian nationalist, European, you know, Nazi, whatever, I thought that you hated that. I mean, do what you do. Whether you hate it or you love it, do what you do. But made America. So let me I'm asking a question. Homosexuality makes America great? Or is it that they are not punished the same way in other countries that they would be for being homosexual? Maybe it's their freedom to express themselves and love whoever they want to love that makes them great, not homosexuality itself. I think you missed it there. I think you missed it.
Send ICE. Send ICE into Dearborn. These people have overstayed their visas. They're H-1B chain migration invaders, and they have come to this country to destroy our way of life.
So you're talking about people that are here on visas. I'm assuming that's what you got to be talking about when you say send ICE. You're talking about getting people that are here illegally out. And I agree with that. Like everybody that's here illegally, if overstayed their visas, if they can be deported, okay, fine. We cool with that. But you went out there to Dearborn, Michigan and talked to American citizens. You were talking to people that have been here, that have been born here. They have a history there in Dearborn, Michigan for the last 100 years. You were talking to them. You were dooming them because they're Muslim. So now you're going from it being about Muslims to it being about people that are overstayed their visas and maybe trying to. I'm confused at this point.
We know exactly your laws in your book about lying to our faces, pretending to be Americans, wearing your suits. But that doesn't happen anywhere else where you guys are in charge. There are 53 Muslim majority countries, and in all of them, it is tyranny, destruction, it is shithole living. We have to call it what it is. You guys don't live like we do. We don't want you in our country. We will come and eat your shawarma in Somalia, okay? We don't need it here in Michigan. We don't need it in any part of America. We have a right to self-determination. Our founding fathers fought and died for our posterity, for white Americans.
For white Americans. See, now to answer this question right here in the chat from Marcy, genuinely curious. We have enough problems in America right now that you are picking apart another J6er for his opinions that I agree with. He called out what is happening and it needs to be stopped, period. Okay, now this is for you, Marcy. I don't care that he's another J6er. I lived with him. You didn't. You don't know him. I know him. Okay? And anybody, I don't care whether they're J6er, they're black, they're white, anybody preaching racial hate or stomping on Americans' rights to practice their religion, stomping on the Constitution because they think that America should be for white people because the founders wanted a white Christian nationalist country, which is false. I'm calling that out. I don't care that he's a J6er. It needs to be, we are constitutionalists, right? And above that, we are believers in Christ, right? This is a poor representation of America. This is a poor representation of the Constitution and what the founding fathers actually stood for. That's why I'm calling it out.
And we're being driven out. You come here and you marry 4 or 5 women and you outbreed us. You change the laws. You make all of our country look like the places that you fled from. We don't want you here. Respectfully, get the fuck out of my country. I don't want you here. We don't want you here.
That's fine.
I don't want you here. I don't want you here.
That's fine, sir. Just
He's pointing to people that are American citizens. He's not pointing to people that are overstayed their visas. This is the problem that I got. He's pointing at people that are Muslim, that are Americans. That's the problem that I have.
This is our country. And
Chief,
the
can you send
people,
the guys out there?
the veterans, the World War II veterans, that's blood has soaked for our constitutional republic, are taking a look around Europe. They're taking a look around America, and they're saying, what the hell did we fight for? We have been taken over
have 30
without
seconds.
a single shot fired. You guys are outbreeding, insidious parasites on the American way of life.
You are outbreeding. So this is what it comes down to, right? For him, it's that white people are being outbred, and he thinks somehow that that's a bad thing. Okay? I mean, I don't know what the panic is over, because historically, throughout the history of the world, white people have always been the minority. And it doesn't matter, because there's white Christians, there's white Muslims, there's white Jews, there's white everything. And nobody cares about the color. No one cares about color except for a racist. I don't care. Some of my kids are white. Some of my kids are brown like me. Doesn't matter to me. They're my babies. I love them. They love being an American. They love the Lord. That should be the thing that matters, not what color they are. That's just stupid. It's really stupid.
You will never look like us. You will never eat like us. You won't build buildings like us. You are nothing. You can build nothing. Just like President Trump's great American friends have said. You guys are not us, and get the fuck out. America first. America only. God bless America. Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
thank you.
Now, as you're seeing in this video, he connected himself to Trump. Like Trump said when he talked about the crab hole countries and all this, this reflects badly on people who were considering voting Republican or have an idea about MAGA. This contributes to the ideology of saying that MAGA is racist, that they only care about white people. Also reflects poorly on Christ, on Christianity, because if nobody's ever seen a Christian before, and that was the first, you know, that the Jake is the first impression that they get about a Christian, oh, they'll never want to come to Christ, ever. This is why I'm doing this. This is why I'm talking about this, and this ain't even the main thing. Wait until we get into the podcast. This is not even the main thing. Speaking of the podcast, let's go ahead and jump right in. So, Jake went on Sulaiman Ahmed podcast and had a little discussion. I wanted to go over it. Let's talk about it, guys.
For joining us, I appreciate you coming on. I want to give you the floor. I want you to explain to us. Actually, should we talk about Jan 6 first, or do you want to speak about? What happened in Michigan first?
We could start chronologically, kind of. I think it's kind of important to kind of build the character around who I am and what I stand for.
I agree.
January 6th is a huge part of my life. And
Let me pause this real quick. Squall says, Islam will never assimilate to American values. There's no room in America for Muslims. Get the F out. The founding fathers disagree with you. The founding fathers of our Constitution disagree with you, brother. There's a place for anybody of any religion here in America, because America is not a theocracy. America promotes freedom of religion. That's American. Just because you disagree with it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a place here. The founding fathers made it to have a place here. So you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at the framers of the Constitution.
first of all, I just want to thank God Almighty, Jesus Christ, for bringing me home to my family for this Thanksgiving celebration. Exactly this time last year, I was in the D.C. jail, and I was only with one Jan 6er at that point. They had segregated us out, and I came back into DC jail for the third time. So I had one J6 guy with me and a pod full of a bunch of other people, mostly African Americans and some Spanish guys, as well as some Muslim guys in there as well. And I had to, as we did every single holiday, we had to kind of make like our own makeshift meal to like celebrate. So we bought a bunch of stuff off commissary, and we were using the microwave to cook up different types of meals and stuff. And of course, we invited the Muslims to eat and other people that weren't able to afford food themselves for the celebration. But it's just such a drastic and radical difference from where I was at last year. Just thinking about my last Thanksgiving meal, how we had to, kind of band together in this adversity, and just it was incredible. So now being home with my family, I'm in a much better place, and I'm really grateful. So I just want to share that gratitude. If everybody in the audience is listening, you don't know how good you've got it until it's all gone. So just praise God every day, because his blessings are in an instant. He could pull away his grace just an ounce, and you could end up in solitary confinement for years like me. Or
Okay. Now, this Jake that you hear right now sounds good. You're talking right now. And this is the Jake that I agree with. When you out here, you talking about the gospel, you talking about the grace of God, you talking about being appreciative and grateful for the blessings of God. This is good. But then in the same breath, you turn around and watch how this podcast ends up going, guys. This is what I'm saying. This is how you get sucked in and you get hooked into people and believe in the rhetoric that they push, because you'll hear this clip and be like, oh, that sounds good. I agree with all of that. But here we go.
On a hospital bed or without a job, without a home, it's all just dependent on every last breath of his grace. So just give glory to God in this beautiful holiday season. So I have to start there, because I've been doing a lot of downtime since Dearborn, thinking about how lucky and blessed I am to be home and to be alive.
Well, in terms of Jan 6, I would say a lot of my audience is probably on your side in that regard, because many of them spoke out against the fact that a lot of people from Jan 6 were incarcerated without a trial, without a fair trial, and many people spoke up about it, as did I. So, but let's talk about that first, because I want to give you a fair shot. This isn't just going to be a full-on attack, right? We're going to disagree. As I told you on the phone, there'll be things where we probably agree on as well. So let's start at the beginning.
Okay, so it's not. This is the thing, Rebecca. You say I feel like the Dems started talking about far white right Christian nationalists, which I never heard of, and then all of a sudden it's not the Dems. This is people infiltrating MAGA, infiltrating conservative movement, infiltrating it the same way that they did the left. They infiltrate Antifa. People like Antifa infiltrate and then try to assimilate and then show their true colors. We're seeing it happen in real time with all these different influencers that were MAGA, and now they're against Trump. Now they're not MAGA, they're America only. Not even America first. You got the Candace Owens, you got the Ian Carrolls, you got all these different people that say that they were a part of the movement, and now they're something like Jake. Same thing with Jake. And we called this out when we were incarcerating with him, and that's what people don't understand. I was incarcerated with Jake. I lived with Jake. You can't tell me nothing about Jake. I know Jake personally. All right. I love Jake because he's my brother. He's my brother, but I got to call out wrong when it's wrong. Simple as that. He's a Messianic Jew. No, he's not.
You went to the Capitol. What did you do in the Capitol on Jan 6? Actually, let's start before that. What was the reason for you to go to the Capitol?
So January 6th, obviously they stole the election. Everybody knows it. They disenfranchised millions of Americans by putting this shill in there. President Joe Biden is currently, as we speak right now, he's being erased from history. All of the auto pen president, completely senile, weak, feckless leadership of Joe.
Okay. Right now, the hook. He's hooking the people, hooking MAGA, hooking people that are America first, hooking people that don't like Joe Biden, that are against the Dems, saying the things that we all agree with, right? Getting you primed up. Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Joe Biden sucked. Yeah, he's being erased. Yeah, we agree with all of that, right? Now, keep watching.
Joe Biden's being disappeared, but we were very fearful that the continuous lockdown scenario that we saw in New York City, that we saw in all the blue states and all the blue major cities, they just had this draconian deep state lockdown on us. And I was living in New York City at the time. I'm from New York. And I had lived under real life, police state rules, 8 p.m. curfews, subway shut down, Lyft and Uber shut down, City Bike, the bike you can rent. Everything was like a technological shutdown. So I was very fearful, as any, logical American would be, that Joe Biden represented the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party used basically every ounce of governmental power, even overstepping their rights, and they shut down everything.
Okay. Rebecca says, if we don't give them attention, I think they would disappear. No, I mean, it used to be that way because we didn't have social media, but now social media, you're going to get attention regardless. That's the thing. So they're getting a lot of attention. You can ignore them and it won't affect you, but there's millions of people that are listening to this. And as you see in my comments right now, you got some people to say they agree with Jake, that they're with Jake because they're believing the content that he's putting out and manipulating to make it look like what he's saying is true. Because after he riled up the people of Dearborn, and now they're angry, and now they're saying things back to him after he's done called them monkeys. He's been called them chimps. He's saying that you're not welcome here. We don't want brown people here. Your children are going to be black if you keep letting it. And with a black guy there with him, talking about black folks and just all types of stuff. And he enraged the people. The same thing that happened to us on January 6th, how they enraged us and then showed us all looking violent. That's what Jake did in Dearborn. Okay? So we can't be quiet. We have definitely to talk about this. Is he even a Christian or a pretender? In my opinion, he is someone who claims to be a Christian, but doesn't show by his fruits. That's my opinion. He said, God says you'll know them by their fruits. This is all a Fed psyop. That's 100%.
And they turned our lives into literally like a 1984 dystopian George Orwell book. So I went there because they stole the election and COVID lockdowns were egregious. And I was there to protest the stolen election, to stand with President Trump, and to stand up against what was basically a Marxist coup d'etat. They installed puppet Joe Biden, Beijing Biden, we call him. They installed him into the presidency, and that didn't sit well with me and a million other patriots that showed up that day. So we stood up and did what Americans are called by God to do. It's our duty to defend our country against tyranny.
So I haven't had a chance to look at your specific case. I did speak to a few Jan 6s, and there were many people who got incarcerated and they did nothing, right? Some said that you were actually one of the more aggressive people on that day. What was it that you were basically charged for?
Now, this is where we got to stop, because we seen Jake's discovery. We watched Jake in real time. We watched the actual evidence against Jake on the computers, okay, while we were in prison. And what he's about to say it's not the truth. It's not all the way the truth. Some of it is true. Let me rephrase that. It's not all the way true. Some of what he's about to say is true. But the fact still remains that Jake showed up with a gas mask and a bat when none of us thought that this was going to be violent. Him and other people like him showed up ready for violence. Okay? That's what I want you to understand. Now, let's listen.
So I was charged. I was never found guilty of any crime. 4 years and 6 days in prison. I never had a trial. But that doesn't mean what I did was not something that, on facial value, you look.
And let me pause right there, too, because he just said something that he was never convicted. You were convicted the moment that you took a pardon, sir. And beyond that, you were only not, you didn't get convicted because you kept continuing your trial on purpose, because you wanted to be the one that was in prison the longest, because you had the cell phones and you had all this content. I don't know how he was able to do it, but in every prison that he was at, dude had a cell phone and not even prison, because he never made it to prison. Jake was only in jails. The rest of us went to prison. Jake stayed in a jail. He was never in prison, you guys. And it's very important that I say this so you can understand all the other stuff that he's going to say later on in this podcast. And I'm gonna just disprove. I'm gonna shatter it, debunk everything that he's talking about. But he never went to prison. He was in jails with cell phones, creating content, getting people riled up, okay? And lying to the people about the things that he was going through and why he was going through them, making it about him being a J6er. That was the only reason why these things were happening to him. Not true. I talked to people that was in the jails with him when he went to Brooklyn. That's how I talked to the people that when they shipped him back to DC after all of us was in prison, and he had a whole new population that he was with. There was a couple guys that were still there, but yeah, it gets juicy.
Look at it and you go, that's pretty serious. But at the end of the
Yes, he was raising tons of money, tons of. I think it was like a couple million, if I'm not mistaken, a couple million across all his gifts and goals that he raised. And we could talk about that with the other J6ers that he was supposed to help that he didn't. He helped some J6ers, but they had to be on board with agreeing with the things that he was saying. A lot of people, when we were locked up, were lying to the American people about the treatment that was happening to us after it had been fixed, after we got it better, because the stuff was true. When we were first there, it was really bad, but then a lot of it got fixed. And in the process of that, a lot of people lied. A lot of people told you there was rust water coming out the sinks, that they were getting beaten. And then, no, we fixed all of that. And it was with your guys' help that we were able to fix all of that. Okay. But a lot of people lied so that they could grift and get their gifts and goals to get massive amounts of money. And they did. A lot of them did. They got paid. Where the rest of us was like, what? We got $10,000, $15,000. You know what I'm saying? These guys made millions. That's why they come home and now they're straight. They got money to last them for a lifetime.
day, we have a right to defend our country versus tyranny. And they were murdering unarmed Americans that were protesting there that day. 4 Americans lost their life. They were not armed. They were killed by the Capitol Police. Ashley Babbitt, as we all know, God rest her soul, was shot point blank range by Officer Lieutenant Byrd, who's still out there running around with his freedom as they weaponize the entire DOJ against me and my brothers. There's murderers, governmental murderers running around right now. And then you had another woman, Roseanne Boylan. God rest her soul. Roseanne Boylan was a 38-year-old woman from Georgia, and she came to the Capitol. You know, she was like kind of like amorphous politically. She didn't really fit into any type of mode. She was kind of like an internet, you know, e-girl type of thing, but she really loved our country, and she was there, and she got trampled by the Capitol Police maneuver to throw an entire, like, 3 dozen or 4 dozen patriots down a flight of stairs. They pushed us backwards down a flight of stairs.
I'm gonna correct that, Kim. When I was in DCDOC, I had a Give Sing Go that raised almost $15,000, if I'm not mistaken, to help me with a lawyer to do an appeal. So I did have a Give Sing Go for a short minute, but I didn't create one after because I seen the grift. I seen what everybody else was doing, and I seen them lying. So I'm like, ain't no way I'm about to be a part of this. So when I get out, people can look at me and say, oh, Kash grifted like the rest of these people. Kash took massive amounts of money based off of lies. I didn't want, even when I came home from prison, I didn't create a Give Sing Go. And everybody told me to do it. They told me, Kash, you should create a Give Sing Go so we could get you back on your feet. And I said, no, because I had good people around me. And I had a lot of, I'm like, ain't no way. I'm not doing it. I don't want to be a part of that crowd where people could say Kash came home and got a ton of money from the people and grifted off the people based off of lies. All right. I didn't want that. So I did not create one when I first came home. I got one now, though, if you'd like to help. It's not to help me with any financial stuff with my home. We got that. It's to help me get my KLK visuals up off the ground. So if you guys want to help with that, you can go ahead and look up KLK visuals on Give Sing Go, and you can send it there. Appreciate it if you do. Not you don't have to, but if you do, thank you. Or just pray for me or share it, whatever.
Got caught in that stampede. She was trampled. She was covered with chemical weapons and spray, CS gas, pepper spray, tear gas, and she basically succumbed from a combination of those things, plus Officer Lila Morris, Metropolitan Police Officer. This woman beat Roseanne Boylan with a stick while she was on the ground unconscious, which undoubtedly added to this kind of conglomeration of her, you know, injuries that ultimately led to her death at the hands of the Capitol Police. I was right there. I had my hands on Roseanne Boylan trying to pull her lifeless body from the bottom of this dog pile. When that did not work, I was able to grab the black protester and one of my best friends, Philip Anderson, who does some of my protests with me. He's the guy that we did the demonstration with the George Floyd and Derek Chauvin outside Derek Chauvin's prison that went super viral. The man laying down on the ground when we demonstrated that he didn't die from a police chokehold. It was an overdose. But anyway, I saved Philip Anderson in that moment by God's grace alone. I was just in the right place at right time. And after those things transpired is
so
when...
Philip Anderson, just on that, Philip Anderson, he's African-American, right?
Yes.
Okay,
he's a great
yeah.
patriot.
Yeah.
One of my best friends. I love him. And
really, you're both very different because he's been on my spaces. He has different positions to you. He's
He
woke
does
up.
have some different positions, but
He's
where,
woke up. He's
like
woke up to
what
desire
Ronald
control.
Reagan said, a person who disagrees with you on 20% of things is not 20% your enemy, but 80% your friend.
True.
And me and Philip are, 95% friends, and just a few things, especially to do with Trump. I'm a Trump loyalist through and through. He's not so much, but that's his right. I got my
And he's
lightsaber.
against the Zionist control of the United States of America as well.
I am also against the Zionist control and the communist control.
Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta point this out. Silva says his Wookiee. I started that, Silva. I started that right there, calling Philip Anderson Jake's Wookiee. All right. He's one of them guys. I will do another one on Philip Anderson another time. I already did a live about Philip Anderson, but again, when we talk about plants that were there on January 6th, you guys, I'm telling you, and every other J6er that was locked up with Jake Lang, when we first got into there, will tell you this. We all of us thought that Jake was a plant. Every single person that was locked up with us in DC DOC, the ones that haven't kissed the ring of Jake and took the money. Okay? The people that took money from Jake won't tell you this. Everybody who did not take money from Jake, I didn't take money from Jake. I wouldn't accept, no, I didn't ask for nothing. All right. I'm like, I'm good, bro. Because it was all predicated on lies. So I'm like, I'm good. I don't want nothing. Right. And I had a lot of Americans that were helping me out by helping my family. That was all my concern was about helping my family while I was incarcerated. And the American people did that. They helped out my family while I was incarcerated. Okay. I didn't take $1 from Jake's fund. But the people that did, they won't tell you this. Only the people that didn't take Jake money will tell you. Everybody thought that Jake was Antifa or a Fed. One of the two. Nobody thought that he was an actual patriot, especially after we saw what we saw in the discovery, which we'll talk about a little bit later.
And the Qatari control of America. All three got to go. Those are the three biggest wars right now in America. Get rid of Israel influence, get rid of Chinese influence, get rid of Qatar's influence, and we might be able to save America. But let me digress here because in that moment when...
What does that mean? What does that mean we might be able to save America? What does that actually mean? I don't, because in my mind, America is already good. And they promote these things. They promote the Islamification, the Zionist control, the Qatari. Everybody promoting this trash. What does that even mean? What does it mean? Because to me, the only thing that we need to do is elect better officials. That's it. Elect better officials and ban any lobbying. No more lobbyists. Nobody, if you're elected to office, you're not allowed to take money at all. That's it. That should be it. And that would fix a lot of this. Okay. This will fix a lot of the problems that we see with bills getting pushed through and why we're sending money to these foreign nations for these stupid things. Just ban lobbyists. That's all. If you're running for office, you're not allowed to take any foreign money. Period. You're not allowed to even take no American money if it's for another nation. Period. That should be it.
Roseanne Boylan was murdered. I had to pick up defensive weapons as a group of me and the other patriots made like a defensive wall between the police that were like in this baton death march, killing people, crushing people, and the unarmed protesters. So
fake news, but we'll keep going.
I racked up a bunch of assault charges there, which were just defensive charges. Nobody got injured.
Not true. Factually, not true. They were not defensively. That man, boy, y'all just got to see the videos for yourself. Maybe I'll show them, but I don't want to get banned because we're not just on X right now. We're on all platforms. So I don't want to get banned. But this dude, this is, again, why I'm saying that he's lying. Tell the truth of what you did, bro. I stand on what I did. I stand on everything that I've ever done. It's part of my testimony. Why are you lying? And there's only one reason why a person lies. One reason. To deceive you into being on their side. That's all. Because the truth will keep people away from you. The truth will keep people away from you and be like, oh, no, I'm not getting involved with this guy. But if you lie, you can deceive people into being on your side because they're like, oh, that's noble. That's just. I get it. And that's what he's doing.
They tried to put me away for legitimately, if I was found guilty, I was facing over 200 years in prison with all the charges.
What did you?
Not true. And this is, again, why I say, if Jake would have went to court you would understand. Okay, you would understand. I was facing up to 200 years. That's a lie. Okay, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers got convicted of seditious conspiracy. And I think the biggest sentence was what? Enrique Tarrio with 22 years. Jake, you did not do seditious conspiracy, bro. You would have got maybe a 5 to 7. 5 to 7 if you would have got convicted, right? If you wouldn't have continued your trial as much. Maybe you would have got a 10-piece because you was out there with that bat beating police officers. So, yeah, you probably would have got a 10-piece with a biscuit. Yeah, for sure. For sure. You're right about that, but not no 200 years. If you understood, if you ever been to court, if you've ever been through the judicial system in the federal sense, you understand that they don't stack charges. They weren't going to hit you with a consecutive. You know what I'm saying? It would have been concurrent. You weren't getting to, this is what I'm saying. And then people that don't understand the court system eat this stuff up like, oh my God, he was facing 200 years in prison for being a patriot? Oh my God. It's not true. It's not true.
But legitimately, I was going to do 30 years in prison is what I was told by my prosecutors when all said and done. If you don't take this plea.
That's a lie. That is a lie. The prosecutors ain't going to come and tell you. First off, the prosecutors can't tell you that you're going to do this many years. The sentencing is on the judge. They can say what they're going to ask for, and it has to be within the sentencing guidelines, which you weren't capping out at 30 years, dog. This is cap. It's a lie. It's just a lie. I'm so grateful I went through prison.
Deal, Jake. You were going to do 30 years in prison, and the plea deals went from, small amount of time, and then when I kept on, denying them, they kept on, saying we're going to charge you more, and the next plea deal is going to be 9 years. The next plea deal is going to be 15 years. And I said, I will never plea out against this deep state weaponized government because it is my honor I have to wear the rest of my life, not, some type of lack of integrity.
I think you did the right thing not to plea out. But the question is, you mentioned that your actions were done defensively. What were those actions?
I had a baseball.
Shout out to my brother right here, Chris Worrell. He's another J6er that I was locked up with. Shout out to Chris Worrell. Love you, brother.
Bat and a riot shield. I didn't have them. Somebody handed me those things. I found those things. I came to the protest in business attire, similar to this, which I'm wearing right now, except I had a leather jacket on. I had business slacks on, business collared shirt on. I was coming from a board meeting for one of my companies in New York City, and I just happened to find myself in the middle of this barbarian brawl with these.
I just happened to find. I showed up in business attire. Did he just say that? Did he just hold on, guys. I just gotta show you. I got to, because this is crazy. This is crazy. Where is it at? Business attire. Oh man. This is wild. I'll let this
very violent Capitol Police officers that were trying to murder unarmed Americans. And, I was 25 years old at the time. I was a college wrestler, was raised by my dad, never to run away from people who need your help. And I just went into the middle of that mix and tried to save a few lives. I did end up saving 2 men's lives.
This is Jake on January 6th, guys. Does that look like business attire to you? Does that look like business attire to you? Gas mask, police shield. He got a hold of a police shield and a baseball bat. Are we for real? And people eat it up. Nobody's gonna go and look at this. Nobody's gonna go and look at how Jake was dressed on January 6th. Come on, man. Let's be real, bro. Be real.
Both Philip Anderson and Tommy Tatum credit me with saving their lives. So I was there for, a purpose that day. There would be men that, are walking around right now, my brothers that wouldn't be alive right now if I wasn't there. And there were many, many brave actions by many J6 patriots.
Did you hit some people with a baseball bat?
I defended myself with a baseball bat. Yes, against
how many people did you hit defending yourself?
I ended up with 8 assault charges and
8 different people.
Yes, 8 different officers throughout the day. Not well with the baseball bat. There was 3 assault with deadly weapon with baseball bat, 2 with a riot shield, and then some other scuffs that we had when we were basically wrestling over bodies, trying to pick up and to save these people and bring them to the volunteer medics like Philip Anderson, who was resuscitated. And
I got you, George. I got you. I'll put it on, well, you're on Facebook. I don't know if I can share it on Facebook. I'll share it to my X account. If you go to X, Cash Lee Kelly 1.
the police were pepper spraying us, punching at people, trying to grab people and drag them in to arrest them. So it was like this whole entire, medieval warfare that they started. They were the aggressors. They shot us with rubber bullets, tear gas. They were literally flying these rubber pepper ball bullets that are going so fast that they ripped through people's faces before the crowd. Even like you see any of those major surges where we took ground, those major surges came because Capitol police officers were ripping through people's faces from an elevated position.
Okay, now let's break this down because I was there. But what he's talking about, I was by the guy that got shot through the mouth. Okay, the crowd, when we were there with that guy that he's talking about, we were just singing God Bless America. There's some truth to what he's saying, right? But the thing is that the provocateurs that was in the crowd, when I go back and watch the video, right? And then remember standing there with Russo, and while we're singing and we're yelling at the police, why are they doing this? Coming out in riot gear, doing what they did, people start throwing stuff back. So there's truth to what he's saying, but at the same time, the provocateurs was at work in the crowd. They were in the crowd already. They were gearing up. We didn't know. See, what he's talking about and where I'm talking about, I didn't know that there were barricades there. There were barricades that were put up that we weren't supposed to be where we were. I didn't know that. Nobody knew that because provocateurs came before us and ripped everything down. So we didn't know that we were standing where we couldn't be. I went over there by Alex Jones stage, around the way from where I was standing where dude got shot in the mouth at. And I'm standing there by Alex Jones stage listening to Alex Jones. You know what I'm saying? And he had a permit to be there. So we thought that we were all good. But again, January 6th wouldn't have kicked off the way that it did had it not been for provocateurs. Before we got there, you seen Ray Epps there. Ray Epps whispering into my man Ryan Sampson. That's another good brother. Whispering into his ear, and that's where you see the barricades come down that we didn't know were there in the first place. All right, so yeah,
With pepper ball bullets, and there was literally blood and gore all over, and you have to react to that.
Yes, Joshua Black.
Happening inside the Capitol building.
This happened on the outer west terrace of the Capitol building, this specific place, and a lot of it in the inaugural tunnel where the president comes out to do the inauguration, except for Joe Biden. Never did the inauguration. He was hidden. He never even had an official public inauguration.
Okay. And then after that, you were incarcerated for 4 years without a trial.
Only because he kept continuing his own case. His lawyer, look it up. His lawyer kept filing for continuances. It wasn't because they didn't want to crucify him. It was because his lawyer kept pushing for continuances. It was not the judicial system that was saying we're not going to put him in trial. We're not going to put him in trial. No, they kept pushing for continuances. Look it up. And this is what I'm saying. All of this, to me, it seemed like a master site. Like this is my opinion. They were looking out for Jake the entire time that he was incarcerated. Whoever they are. I don't know who they are. Somebody was looking out. This is Jake Lang, the guy that had General Flynn while we're in DC DOC call in. He's on the phone with General Flynn. General Flynn singing happy birthday to this Negro. General Flynn singing happy birthday over the phone to Jake Lang. Why? Why? Nobody cared or knew who Jake Lang was prior to January 6th, allegedly. And this is before he got his hands on a cell phone and was able to put out videos. So why is it that General Flynn is calling in the DC DOC for Jake Lang? How come everybody didn't get a happy birthday from General Flynn? You start connecting all these dots and you start to realize, oh man, it's something bigger at play here. How is it that this dude was able to get these continuances back to back to back to back and stay in prison with cell phones? How was he protected like that? Just asking questions.
And you mentioned you were in solitary confinement was it the entirety of the time or something? What was the reason for why you were put in solitary?
So I did 4 years and 6 days in prison. 900 of those days, 900 out of 1,467, over 900
That's
were in
crazy.
solitary confinement. Yes, it was very crazy. The first whole year was for COVID. That's how crazy. We were in the DC jail, Washington, DC, one of the most strictest COVID restriction lockdown states in the country, or, territories, as we call them. But they had such a draconian, lockdown on us. It was crazy. 23 hours. Sometimes when I first got to DC jail, I had 45 minutes out of my cell 5 days a week to shower, use a phone call. That's it. And get back.
It was an hour. I was there. We were all there. We got an hour, and it sucked. And you're right about that part. But it was an hour. Again, lying, misleading. 45 minutes to get out. No, bro, we got a full hour. Okay? 4 of us came out at a time. You know what I'm saying? It sucked 100%. But again, why lie? Why lie?
Back in the cell. And that happened. That lasted for like a month. Then they went to 23 hours in, 1 hour out. That lasted for like another 3-4 months. Then they went to 22 hours in, 2 hours out. That lasted. So eventually they worked us, down to when we were out of our cells 5 hours a day, which is the legal minimum requirement under like all the, the UN, Geneva Convention and stuff. So after the first year, then they got us to 5 hours a day out of our cell, which is still only like less than half the time you're supposed to be out. So all that time when we were in the first year was all solitary. We were all in the same unit in the DC jail.
It was not the first year. This is what I'm saying. Why lie? It was maybe the first 6 months, because me and others banded together and we reached out to people on the tablet. We reached out to Julie Kelly. I put they used a lot of my stuff, right? And I had a platform at the time. So I used the Streetlights Unity movement and all of you guys to call. Do you remember calling into the jail when they wouldn't put the heat on or the air on? Because they had it was so hot in there, they wouldn't put the air on. You guys called and made a difference for that. You guys called to ask them why we were locked in our cells when everybody else is out. You guys did that. You guys. So thank you. But Jake is lying. We weren't spending a year in solitary confinement. We spent about 6 months before they let us get 2 hours and then 5 hours and then all day. They let us out all day. And this is what I mean when I say people lied to you guys. They made it seem like that it stayed bad. It didn't stay bad. You guys helped change our conditions in DC DOC. That's the truth. He's lying. And people eat it up.
The J6ers, but we were locked in our cells majority of the day over, like I said, 23 hours a day. And, that's where really God had moved on my heart in amazing ways. I had the Bible. I was able to sit, concentrate, read, fast, pray, sing songs of worship. It's just you and the Lord Jesus in that cell alone. What's that?
I said, what type of prayer were there? We're doing a bit of kosher prayer.
What?
I said, what types of prayers were there?
Every prayer is a kosher prayer. If you're speaking the name of Jesus Christ, you're praying my language. And that was a blessing.
At this time that he's talking about, everybody, Jake was running around and very proud of his Jewish heritage, which there's nothing wrong with, right? Very proud that he came from the bloodline of David, is how he used to tell us. And he got the kosher trays while we were locked up. And he used to call us all Gentiles. Filthy Gentiles is what Jake used to call us. His white, black, Lebanese brothers and sisters that he was locked up with in solitary confinement, Jake was calling them filthy Gentiles. Okay? This is the truth. And this is not, again, I'm not attacking. This is not to attack. This is to put the truth out. And when he's talking about his deep connection to his faith, his deep connection to God, and how he fasted and he prayed, he was still using that kind of language because he thought that he was better than us because he was Jewish, and he made that very known throughout the pod. He was also very heavily advocating for aid to Israel, that we needed to send money to Israel. Heavy on it. Don't believe me? Ask the other J6s that was inside of there.
Though, hidden in the most incredible turmoil that a human being, it's just you versus yourself. For years, push-ups, sit-ups, Bible reading, looking out through your tiny little window with the grated, metal that's rusting and cuts your fingers if you try to touch out of it. I mean, it was really like some type
I mean,
of
you're
book
making it
that you
sound
read.
you're making it sound like you made it into a very positive thing, and I have to give you credit on that because
There were no bars on our windows, guys. There were no bars on our windows. It was just a really small window. You didn't get a cut if you touched it because there was no bars inside of DC DOC where we were. There were no bars. Okay? That's a lie.
let's be clear on this. This is why I'm vehemently against two things. One is, which has happened to you, which is that you were there without a trial. I think that goes against the entire notion of Western civilization. And I believe in terms of religious values, because everyone should be allowed a fair trial, irrespective of who it is, because we need to find out if someone's innocent or guilty, right? That's why we have this concept of a trial.
Yeah, right there. The fake coffee water. That's what they did. They put coffee in the sink while we had the laptops, right? And they recorded themselves pushing the button on the water to make the water brown. And they told everybody this is the water that we're forced to drink inside of DC DOC. They lied. That was a lie. It was not true. And they raised tons of money off of that video alone.
And the second thing is solitary confinement. Solitary confinement is one of the worst things, in my view, one of the most inhumane things you could do to a person, to remove him from society, to make sure that he doesn't contact anyone. It socially impacts you, it mentally impacts you, it physically impacts you, it psychologically impacts you. And I would say that in terms of what happened to you there, that is horrific. And I find that to be bang out of order. And that's what I've been speaking out against for a very long time. So I know you've spoke about how you made it into a good situation, and I have to give you credit for that, but it wasn't. I mean, you have to, or you probably would have been mentally shot.
Crumble. It's either you rise up to the occasion, overcome the adversity, or you turn into a soup of a person. I mean, those walls can really encroach in on you and really turn your mind against you very quickly. And if you're not constantly looking to improve yourself, improve your relationship with God, fight the fight that is a very tough fight in there, which is getting the word out to the people, because we had to come up with all these ingenious ways. I ran podcasts.
Ingenious ways, like fake content, like fake water coming out of the sink, like him being thrown in solitary confinement just because he was a J6er, when really it was because he got caught with contraband. Like that. Ingenious ways to raise a ton of money, to lie to the American people, to get them to believe the disgusting things that you were saying.
Inside, because when you're able to use the phone, you're able to use the phone, and to the limits of what you can accomplish on the other end of a phone is the limits of what is stopping you. And so I had an entire team of volunteers building websites, making documentaries, fundraising for us, setting up interviews for me. And every week, maybe 2-3 times a week sometimes or more, I'd get an interview with OAN or Real America's Voice or Newsmax or Gateway Pundit, where I ran my podcast. And we were starting to get the real story of what really happened to us on January 6th out to the airwaves, and it really moved hearts and minds. It mobilized President Trump's voters for this amazing crusade. I always say it this way: the same way the left has abortion that they're super emotionally charged about, the right had J6 and freeing the political prisoners as a top agenda piece to get out and mobilize voters and actually move people out of their homes into the voting booths in 2024. So it was this grand battle. Everybody that was out there and heard any of my interviews, or when I was on 12-day hunger strike, or when I got moved from prison to prison, because after that first year in DC.
And I just got to point this out. I still got the text message, all right, because I was communicating with Ryan Samsel, and he was in there with Jake. And Jake put on this show saying that he was on a hunger strike but was eating. But on the content, he was on a hunger strike. Okay? I don't know if Ryan Samsel was willing to come on and talk about it, but Ryan Samsel was talking to me while he was in there, talking about how they were really trying to get at Jake, the people that were inside of there, because Jake kept on doing stupid things with the phone and lying and getting the whole unit shook down, and they were going to get at Jake. So a lot of the time that he was in PC or the solitary confinement, you got to understand the solitary confinement is not always punishment. It's for your safety. So Jake was put in PC because people in that prison or jail that he was at wanted to get at him because he kept getting the unit shook down. All right. Just throwing that out there.
Jail, I got moved all around because I started gaining influence, and they tried to continually unmoor me from being able to have my brothers,
How only him? You had a huge platform. But the thing was, is I wasn't doing the things that Jake was doing. I wasn't trying to lie to the people. I told the people the truth whenever I put out some words about what was going on. I put out the truth when I said that our lives were being threatened by certain officers. I put out the truth when I put out that Scott Fairlamb's cell was invaded by Holmes and these officers were trying to get him to react and fight them. And they were making threats against us saying that they were going to kill us and all. I put out truth. I didn't want to lie to the people. That's why Jake got a lot of attention because he went out and lied. And shame, I gotta call it out. Shame on Newsmax for platforming it because people reached out to Newsmax to say, hey, this dude's lying. Real America's Voice caught wind and they just stopped messing with Jake altogether. Certain people from, I'm not going to call no names, but certain people from Real America's Voice would not platform Jake anymore because they figured out that he was lying because people like me and others was reaching out to them and telling them, hey, this isn't true. You know, but you got these different these different news broadcasts, which are just as bad as CNN because they promoted a lie, knowing that it was a lie for their ratings. It was all for their ratings and to get it to look like it was worse than what it was. This is why I say you got to defund the media. Watch what you take in. Watch what you take in.
Six brothers around me or being able to use the phone or have lawyer visits or keep all my discovery in my case. So it was this giant battle against the system, you know, and as God is my witness and everybody who is watching this right now, prayers work. I'm living embodiment of the power of Jesus Christ, who literally delivered me from an impossible situation, spending pretty much the rest of my life in a prison cell. So I know faith beyond faith. I've seen it work. I've seen God move it and be able to sustain me in years in solitary, in prison after prison, in dangerous scenario, people trying to kill me with knives, you know, having to fight for my life in prison all over the country.
That's a lie. You were never in prison. Stop saying that. You were never in prison, bro. You were in jail. There's a big difference from being in prison to being in jail. You were in jail and you were getting threatened with knives because you kept on getting the unit shut down because you couldn't stop putting out content, lying to the people so that you can raise money. That's the truth. It wasn't because of anything else. When people try to stab you in jail, it's because you did something. Plain and simple. You did something.
In Oklahoma, in federal maximum security penitentiary, Pennsylvania, in Brooklyn, New York, which is the most dangerous prison in the world. If you ever find yourself in prison.
It wasn't a maximum security in Pennsylvania, dog. Okay? You're talking about USP Lewisburg. We all went through there. It was a medium. It used to be a USP, but when you were there, it was a medium. And it wasn't for anything other than transit, bro. Cut it out.
You better hope you're not in Brooklyn, New York, because there's so many gangs. And this is one, and here's the segue, by the way, this is one of my gotcha points that I came prepared with here.
Are you
Sulaiman,
go for it.
Here, you're not ready for this one. There's only one religion in prison that operates as a gang, and it is the gang culture prison. It is the gang culture in prison. Muslims. Muslims are more like a gang, literally a prison gang, because all other religions, when you meet a Buddhist in there, meet a Christian in there, meet a Jew in there, anybody else, what they're doing is they're doing their time and they're trying to stay away from what's called like the prison drama, you know, over fights over race, religion, this, that. So they're like what we call guys.
And that's how you know he's never been to prison. That's how you know he's never been to prison. Everybody operates like a gang. Everybody. Period. Your faith is separate. The Aryan Brotherhood goes to church. They're Christian. But they operate like a gang. The GDs might go to a church or mosque or whatever it is that they go to, but they operate like a gang. Everybody operates like a gang. Muslims operate like a gang in most prisons because everybody operates like a gang. You're in prison, but they're not supposed to partake in gang activity. They're not, I mean, this is in certain prisons when you go and you see people that are Muslim. So I call it Prislam. That's what I call it, Prislam. When you're a Muslim in prison, if you're in a certain prison, like if you're in a USP, I could guarantee you they are not operating like anything other than a gang when necessary. Like if somebody tries to attack one of them, you're getting stabbed. I don't care if they're Muslim, Christian, whatever, you're getting stabbed. Okay. In a medium, you're not really, it's not too much violence going on, no matter what gang it is. All right. You might get a fight here or there, but pretty much people try to stick to themselves and your own people handle you. That's how you know. That's how you know he ain't never been in prison. Your own people handle you in prison. If anybody touches somebody else, if an Aryan touches a Muslim, them Aryans are probably going to beat the brakes off of that Aryan because you're starting something that don't need to be started. Because when it comes down to it, the Muslims have no matter who they are, right? They have a coalition. So it doesn't matter. GD, Vice Lord, Blood, Crip, BD, all the different gangs that are not affiliated with each other, right? Even the Latin Kings and the certain gangs, like Latin Kings pretty much stand on their own. They stand away from everybody else, but there's still a coalition. They have a coalition. So if it goes up with the Aryans, well, now you got to deal with Latin Kings, GDs, Vice Lords, Blackstones, Bloods, Crips, Counts, SGDs, IGs. They all come together to band against that one group. Okay? And then the Aryans are going to come together with whoever else is a white gang inside of there. You got the Aryan Brotherhood, you got the Aryan Circle, you got the independent whites. The independent whites, they may be like, no, we ain't involved in none of that, right? But it goes up. That's how you know he's never been to prison. Ain't none of that. What he's talking about doesn't exist. It does not exist.
That are out of the way, right? But when you meet a Muslim in prison, that is a warrior that is looking to kill anybody who is not in his tribe if his tribe is disrespected that he sees in any way. So the religion of Islam, just from my personal experience in prison, is not the religion of peace. It is a brotherhood gang of people willing to kill anybody else that does not follow in with what they're doing. I believe that that's how it operates from the smallest level to the highest level.
And he's wrong. That's not how it operates from the smallest level to the highest level. That's how you know you've never been to prison, Jake. It would. And another thing, he's going to touch on this. But if Jake went to prison, if he would have actually went to prison, he would not be accepted. He would have to sit with the kitty diddlers. Jake would not have been accepted. He would not have been accepted by the Jews because of his racist, ideology that he has. And he would have had to assimilate and become Jewish, full throttle, right? He definitely would not have been accepted into the Aryan Brotherhood or the Aryan Circle once they found out that his mother was Jewish. If he would have joined them and told them that he's with them, that he's white and and they found out that his mother was Jewish, Jake would be beat off the yard. Not even kidding. They would have if he would have been at a medium or a high, he would have gotten beaten. At a high, he probably would have lost his life at a USP. If he would have been in a medium, they would have beat this dude so bad that he wouldn't have been able to see. They would have beat him off the yard. Not even kidding you. They do not accept I don't care if you're a quarter Jewish, you're not accepted in the Aryan Brotherhood or the Aryan Circle. 100%. He doesn't know what he's talking about. This is my whole thing. He would have had to go and be Muslim. He would have had to convert to Islam because in the prison system, you could be whatever race, have whatever crime. You will be accepted in the Islam because they forgive you. They say, if Allah forgives you, that they got to forgive you. And as long as you're on your deen and you submit and you practice and you for real about it, you take your shahada and you're for real, you're protected. Jake would have had to become a Muslim in prison. No lie.
We can get into the spicy part now.
Yeah, we will. We will. But just on the prison thing, and then I do want to get into the Daybon thing, and then also there's a lot of questions people have got. The chat's going crazy. Everything's going crazy. It's you've got.
I'm sure it's either 50% we love Jake, 50% he's a Jew. Get him.
Yeah, there's a lot of he's a Jew, and basically my audience is largely Christian though, so they keep saying you don't represent Christianity. So we're gonna get into that, right?
Shout out to Suliman's audience for being majority believers and saying that he's not a true representation of what a Christian is because he's right.
So now the question is, in terms of the prisons, in the prisons, and by the way, in the prisons, obviously you have this kind of groups, right? Is the Muslim are the Muslims the only group in there, or are there other types?
So they operate on the gang level. So you have all race related gangs and neighborhood related gangs. So
listen to this, you guys. Listen closely. This is how you know he's never been to prison. Never. What he's about to say is completely false. Listen to this. Anybody that's been to prison in the chat, if you're in the chat and you've been to prison, tell me if what he's saying is true.
You'll have gangs that are related to each other because they're from the same area, the same neighborhood, or gangs that are related to each other because they're the same race. The only one that's a gang that's literally a gang that's related to each other because they're same religion is Islam. And you have Korean people hiding in the Islam. It's called a car. They're called cars in prison. The people you eat with, you work out with, and that you're willing to, at the end of the day, go to war with if somebody steals something, if somebody is disrespected, if something like that happens. The car that you're in is either based off your race or where you're from.
So what would the race?
There's one car that attracts all these different people. There's a lot of rats in there. There's a lot of people that are looking to get protection. And so they claim Islam, and then they get the protection of the Muslim Brotherhood. But they have to put in work. Putting in work is basically when you're a new member of a car or gang, they're going to send you to do the next dirty deed, the next evil deed. If it's stab somebody that they don't like, if it's rob somebody they don't like, if it's do anything like that, put something in your body to sneak it into the prison, you're going to be the next one. So Islam operates in prison like a straight up, like the.
Okay, let's break this down. Okay, that's all BS. Okay, I was a part of the Indiana car. For people wondering what car that I was in when I was in prison, I was a part of the Indiana car. Okay, and in the Indiana car, and this is when I was in Lexington, right? In the Indiana car, it was Indianapolis and Northern Indiana. So people from Hammond, East Chicago, Whiting, whatever, right? And we got along with everybody in the Midwest car, okay? And then on top of that, people that was a part of the Indiana car got along with GDs, Vice Lords, Latin Kings, Blackstone. We got along with everybody, all right? Because we all kicked it. At the end of the day, we was all kicking it because a lot of the people there are black. So we got along with Muslims. We got along with Christians. We got along with everybody. And then beyond all of that, we got along with Muslim. We got along with Christian. We got along with Aryans. We got along with the Paisas. We got along with everybody. Okay? We weren't on gang time. That's the difference maker. You have a thing called gang time. The Muslims are not on gang time in prison. They are not on gang time. Will they stab you? Yes, they will. And if they're really for real practicing Islam in prison, they're not selling no drugs. They're not on no homosexual stuff. They're not using any drugs. They're not doing any of those things. And if they find out that you are, this is why I call it Prislam. They will take you and they will beat you with a wet towel. 80 lashes. 80 lashes. That's how it operates in prison. Okay. Now you have some places where it's loose. Like if you're in a low where they're not really on that, people saying that they're part of the Muslim car and they are Muslim, well, then they're using drugs or selling drugs or they're doing all the things that are not permissible in a medium or in a high or in a low to medium, right? So it all varies depending on the prison that you go to. It all varies, but that's with all of the gangs. You have gang time, and then you got people that are just like, look, I ain't a part of no gang, but I'm with my car, and if we got to get busy, then we're going to get busy. And that's how it was with Indiana car. When it almost went up between the Paisas and this brother from Kentucky named BD, that was my guy, right? That was my guy. He was on gang time, straight GD, right? And he was my homeboy. And it was about to go up between the Paisas and him. And then all you seen was everybody that was black or Puerto Rican or white that was a part of the gang pop up behind BD. And if it was going to go up, it was going to go up. I was right there included. I'm trying to be the voice of reason. And I'm like, look, BD, man, let this dude go, man. Let him live, man. Let him live. He ain't even worried. Look at him. He's a tiny little dude, bro. Frail. We would have mopped the Paisas. But the thing is that it would have got stabby in there because the Paisas, they got knives. It was a low. So it was easy to keep weapons. People think that a low is safe. A low is not safe. A low, it could pop off because they're not checking on you as bad. They're not doing real shakedowns like that. Everybody got a weapon and it could go down. That's why it's dangerous. Everybody wants to go home, but at the same time, if it goes down, then we all going back to a medium. You know what I'm saying? Which I ended up going to a medium after Lexington. But what he's saying is false. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Never been in prison a day in his life. He's only been to jails.
Bloods,
let me
like
ask you
the
some
Aryan
questions.
Brotherhoods,
So,
same thing.
Yeah, okay.
They're
Let
on the same level.
me ask you some questions, Jake. So you mentioned there was other gangs, right? You mentioned the Aryan Brotherhood.
Yes.
What is that gang based on?
That gang is based on race, being
Okay.
white.
Okay, and
And then
you've
the
got
Aryan Brotherhood's also just the same as black and white have their own gangs, but then they subsect into where you're from. So you have like the Aryan Brotherhood from
Not true. Not true. This is, you don't know what you're talking about. There is no subsect of where you're from. If you're in the Aryan Brotherhood, it don't matter where you're from. You're Aryan Brotherhood. What are you talking about, bro? This is what I'm saying. This is not prison etiquette. This is not, if you ever go to prison, y'all, don't listen to Jake, as he's gonna have you all the way messed up. I want to be with the Aryan Brotherhood from Florida. Where you guys at? Like, bro, shut up. Are you Aryan or not? That's what it is.
Texas, and then you have like the Bloods from New York compared to the Bloods from Chicago. Or
There are no Bloods there's no Bloods in Chicago, bro. We don't got no Bloods in Chicago or the Chicago land area. There's no Bloods. No Bloods. You don't know what you're talking about. You've never been to prison. You ain't never gonna find a person that's in prison from Chicago and them tell you that they Blood. It's just not gonna happen. It's GDs, Vice Lords, Latin Counts, Latin Kings, BDs, BGDs, insane Vice Lords, just a whole bunch of everything, but no Bloods, bro. No Bloods, no Crips. It doesn't exist. It's fake. Fake news. You've never been to prison, Jake.
something like that. The Bloods from New York and the Bloods from Chicago are not going to be in the same gang, even though they're underneath the same hood of like blood. Same way as Aryan Brotherhood. So they're not going to fight.
Can I join the Aryan Brotherhood gang?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. And guess what? And here's another good prison proof. I can, because I'm white. So
Not true. This is what I'm saying, you guys. This is what I mean. He says he can because he's white. Bro, they would skin you. They would fillet you in prison if you tried to join the Aryan Brotherhood. Ask any brother that's been to prison. As soon as they would have seen you with that stuff wrapped around your arm and your mother with her Hanukkah and Jewish and all of that, bro, they would have annihilated you, bro. Right hand of God. You would have been annihilated, Jake. Stop, but you better not ever get locked up and go to prison, brother. You better not ever a day in your life go to prison, because I promise you, if you tried to join the Aryan Brotherhood and they find out, and they will find out because they do a background check, they will find out, bro, you're out of there. You might not come home.
all the people out there, Jew.
So even in prison, you were manipulating people.
No, I am white. I am. I mean, it just is what it is. People know my background and my heritage on my mom's side, being a Russian Jew, which is a white European Jewish person converted God knows how long ago, being Ashkenazi. But
we'll get into that. We'll get into the Ashkenazi bit.
They hate them the most. They hate them the most, you guys. The Ashkenazi, they hate them. They say that they are posers. They are pretending to be white. But you ask an Ashkenazi Jew, they would tell you they are not white.
Now we'll get into that. Let's deal with the prison thing, because I think it's an important thing you relate. And the reason I asked that question is, you quite rightly said that I would not be able to join the Aryan gang. I also would not be able to join the black gang, right? Because I'm brown, right?
No, there's a lot of people that look like you in the black gangs. So the gang culture has changed a lot, and Bloods have Spanish in them. A lot of all the kids that are half breeds, half white, half black, half Spanish, half.
You're a half breed, Jake. You are a half breed. Your father is a European American, and your mother is an Ashkenazi Jew. You are a half breed, my brother. Okay? Understand that. Get that understood. You're not a pure white man that you pretend to be. Okay? Understand that.
Black, people that look like you two, that just grew up in the Bronx or whatever, and they're banging blood. There's a lot of Arabs in the Bloods too. So
the reason I'm making that point.
Yes, there are. This is why I say you ain't been to prison, Jake. There are white Bloods and white Crips. Marcelli was a white Crip named Dollar from Texas, bro. Straight up Crip all the way through, and ain't nobody telling him different. He been through all kind of wars and against white people, against the Aryan Brotherhood in prison. He was a white Crip. Come on, man. Stop it, bro.
The reason I'm making that point is, for example, you mentioned there's an Aryan gang. I wouldn't be allowed in that gang. Now, and obviously, you said depending on the situation, you may be allowed into another race gang, even though you may not be part of that race. But again, I'm guessing it'll be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, blacks, basically black, Spanish, and Arab in the Bloods run together, depending on that. But there is specifically only Spanish gangs, like the Three Woos,
Yeah.
the Trinitarios. Those guys, they're vicious in Brooklyn.
You ain't gonna find them in prison. You ain't gonna find them in prison, Jake. This is what I mean, bro. This is what you're talking about. Jailhouse gangs, bro. Jailhouse gangs. They are not gonna be in the feds, bro. I ain't never in my life, and I've been through a couple different institutions, met somebody that's a Trinitario, bro. If they Puerto Rican, they in the Puerto Rican car, no matter what gang they in. They're in the Puerto Rican car. All the Puerto Ricans band together. And then they even mess with the blacks. So if it goes down, the Puerto Ricans are joining with the blacks in the war. You don't got it, my brother. You don't know what you're talking about, Jake. And this is crazy. You made yourself look so bad throughout this whole interview. You really did.
Brooklyn, there was the Trinitarios and then the Black Bloods, but sometimes there was Arabs in either one of them. It just depends on where they grew up. If you grew up in an area that was mainly with those people and you didn't have like the Muslim Brotherhood gang around you and you went to prison, you would be with the people from the Bronx.
There is no Muslim Brotherhood gang, bro. You ain't never in your life went to prison and heard of no Muslim Brotherhood gang, bro. There's no such thing as a Muslim Brotherhood gang in prison, bro. It don't exist. It's either you Muslim or you're not. And it's not a gang. But if we got to stand on business, then we got to stand on business is what they will tell you. Same thing with the Indiana car. We not a gang. But if we got to stand on business, then we got to stand on business. Same thing with the independent white car. They'll say, if we got to stand on business, then we got to stand on business. The independent white car does not want to gangbang. They're not in there to gangbang. They're just independently white. They don't want to be racist. So they say, I'm an independent white. But if we got to get busy, then we got to get busy. That's what they will tell you.
181st Street gang or whatever, there's so many of them. But,
I understand. So the reason you have a Muslim gang, and by the way, for someone who's never committed a crime, like I don't like prison or anything like that. I'm like an academic. That being said, the reason you have that is because
you're soft. Just say you're soft. We all know.
I don't like violence. I don't like violence.
This baby tissue.
I don't like violence. I don't like violence. We're civilized people, you see. We're civilized people. You Jews like your violence, don't you? That's the problem. Well, normally you'll get
Crusaders like our violence too, brother.
But anyway, coming back to it, the thing with the prison is, you're right. They have this gang culture, this gang mentality, and as you said, you have the Aryan gang, you have the Mexican gang.
No, it's not splitting hairs. Wednesday, it's not splitting hairs. It's just showing the deception. That's all. What I'm trying to do with this right here is point out every lie. But the biggest lie is that he said he's been to prison. He's never been to prison, is my point. He's talking about prison, but he's never been to prison. He's been to jail. And ask anybody who's been to jail and prison if there's a big difference. It's not the same. The culture that he was around inside of his jail was completely different than what he would have experienced inside of prison, is my point. Never been to prison. And he's lying. That's my biggest point, is he's lying.
Gang, you have the black gang, and then you have a mixed gang, as you said. All of those gangs you mentioned, especially the aforementioned, are based on race, right? And then you have the Muslim gang. Now, the thing with the Muslim gang is people can become Muslim irrespective of what their race is, because just like Christianity, Islam is a global religion. And so what it is you have people, as you said, you have Koreans who go into the Muslim gang for protection. And so that gang becomes a lot more, in a way, accommodating, because you can get in there.
You're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting this, because what I'm trying to say is it's really, really bad and really dangerous, Suliman. Basically, you have religious. You have. So I'm going to give you 3 examples here.
Yeah.
You have people in prison that they're seeking God. They're looking to find religion, whether it be a Jewish person, a Hindu person, Christian person, and they're trying to stay out of prison culture. They're not gambling. They're not dealing drugs. They're not buying drugs. They're not getting into gang fights. They're not playing,
That's false. That is false. That's again false, bro. Because in the Christian, let's use that. The people that are on, and mostly, and I got to put this out there, when you go to prison, most of the people that join Christianity, and I got to say it, are the people that are in there for child crimes. They want to join one or two. They're either a part of Islam or they're a part of Christianity. They are not allowed to join in any gang. Okay? Gangs don't accept those people, but the religious groups do. Okay? And most of the people that got them crimes are either Christian or Muslim, and they protect them. They protect those people. And the way that the Christians protect them, they are not allowed to partake in weightlifting. They can't go to the yard. They aren't allowed to sit and watch TV in the day room. They got to stand in the back, all the way in the back, and watch the TV. They don't have a chair. They're isolated when they sit down to eat food. They got their own table, and you know who they are. We sit them all at the same table, and that's where they are. And they can't do anything. They're not allowed to do anything. Difference between jail and prison, bro.
Prison rules over whose phone time it is, and somebody's going to get stabbed because he skipped two.
Yeah.
So you have every other religion in prison. The people that are seeking to follow that religion, they kind of find themselves on the outskirts. They're not, trying to be in the mix, right? But the Muslim gang is most certainly in the mix. They control the food carts, right? Which is where all the pipeline for all the drugs moving through the prison is. They operate like every other gang. They're looking for all kinds of violence, all kinds of drama. And that's a problem that I really
agree
see.
with you, though.
And again, we got to stop, because again, that's jail. Maybe at the jail that he was at. Inside of the prison, man, that ain't happening, Jack. That ain't happening. Everybody's working everywhere, and you got to play nice. You might be working next to a person that's a kitty, got the kitty crime. You might be working next to a person that was your worst enemy in the streets, that's in a different gang than you. You might be working next to an Aryan that hates your guts, but you got to play nice. And you learn that in prison. You have to play nice. You are not allowed to jump off on nobody. And if you do, your own are going to hurt you. They're going to hurt you unless you weren't at fault. That's the only time, if you weren't at fault. But if you're at fault, your own are going to hurt you. Plain and simple. And when you talk about a pipeline of stuff coming through, everybody got a plug. And let's just say that if the Aryans had a plug and nobody else had that same plug as the Aryans, guess what? Everybody in that prison is networking with the Aryans. It don't matter what gang they are. It don't matter what color they are. It's business. And you learn to separate that in prison. In jail, I couldn't tell you. I've only been to DC jail and Porter County jail. I've never been to Brooklyn jail. I couldn't tell you.
This is the thing you got to understand. I know that this is an issue. There is a Muslim.
People that are looking for God are going to the Christian car, and they're studying the Bible with the guys, and they're learning how to share. They're learning how to pray. They're learning how to live like a normal person that should be out in society. People that join the Muslim car are looking to be in a gang and go to war.
No, well,
and they're looking they're looking their criminal behavior.
But listen, prison.
Fake news. That's false.
Prison is violent. Prison is violent, as you know. You went there. Prison is aggressive. There are people who abuse people. There's a lot of rape that happens in prison. There's a lot of stabbings that happen in prison. There's a lot of violence that happens.
And let me stop again, because that's false. The whole time that I was incarcerated, I never seen one person get raped. You know why? Because you got a whole lot of dudes in there that are just giving it up. Plain and simple. And if you're a part of a gang, you better not ever in your life get caught loving a boy, because they're going to beat you off the yard. If you are a Muslim, you better not get caught loving a boy, because they are going to beat you off the yard. If you are, the only people that get away with it in certain places, and I seen it firsthand when I was in Cimarron, was the Aryan Brotherhood or the Aryan Circle, one or the other. One of them were super on that. They would take in their own guys. They took them in a cell, and they just traumatized this dude. He came out and bent over that freaking rail, man, and looked like he lost his whole soul. And this was in transit. Everybody that's been to prison or going to prison or transferring to another prison, yeah, They were the only ones that I ever seen take advantage of somebody, and it was them. Just throwing that out there.
In prison, weaker people will end up following the gang. Now, there may be people who don't have either a weak mind or are physically strong or whatever it may be, who might separate themselves from this gang culture. But generally speaking, in prison, people end up following gangs in order for protection and wide range of things. So my point is this: of course, there is a Muslim gang. I'm not denying that. Just like there is an Aryan gang, a white gang.
There's no Christian gang. There's no Jewish gang. There's no Hindu gang.
That's a lie. This is what I'm saying, brother. You've never been to prison, Jake. You've never been to prison. Most people that are in gangs are Christian. They are in gang time, but they go on Sunday and they go and they have service. There's no such thing as a Christian car in prison, bro. You ain't never going to find a Christian car in prison, bro. You will not find it. You know what you will find? What you will call a Christian car in prison? The kitty diddlers. The kitty diddlers that sit at that table by themselves, that's the Christian car. You'll see them sitting there with their Bibles and they have the Bible studies and all of that. That's it. You're not going to find a Christian car in prison, bro. You got people that are on gang time that are Christian, just not practicing it very well. But you're never going to find a Christian car in prison. Ask anybody. Ask anybody.
Well,
there's
no,
only
but that's
one
the point.
religion that's willing to subvert their own ideologies.
No, but that's
for
the point, though,
protection and
because
to offer each other protection.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
prison.
but that's the point.
And what do I mean by a car, Wednesday? A car is the group, like your group. So I'm from the Chicagoland area, the Indiana side, right? So I was in the Indiana car or the Midwest car, right? So we kicked it with Chicago, we kicked it with Indianapolis, Gary, Indiana, Hammond, Indiana, people from Michigan, you know, Detroit, all of them. We kicked it with all of them. That was the people that was, you know, part of our car. So a car is just your group.
So
the religion of peace is actually the biggest gang in any prison in America.
Okay, so let me make my point because you keep interrupting. So I agree that there is a Muslim gang, and the reason there's a Muslim gang is because the Aryan gang is a white gang, and whites are largely Christian, depending on the situation.
Facts.
And also you have
most of them are actually like Nordic. They're like they believe in Odin and Odin is
no dog. See what I'm saying, y'all? You see what I mean? He ain't been to prison. You have not been to prison. Yes, they have Odinists that are a part of that, but there's a lot of Christians that are a part of that. It is separate. Your religious practice is separate from your gang, bro. Your religion, let me say it again. Your religious practice is separate from your gang. Not all Aryans, not all whatever, GDs or whatever. Not all GDs are Muslim. Some GDs are Christian. Some Aryans are Nordic, the Norse mythology. Some of them are Christian. You don't know what you're talking about, brother. You've never been to prison.
And stuff like that.
Okay, so that's why they don't have that's why they don't have Christian gang. So and then in terms of that, then you got the black gang, you got the brown gang. The point is, what I'm trying to say is gang culture in prisons happens. And so when people become part of the Muslim gang, it's more accommodating because it's not based on your skin color, it's not based on race, it's based on a universalism, which in a way can be used for good, as per what I believe that Islam should be, or it can be used for bad because you can accommodate as many people as possible and then control the prisons. So of course Islam has, and so does Christianity, but obviously they're not being able to foment control in prison systems. And the reason they're not being able to do it is because when you look at Christianity as a religious concept, it isn't a law-based system. Hence why if you were to create a structural gang or a structural society based on Christianity, it's a lot more harder to do. Judaism would be, but obviously Jews generally end up not going to prison as much because they commit white-collar crime, and a lot of times they get away with it. So
facts. I met 2 Jews while I was locked up. One of the Jews was I forget his name. We called him the rabbi, and he was cool, man. He was real cool, and it was in a low, so he was chilling. You know what I'm saying? But he hung around with the blacks. Funny enough, he hung around with the blacks, and he was cool, bro. Real cool. He was a lawyer. He helped get a couple people's convictions overturned. Really good dude. I forget his name. I just know we called him the rabbi. And then another dude that was also, ironically enough, involved with doing law, and he was in Tucson with me. And he was another cool dude, helping people get their convictions overturned. So Yeah, they really, and he was with the independent whites. Even though he was part Jewish, he could not be with the Aryans. He could not be. He's one of the brothers that I'll tell you about. He was with the independent whites because he identified as white, but Jewish. And the independent whites was like, dude, we need the numbers anyway. So they took him in. He could pass as white, like Jake. So he was with the independent whites. He could not be an Aryan, nor would he want to be. So another point right there.
There's a little bit more of a complexity in that issue in terms of why that doesn't happen. There's a theological, philosophical reasons.
Love you too, Kiwita.
That being said, of course that happens, but I don't think that's a strong point because all you're proving is there's different types of gangs.
30K.
And gangs are violent, and then one gang is more dominant than the other gang, which I don't disagree with.
It is a strong point because the correlation does not stop in prison. And, you know, you have a largely Islamic audience here. And so there will be
most of my audience is Christian. But let me.
So then, then they have to, then the chat, I'm sure I can't see the chat or whatever. What I'm trying to make the point is because
they're all saying you're not a real Christian, but they're all Christians. They're like, but anyway.
Jesus Christ is Lord.
No,
and
but
God
we're going to speak about that. So what day did you get out of prison?
January 21st, 2025.
Okay. And so you do the Dearborn, Michigan thing. What's the reason why you decided to go into Dearborn, Michigan and do what you did?
So, you know, ever since I got out of prison, I felt that, you know, obviously my time and the influence that situation provided me to be able to have would, you know, to not just to throw it away, but to continue to build off of all this tribulation that God brought me through to sculpt the character in me, to sculpt some.
I highly disagree with you, brother. I don't believe that this is God sculpting this character that you have in you right now. As we're going to see, all of your antics that you've been putting on display for the world to see since you've gotten out of prison, brother, that is not God, not my God, not my God, not Christ. This is not Christ building this character that's being built within you right now that's on display. The character that he's building in you, you've yet to show. Maybe he's bringing you to it. Maybe this will all be part of your testimony later on, but the character that's just being built in you right now is straight from Satan, straight from the enemy, bro. Straight up.
Type of boldness in my heart to preach the word of God. And everybody who saw me, you know, one of the last times I went as viral as this was the day I got out of prison. I came out with my.
And that's what it's about. That's what it's about, is Jake going viral. Shout out to Daryl Neely. He's another J6er. He says he never went to federal prison as a federal inmate. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. That's a fact. Leanne got to run. Catch you later, Leanne. Love you.
Bible. I've been leading Bible studies in my prison cell for all different race, color, creed of people. I had at many times 18-year-old black men in my cell learning the word of God with me, hanging off the top bunk and sitting on the toilet and clamoring on top of each other because I was somebody that was well put together in prison. I had.
See, that's how you know you've never been to prison. Ain't no way in the world that you would say that you would have been an Aryan and would have had black young men hanging off your cell reading the Bible with them. You ain't never been to prison, dog. Ever. Ever. That would never happen. That would never happen, bro. Cap.
You know, a lot of goals. I was doing very well as far as, you know, my outside life. I had friends, family, you know, commissary coming in. I was sharing with people. So these young men, they never had a father figure in their life. And they see me on the phone all day long doing podcasts, working, you know, making something of myself, working out. And, you know, they want to know that peace that I have. They want to know who I am and, you know, what differentiates me from somebody who's going to sit down and play cards all day when I never would, you know, sit down and play games. I'd either be working, writing something out, on the phone, working out, something like that. So anyway, I had all these young kids come to me. I baptized over a dozen men, actually about 2 dozen men in prison, about 18 men, dozen and a half. And all of them, some of them were MS-13 gang members. A lot of them were J6ers. A lot of them were young black men. And I felt this calling when I get out, continue preaching the word of God, continue to reach people, but get active because, you know, President Trump and this agenda that he has, although he's doing absolutely stellar, there's only a certain amount of, you know, work that the government can do. They plateau after a while, and the rest is culture war.
Quick question.
Fighting to
when you were in
culture.
prison, were you a victim of anti-Semitism?
No, I wasn't. No, in fact,
I mean, I heard that you mentioned it on Spaces. I had
Bro, you gonna sit here and lie like that? Or now you said no. Honestly, now you're telling the truth. Right now, you're telling the truth when you said no. But you cried so much that we were anti-Semitic towards you when we were locked up in DC DOC, bro, that we got sick of hearing about it. You stayed talking about how anti-Semitic Tim was, how anti-Semitic the drawings were, that if we didn't agree with to send money to Israel, that we were anti-Semitic. When we would point out the people in the media and all of that, we were anti-Semitic. And now you're out here preaching it. Ain't that strange?
That you mentioned spaces that you were getting anti-Semitic attacks.
No, I never got any anti-Semitic attacks. There were some people that I had brought underneath my wing in prison, some scrawny white Jewish guys that I had to say, hey, they're with us. You know, they're going to get eaten alive here in Brooklyn. They were they were only eating kosher. So they were only eating matzah and apples because they weren't giving them any other kosher food. So these guys were like 90 pounds. One of my other brothers, J6 brothers, can tell you, we basically pulled them underneath us and just said, like, you know, nobody's going to bother you. You guys are with us. Eat at our table.
Who's Tim Hale?
Tim Hale is
Tim Hale, my dog, Tim Hale. a good brother. If you're on X, follow Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er. Hilarious.
that kind of, okay, so that's a different scenario. From the J6ers or from actual prison? Because you're talking about two different.
You never went to actual prison, Jake. You went to jails. You were only in DC jail and Brooklyn jail. You were never in prison.
Different scenarios
okay,
here.
so explain Tim Hale, because he has come out. Apparently, he shared a cell with you, right?
Yeah, for a short time. Yeah, we used to be best friends. We were great friends for a little while there, sharing adversity together, getting to know one another, roughly the same age, from almost the same area, the tri-state area and whatnot. But eventually, jealousy just took over his heart because I started my own January 6th organization. His aunt had one. I started out fundraising. I made some really big documentaries and just like jailhouse drama. But yes, he would try to basically undermine, similar to a lot of these like right-wing influencers that just came out of the woodworks. Like, I haven't done hundreds of interviews preaching the name of Jesus, running podcasts, baptizing people for years. Even before prison, I was running podcasts for, teaching the Bible and baptized before I even went to prison. But none of that matters to these people. They were looking to misalign my, patriotic fervor and say that it's some type of Jewish subversion, some type of,
We're gonna go through that.
Israeli this, and
We're
so
gonna go through that.
What's
We're
that?
gonna go through that in terms of whether it was, because I
And
don't
so,
think...
yeah, so basically Tim,
Yeah.
God bless little Timmy, I call him little Timmy, stuck in a well, is crying. He's cried so much.
Yo, this dude is lying so hard right now. Lying so hard right now, bro. All right. I need to bring Tim on so Tim could tell you the absolute truth, bro. This dude is lying, talking about crying. Jake, you were the one crying, dog, not Tim. Tim was one of the calmest brothers that I'm talking about, kept his demeanor straight in all situations. You were the one that was crying, dog. You were the one that was crying. I'll let Tim tell the story, but man, bro, this is cap, man. It's crazy.
Many tears over me that he's got his own well. He's cried himself
Well,
into.
he said he was your cellmate and you were a Fed.
Oh yeah, I'm a Fed. I did 9.
There it is. Listen, there it is. Tim don't hold no punches, man. Tim don't hold no punches. Tim said he was your cellmate and that you were a Fed. Listen to what he's about to say, though. Listen.
100 days solitary confinement. I have absolutely zero documentation of me ever working with any law enforcement agency. I've never sat down with the prosecutor. The only time when I first was arrested by the FBI, I sat there for 2 hours on the trip from Newburgh, New York to New York City and literally, excuse my language, shit on these guys for 2 hours straight. I told them how our founding fathers are rolling in their graves, how they're traitors, all this stuff, just berating them and endlessly barreling on. By the time they got me to the FBI field office, they looked at each other. They said, this guy's not going to answer any questions. Let's not waste our time. And that was it. I said, okay. And then they fingerprinted me and I left. So, and there's no record anywhere of any way, shape, or form. I've been the reason why there was been a split in some of the January 6th community is because early on I came out with a speech to the whole unit. And I said, no plea to tyranny. That was the name of the speech. And I told them how our honor and our integrity was on the line. We cannot plea out. We have to stand firm. What we did on January 6th is what our founding fathers would have done. And a lot of guys, obviously, like 80% of January 6ers took plea deals. And so I very on the onset, got a lot of stigma against me because I was like, using this strongly worded language of let's, stand up and never bow down and stuff. So obviously some people.
I am reading here, Maze just sent a message. She said she was basically relaying your information through prison on Spaces. And in there, you did say that you were Jewish.
Yeah, well, I have Jewish bloodline. I mean, if you count Jewishness as an ethnicity, not just a faith, then I guess 50% of my ethnic background is Ashkenazi, Russian, Jewish, but that's not my faith. I guess that would be. But I'm also personally wanted to start to question if Judaism is even an ethnic background, because there are different ethnicities it comes from. Sephardic Jews are from like the Middle East and North Africa. I'm from Russia. What kind of ethnic tie does my genome have with a Sephardic North African, dark skin?
Well, those who believe basically those who claim Jews are an ethnicity. And by the way, if you don't, that means you shouldn't believe that the state of Israel should exist, because the claim is based on ethnicity, right?
There it
now,
is.
The claim is that
they should exist as much as they can fight for their existence, just as any other people.
Yeah, but
I don't say
the
for
whole
against. I'm
reason
America
is that
first,
they say they're
America only. I don't really even have an opinion on the matter.
But
care less.
We're
Just
gonna
want
get
my
into whether you
people.
have an opinion on it in a second. But the claim is, because I understand both sides of the argument, but the claim is that your Jewish ancestors they bred into Eastern Europe, because remember, they were basically removed from Israel, and they went to many different regions. They scattered, and as they scattered, when they went to Europe, they married white people, and then you were the offspring of that, and they went.
Oh my God, this dude is cooking. This dude is cooking. He's giving him his history right now. He's giving him his history. Yo, shout out to Suliman. However, brother, I don't mean to misrepresent your name, but man, shout out to you.
Went to the Middle East and married brown people, and then or Arabs or black people. And
well, my argument even goes before that, but it's so nuanced, and I really want to focus on macro level discussions with you.
Oh, you don't want to focus on that part, huh? You don't want to focus on that part, huh? You want to focus on macro, like I get it. I understand. I wouldn't want that to come out either. Especially if I'm trying to get a whole, white supremacy movement started. I wouldn't want that to come out either. I get it.
Because you do get into these micro nuanced things.
Okay, so let's get into this, because one of the
don't
things
want
you
to be
upset
there.
about.
But I do believe, I have to say this, I believe the 12 tribes of Israel were white.
He believes the 12 tribes of Israel were white. Do y'all hear this guy? Do you hear him? This is how he's trying to get people to accept the fact that he is Jewish, because he believes that the 12 tribes of Israel were white. Okay. All right.
God, and I say this famously, God would not make himself not a white person, okay? Jesus was white. That's hilarious. You got it.
And I find it to be funny as he says stuff like this, but we all know that the color, which doesn't matter to me, I'm just saying, we all know that the color of Jesus was definitely not white. Not that he was black, but just definitely not white. How, Kash? How could you say this? Well, I mean, just simple logic. I mean, when Jesus was born, his mother and earthly father, Joseph, had to flee. And where did they go and hide? Egypt. Well, then how could they blend in if they were white? Because they went there to blend in so that they wouldn't be found. The only way that they could blend in is if they looked like the people from that area. And what did the people of that area look like?
That's the best. God would never make himself not white. So I believe Jesus was white. The 12 tribes of Israel were white. So, take whatever.
Oh, hold on, guys. Adam says, well, Kash, under American rules, Arabs are white. That's not true. Under American rules, Arabs are considered Caucasian, but not all Caucasians are white, historically. Not all Caucasians are white. Understand this, people, okay? You had a lot of Eastern Europeans that were dark. They're dark, not considered white, okay? Just throwing it out there.
However you want to take it, internet.
What's the basis of your belief?
There was now I got to quote the people I don't even want to be quoting, but anyway, Stu Peters had on this biblical scholar, not Stu, but this biblical scholar. I said his name a bunch over the last couple of weeks, but anyway, it's escaping me right now. And he was saying that the 12 tribes of Israel were actually white men, and I believe that to be true.
If it's the guy I know, that guy's Jewish, right?
No,
might be one of your cousins.
No, maybe God willing, who knows?
But okay, let's get into the Jewish thing, because I think it's only fair for you. Because one of the things you're upset about is the fact that people have been calling you Jewish, and they've been calling you a Jewish
not upset about being
subverter.
called Jewish. That would be insane to be upset about being called Jewish.
No,
But
but a Jewish subverter.
using that predicate to say that I'm a false Christian, that is some type of see, there are some people on like the middle ground area, like yourself, that were like blaming my Dearborn March on me being Jewish. That is an argument I'm willing to have, and we can go through that. But what I'm not willing to stand for, which is why I really, really push back hard on these people, is saying that I'm somehow tied to the state of Israel, and I'm being paid by them to do subversion.
Hold on. We're going to run this back. But Adam said, are Spanish, Italians, and Greeks not white then? Well, it depends. It depends. Some Spaniards have Moorish bloodline because the Moors conquered Spain and ruled Spain from the year 700 to the year 1400. A little later than 1400. So a lot of them have darker skin. A lot of Spaniards have darker skin. They depict, the Queen Elizabeth and all of those. They depict them as, or Queen Isabella, they depict them as white. But before that, you had a lot of dark-skinned dudes over there. Northern African, they literally mixed together. So then when you talk about the Italians, it depends. Are you talking about all the people from that area? Because the Sicilians also have Moorish bloodline, and they are dark. They are literally, they had racial terms for the Sicilians because they were dark. Some Italians, and the Greeks, also the Greeks. The Greeks had some mixed bloodlines because they were going down into Africa to study. They mixed with the women there. It's even said, I don't know how true this is, but it's even said that Julius Caesar himself had a child with Cleopatra that was mixed. I don't know how true it is, but I mean, it's just what's said. So you never know, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. It doesn't even matter. Who cares if people are mixed? Who cares what color people are? It doesn't matter.
First of things in America, January, like they'll go back and say, I wasn't even in prison. They will tell me, and it's offensive to me, because this was a huge psyop, that I wasn't even in prison during those years that I was in prison, starving, with rats crawling around my feet, without sunlight. People have been saying that for years.
No, but I mean, out of the main people that you were upset with.
No. Nobody out of the main people said that, but it ties into this whole entire, like, January 6th was an operation, and Jake was a provocateur, bad actor, paid shill, all those words, right?
I mean, it kind of does make sense though, Jake. I mean, there's too many coincidences, bro. Too many. How your continuance for your trial, like you're like the only person that started. You got arrested right at the beginning. You're like the only person, bro. The only person that didn't get sentenced. And a lot of people that got sentenced didn't take pleas either. So you can't say it was because you didn't take a plea. A lot of people that didn't take pleas still got sentenced. But you kept bouncing around from jail to jail. Ironically, where J6ers were. Just like how you tried to get the Proud Boys to sign that little note that you wrote about sedition. Huh? How you always were pushing around papers to try to get people to sign with their name on it. And then you say that there's no evidence of you ever cooperating or ever anything like that, which, hey, I'm not beating you here. But I mean, if you didn't get convicted and you never had a trial, well, then we would never know what's in your discovery. As far as like the whole, sentencing transcript and all of that. All the evidence will never come out of whether or not you were cooperating. Right? I mean, because everybody else it's out there. But yours, not, because you never went to sentencing. And then General Flynn calling in to sing you happy birthday. And then, all the money that you raised and how you were able to get on all these different news networks where everybody else was denied. A lot of people were denied. Only the people that took that Jake money, I noticed they were the ones to get the interviews. They were the ones to be on Newsmax. They were the ones to, just saying, it makes too much sense. Now to see you out here doing what you're doing, denying your your Jewishness, how you used to be so proud of it, now you're denying it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like you're a part of a psyop.
Well,
Jewish bad actor.
yeah, but let's
there.
get into it.
And then again, he's
No,
a
I
Jewish
understand
bad
that.
actor here.
No,
and
but
he's being
look,
paid
look,
to
a
do
lot
it
of us
plus
do believe.
7,000.
But Jake,
Plus 7,000. Plus 7,000. See, that pisses me off because then that goes at the integrity of my movement, the integrity of who I am and what I stand for. You can call me a Jew all day long. Couldn't give it, crap less. I'm gonna look right in the camera. I look more white than you do. 90% of you shit posters from India call me, oh, you're Jew this, Jew that. I stand up for white people. I believe in the God of Jesus Christ. I stand up for Republican Christian values. And I'm here fighting the good fight. And my skin's white. So shut the fuck up.
Okay,
Or
so
come and see me at my next march instead of just being a keyboard warrior.
So
I
let's get into that.
Just like I would in prison. When I ran the white car, I would have sat down the white.
You ain't never ran no white car in prison, Jake, because you never been to prison. You definitely would not be a leader in prison. But the way that you are and the way that you talk, bro, I'm telling you, you would not have made it in prison. That's probably why you didn't go. They knew to protect you. You would have never made it in prison, even in a soft yard, dog. You would not have made it. You would have got stabbed, guaranteed.
Guys and put them right in line.
Well,
and
I think
if you're not with us, guess what? You have no protection.
Okay, Jake. The problem is that one of the a problem that people have, and we're gonna go through why people think that you're Jewish, right? And why people have question marks about your integrity. But in terms of the reason why people have a look at people like you with acutely is because a lot of Jewish people, Jewish Zionists, for a very long time have subverted by making themselves seem white and have destroyed Western society. And
Here, I just want to show you guys why people think that Jake Lang is Jewish, just so everybody gets an understanding, okay? This is why people think that Jake Lang is Jewish. That's Jake Lang at the Wailing Wall, dressed up with the little thing on his head. You got the yarmulke, kissing the wall, okay? America stands with Israel. That's why people think Jake Lang is Jewish. Just want to clear that up, just in case anybody's wondering, okay? Yeah, he looks white, but that's the whole thing that people are talking about right now, right? That they're saying that Jewish people are here, let me rephrase that. That the people that bought the corn industry, the people that are involved in certain media and propaganda that gets put out and pushing the LGBTQ and the George Soroses and all of that. Like, they don't accept George Soros. Racist white people do not accept George Soros, even though he's not a part of Judaism. He's an atheist. But they recognize his Jewish ethnicity, right? It's the same thing with you, Jake. It's not about anything else other than you're out here causing chaos, trying to represent Christianity and white people, and doing a horrible job at it, by the way. Standing up for white people about what? A made up, the thing about Islamification? Oh, because white people are being bred out? Your dad helped to cause that when he breeded with your mother. Because you're not white. You might look like it, but you're not. You're Jewish. Just like it was in that picture that we just showed in that video of you at the Wailing Wall. So your father helped to be a dent in the movement that you're so just out there trying to push. And the crazy thing is, Jake, is that if America did follow your dream of a white America, you would not be a part of it, brother. If there's any white supremacists that are watching this right now, would you accept Jake Lang after watching that video? Or would he be, let's say the white utopia happened in America and it was all white folks. I'm talking Aryans, right? Hitler's dream. Would Jake be accepted in that society? Just based off of his mother, who his mother is. Would Jake be accepted in your society? And I'm pretty sure the answer would be hell no.
Issue between Muslims and Christians. So now I want to see, because
I agree with that. Well, let me add to that, because one of the things that pushed me over into like the I'm just America first, America only, is like reading articles in like the Telegraph or all these other bullshit UK programs, written by some white liberal lady saying like, white people need to stop having kids, and all this like Hollywood subversive Jewish, basically satanistic, they're Luciferians They don't believe in the God of the Bible, Yahweh, that's for sure. And so you mix that in with like the owners of the porn companies, black, right, pushing this interracial, disgusting filth on our children, the porn company Black and Pornhub and OnlyFans being owned by Jews. I mean, they're not any type of Bible-believing Jew, but...
Okay, now we have to address this because he's trying to make a distinction, talking about Yahweh. And here's an interesting thing. I want you guys to see this, okay? Because this is what I'm about to show you is a Jewish person, right? Here. This is a Jewish person and a Muslim and a Christian all having a conversation. This is an Orthodox Jewish person, they don't agree in the filth that's being pushed by these corn industries that Jake's talking about or the media or any of that. This guy is an Orthodox Jew, okay? Now I want you to listen. Listen closely.
As a Jew man, do you believe the same God as a Christian?
No.
Thank you very much. But the Christians, they jump us crazy that they believe the same God. Anyway, so is that who's
And the light.
the lights? Which light? Traffic lights?
Come to Jesus. He's the way, the truth, and the light.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Uncle, wait. Do you believe the same God as him?
What?
Do you believe the same God as him?
Oh yeah, of course.
Do you believe the same God as him?
You believe?
Pretty crazy, right? So the Jews that he's saying are good, the good Jewish people, will tell you that they don't believe in the same God as a Christian. You know who they believe in the same God as? A Muslim, which gets also said in a video. They say that Allah and Yahweh are the same person according to Judaism. Orthodox Judaism says that Yahweh and Allah are the same God, but that the Christian God is not the same God, and they don't believe in that God. Tell us again, Jake. Tell us again about the bad Jewish people versus the good Jewish people and believing about the God of the Bible. No Orthodox Jewish person believes in the God of the Bible. Okay? I want you to understand that, bro.
They have the same, I guess, ethnic background or whatever. And so, yes, I vehemently stand against those people. And that's why I'm a Christian, because I don't have I don't have any leeway in the social sphere of being a Christian, nor by the word of God to promote sexuality of inner bestiality. I mean, it's disgusting.
So Jake, we'll speak about that in a second, because this is going to be about the broader issue that you have with Islam, right? But just before that, because we need to understand, right, like in terms of you. So you are somebody who was a Jew. We've all seen the video, right? You went to the wall, you kissed the wall. I mean, not just kissed the wall, you snogged the wall. Like, you were in there so hard, I've never seen anything like it. I actually thought some porn director was directing it. But you also had the tiffle on. You were getting in there like really hard. So explain that to us. What were you doing at the wall with the tiffle, with the Jewish tiffle on, really submersing yourself into the Jewish identity?
Well, so, when you grow up as something having a heritage of Jewish people in your family.
That right there, that clip would have got you skinned alive if you was ever trying to join the Aryans. That right there. When you're somebody that has a heritage of Jewish people in your family, Jake, you are contradicting yourself at every turn, dog.
Even though I went to Catholic school, right? First Holy Communion, baptized, prayed every night with my 6'3" German father, last name Long, you also have an identity, small amount, obviously, even though no matter how secularized or Americanized, my mother is, which she, we never went to temple like that. Once a year, we would light the menorah for Hanukkah. And
that right there, Jake, would have got you skinned alive in prison, talking about that you lit a candle for Hanukkah if you were a part of the Aryan gang. Just pointing it out, because you said you'd be accepted by the Aryans. You tell them that you lit a menorah for Hanukkah, and you would have gotten beaten with locks and socks and probably poked with a big piece of metal in a couple different parts of your body. Just saying. That's prison.
It wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be part of like my everyday identity. It was just like, hey, our ancestors, 3,000 years ago did this. So, one time out of the year.
And now he's getting stuttered up. That's what he did in prison, in jail. He's getting stuttered up. He's nervous. He's trying to make sure he articulates this in the right way that seems like a white way.
And we had the Christmas tree, we'll do the menorah and, and sing the song. So it was more like family heritage based, not, religiously based, because my mom's a secular Jewish woman. And
not religious based, heritage based. So you agree that it's in your blood, which would make you not part of the Aryan Brotherhood, brother. Not brother. Yep. We got to skin him alive, get him off the yard, y'all. He's not one of us. He's not Nordic at all. He just said his heritage comes from them menorah lighters over there. Tell you what, you'd have been gone. You'd have been gone.
She doesn't go to temple. I've been to temple maybe 3 times.
Yes. The Aryan Brotherhood and Aryan circles in prison hate more than they hate black people. They hate the people that wear yarmulkes. 100%. Yes.
Hanukkah is a religious concept, though.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it's from the Bible, from the Maccabees book in the Catholic Bible about the miracle that was delivered by the hand of God, but it's part of the Christian faith. Jesus and
so now Hanukkah is a part of the Christian faith. Now Hanukkah, everybody, do you hear that? This year, we're not celebrating Christmas. We're not celebrating the birth of our Lord and Savior. No, we are celebrating Hanukkah because it is a part of the Christian faith. Get your menorahs ready, everybody.
In Matthew 10, and whoever, let's talk. Matthew 10, let's go to Matthew 10, because Jesus is celebrating Hanukkah in Matthew 10, by the way, the Festival of Lights there. So let's not get too crazy here, because my God.
The Jews are better Christians, basically, you're saying.
No. Christians are better Christians. Jews got to work on themselves. We got too many Pornhub owning Jews out here. So listen, when you go to Israel to visit a family member, right, you're walking through Jerusalem, and I was already 20 years old. I never had a bar mitzvah. Like at 13, like if I was a Jew, if anybody in my family was even remotely Jewish, I would have been forced bar mitzvah at 13 years old. Never had that. Never even had that in the question, because that's not the way I was raised. I was raised an American white Catholic kid. So when I go out there to go visit a family member in Israel, I go and get the tourist trap. Boom. Right now, we'll give you 2 bar mitzvahs for the price of 1. My 80-something-year-old grandma.
Christian would have been like, no, I'm sorry. That's not a part of my faith. I don't need to do this. I don't believe in this. Not you, Jake. You're being a good Jewish boy for your family. I understand. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with it. I think it's pretty cool that you celebrate your culture like that.
Mother was there, my mom, people that are in my family that are Jewish. And so they want to do the celebration, go to the Wailing Wall there, and you pay $300, and some guy wraps your arm up and stuff. He says the word in Hebrew, you repeat the word in Hebrew. So it's like a tourist thing.
You were like a good Jewish boy.
I was a good Jewish boy for one time in my life. My family was happy.
That right there would have got you filleted in prison, Jake. Let's get an understanding. You just admitted that you were a good Jewish boy for one day for your family, and that it was a part of your heritage, and that you were at the Wailing Wall. Yep, they definitely would have skinned you. You would not have made it.
Okay, you had a certificate and everything, right?
What's that? See, I don't know what a certificate is.
Like an award. They were giving you an award. Like there was this paper.
No, certificate. I see. Yeah. I can't understand half the shit you say because you're not speaking English.
No, I'm speaking English, but it's British English.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But no, a certificate. Yeah, if you see the certificate says 13 on it, like for a 13-year-old boy.
I thought you were 13.
Yeah, I was a little bit big. Everybody with my grandpa was joking about it the other night. They were like, that's a big 13-year-old. And so anyway, it was just a part of like going to Ireland. If you're Irish, right, you go and you kiss the Blarney Stone. Even if you're not Irish, there are just certain things you do. I'm obviously having a Jewish background. I went to the full level there, and I didn't just kiss the wall. I got the whole bar mitzvah experience there.
Yeah.
But
I can tell you this: if I ever go to Israel, right, I guarantee you that I nor any of my children would ever participate in that ceremony. I would never put on the little yarmulke like all of our politicians do and kiss the Wailing Wall. I don't see a point. I might go visit the Wailing Wall. I think that would be cool to see. But I would never partake in any of the little rituals of writing a promise on there or writing a note of what you were praying to God and putting it inside the wall. I wouldn't do it. It's for what? I'd feel stupid. And then no offense to anybody who does that, but just me in particular, as my faith, I wouldn't do it. That's just me, though.
It's not like something I came home with. Not like right when you kiss the wall, your soul leaves your body. And
Good point right there. Does he have dual citizenship? I don't know. I don't know. I know that his sister served in the IDF, so I know that she definitely has dual citizenship. But I don't know about him. I'm not sure.
now you're an Israeli agent and an asset for the rest of your life. There are people, Americans, that have visited Israel, kissed the wall, and they're still America first, freedom fighting patriots who will take a baseball bat to the skull of tyranny if need be.
I mean, you had the thing is, so I've seen people go to the Wailing Wall and kiss it who are also not Jewish, but none of them had the tiffel on. They didn't do the bar
because
mitzvah.
I have Jewish bloodline, so
Yeah,
it
you
was
do.
like
This
something
is the
that
point,
they
you're
offered
Jewish.
me.
So you had that, but then what? But your recent claim in this spaces, or so in this conversation, is that while you were in jail, you were a Christian.
Yes, well, I was in jail, but even before I was in jail, during COVID 2020, I used to be very deeply involved in New York City hospitality and nightlife. I was 7 nights a week out, living a wanderer's life, right?
A liberal life. Because let's not forget, Jake, that you were a part of the Yellow Vest movement, that whole liberal thing that was going on. You were a part of those protests and riots as well, if I'm not mistaken, allegedly, for my own protection. I know there's a lot of lawsuits going on right now from Jake for anybody that's putting out any information about him. So allegedly.
Quintessential, every night out, girls, parties, all of that. It was 7 years straight.
So you rejected Judaism, then you were a Christian.
I wasn't anything during that time. I wasn't following Christianity or Judaism. But
Sorry. I mean, when you came out of prison, you rejected Judaism and you were a Christian.
Yeah, as much as a Jew can reject Judaism being the basis, the first part of the Bible,
As much as a what? As much as a Jew can reject Judaism? That right there, Jake, would have got you filleted, skinned alive in prison. Yeah, if you were trying to join the Aryan Brotherhood. Now, if you were just going in there and just being a regular guy, then, you might have been all right. But if you were talking, because you said that you could join the Aryan Brotherhood, yeah, that would have got you right there for that one.
I reject more of the Jewish subculture that goes along the Americanized or the Zionisticized ideology of a Jew, as far as like this having beholding
which
to
denomination
any other country.
of Christian are you?
Me, I'm a born again believer, Bible believing, Bible thumping, rough and tough.
Which denomination?
There's not. That's called a born again believer is a non-denominational, somebody that it believes in the word of God purely. They can go to any church, anywhere that Jesus Christ's name is spoken. We can be there in the midst.
Okay,
it's
so
not.
let's look at this though. So you have that situation. You're a born again Christian.
Yeah, in 2020 during COVID, basically.
So why
I had
is it
to stop.
on?
Nightlife stopped for me, and I had to look myself in the mirror. And I got close to God. I started reading the Bible, going to church, was baptized. Really had an awakening in my soul, saying, you got to get out of this childish nonsense and start to put together a life of legacy, like Charlie Kirk would live or something.
Charlie Kirk and you are very different, my brother. Charlie Kirk did not preach what you preach. What you preach isn't even a gospel. Not the gospel of Christ. It's the gospel of the devil. In my opinion.
So why is it on June the 3rd? So you come out of prison. You've been out of prison for 5 months, right? You're a Christian. You've baptized lots of people, as you claim. And then on 13th of June, you post the video of you snogging the wall. Why would any Christian post a picture or a video of him snogging the wall with the tiffel on?
I can answer that. It was because I made a video that went pretty viral. And it was me disputing Jake like how I'm doing now. And I pointed out that he was Jewish where we were locked up with him in DC DOC. And I started calling out, his Jewish heritage when he was out there doing the whole white supremacy thing in Texas on behalf of what he was trying to represent as Austin Metcalf, which Austin Metcalf wasn't a racist. Rest in peace, Austin Metcalf. So when I did that, Jake had to come back, and I was doing spaces. I was doing interviews. I was on Jason Whitlock. And then he had to post it. He had to post it because he had to try to salvage it, like not be ashamed of his Jewish heritage that he was trying to hide from people, getting them to believe that he was some Nordic white guy. So that's why.
Well, first of all,
because that's you representing your Jewishness.
First of all, Paul, that could have just as easily been Paul snugging the wall there, right? Saul turned to Paul. But the reason why I posted those videos is because, and this is so easy, I saw the Islamic Muslim invasion of Israel, like coming to a head. No, I really did. I see. You see this.
How did
they're
Islam?
about to
How
have
did the
weapons of
Islamic
mass
Muslim
destruction.
invade Israel? What are you talking about? Israel struck
Well,
first.
we hear.
You hear it coming back to Israel now. Huh? Y'all hear it coming back to Israel now, right? All right.
Here,
Israel
that
struck
Iran-
first, bro. What are you talking about on the 12th of June?
We
No one
hear-
denies that.
No, first of all, October 7th. But I'm not here to. You love
October the
arguing.
7th.
Look, he's getting flustered. He can't take facts. He doesn't know. See, this is the thing that you guys got to realize about Jake. Jake only has talking points. He got a couple dates that he can remember that he'll use when he throws out there when he talks about founding fathers and all of that. But his historically, Jake doesn't have a whole lot of knowledge. We figured that out when we were locked up with him. He only has talking points. He's not a real knowledgeable person. Okay? He tries to present himself as one, but he's not. He's not knowledgeable at all. He couldn't stand in a debate with this guy. He can't stand in a debate with anybody who actually knows history or knows anything, right, about the things that he's talking about. He gets slammed every time, and he tries to just overtalk them. That's his thing. When he can't win, he'll overtalk, cut you off, not let you make a point. That's what Jake does.
Was again.
Listen, fuck Israel, fuck Palestine, fuck all you guys.
Yo, see, this is where it gets vulgar, everybody. Sorry.
In the Middle East. How about that?
I'm not in
we
the Middle
don't
East.
want to argue it. We have an epidemic in
No,
our
but you're not
streets
answering the
of
question.
white
Why did
girls
you
being
post on the
brainwashed
13th of June?
to love
Why
black
did you
NFL
post
athletes?
on the
We don't
13th
give
of
a
June? He's
shit
not
about
answering the
Middle
question.
East.
He won't answer why he posted it on the 13th of June. What was on the 13th of June, everybody? Look it up. Look up the 13th of June.
So I will answer the question. No matter what happens, if I see Jerusalem fall to Islam, I will crusade, whether it's by side of Christians, by the side of Jews. I don't want those dirty bastards, those pedophile worshiping.
Whoa, language, Jake. Language. Excuse the language, everybody. Adult content here. Adult content. Let's fast forward a bit because he's saying crazy stuff.
Jake,
We don't want to be your friend.
Jake,
Get
can
out
we
of
have
our country.
Okay, Jake, can we have a civilized conversation? You say something and then I say something. We can both scream over each other, but no one's going to enjoy that. People want to hear your position and people want to hear my position, right? So I'll cede the floor to you if you want to give your position, but then when I speak, if you can let me finish my position, this is how academics speak.
I was saying the Holy War. I was coming at this as a Christian crusader. That's like my new, if you ask my political party, right? If you ask my ideology, if you ask those things, I'm on full crusade mode. I believe like 50% of white men my age are basically past republicanism. We're past MAGA. We're past America first. We're past America only. We're in full crusade mode. So the reason why I posted that photo, albeit not in good taste with the, with today's viewing of what the fidelity of kissing the wall looks like, was really to make a statement like, I'm ready for a holy war and fuck the Muslims. Let's go to war.
I don't agree with that statement, everybody. Sorry if you're watching this. YouTube, don't strike me. This dude, I'm covering. This is coverage, okay? I don't agree with the thoughts and views reflected in this video from this person, all right? Don't strike me for this. Facebook you either.
That's what I'm saying, because that's what it truly is. Look at London. Look at Berlin. Look at Rome. Look at New York City. Look at these places where these parasites have infected us. President Trump's doing the Lord's work right now. I don't want violence. I want holy deportation. If you ask me, the best holy war right now would be holy deportations, mass denaturalization, mass deportation. Get all you guys out. Every green card holding Muslim jihadi, get them out. We don't want you. We're taking our gas stations back. We don't need you to pump our gas that badly. Please leave our country. We are on.
It's funny. A lot of the gas stations are owned not by Arab Muslims, but by Hindu, Pakistani, Indian, this is what I mean. Just not knowledgeable. The Arabs own the convenience stores.
Crusade mode here. The future of Western civilization, the future of white civilization, the future of Christian civilization is independent upon getting you guys out. And
the future of white civilization. See how it brings it back to race. Now, again, he said he's a Christian. He said he believes in the gospel. He says he believes in Christ, and he had this awakening. But then it comes back to just being white, which he's not. He's just not. You can't make this up, man.
if that means destroying APAC in the process and a bunch of these other
if that means destroying AIPAC in the process. Not that we should. Not that we should destroy AIPAC. No. If that meaning that, I mean, if it doesn't call for that, then we shouldn't, right? That's what that means.
NGOs, Jewish and Catholic NGOs, because the Catholics love, for some reason, funneling frickin' brown people into Europe like it's no tomorrow. But so do the Jews. So we need to reject all the ideology.
Okay. Do you want to? You're just going into so many tangents, Jake. You're going to so many tangents.
Crusader pill, my
Okay,
friend. I just
okay.
Crusader pill.
Let me respond.
Audience,
Okay, let me respond. Let me respond to your alleged Crusader pill. And let's talk one topic at a time, because you're trying to scattergun loads of points, and then we're gonna end up monologuing like 10 minutes each, and it's gonna be boring.
That's done on purpose, Solomon. He does that on purpose because he couldn't answer the question. He danced around the question, the original question. He never answered it.
For both of us. So in the first problem with your point is that you posted on the 12th of June, Israel attacked Iran. Israel attacked Iran despite the fact that the United States of America had planned negotiations on the Sunday. So they're the ones who were attacking. The second problem is that you posted a day after that. You posted supporting your nation of birth, which is Israel, because you're an Ashkenazi Jew. And so you need to have a bit of control. You need to have a control.
What are you talking about? I was born in Middletown, New York.
Okay, you need to have a bit of control, right? And what I mean is, you guys believe it's your birthright. So just let me.
I don't believe that.
No,
I
mean Ashkenazi Jews do. But look, you need to. Ashkenazi Jews do. Look, you need to have a bit of civility, right? I know you believe in Jewish supremacy, where you guys can overtalk.
Civility. I'm on Crusader mode,
no,
brother.
But I know. No, it's not. I only have this problem with. I only have this problem with Jewish. I only have this problem with Jewish.
See, this is what he's got to do, because dude's about to get him. He's about to get him. And he doesn't want it to be heard. He said, I'm not in civility mode anymore. I'm in Crusader mode and slapping Qurans with bacon. That's what he said. Now he's trying to keep the audience that he might have out there watching him. Like, yeah, Jake, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, slap it with bacon. Them morons. Yeah.
Supremacists, they believe that they can overtalk people. But you know what it is? All man is equal according to Christianity and Islam. So let's try and base it on that as opposed to Judaism. Right? So now in terms of, and so this is why I let you speak.
No. Jake was not in a state prison or federal prison. He was in jail. There's a difference. He was in jail, not prison. Prison is state prison, and federal prison. He was in neither.
And I disagree with everything you said, and you did scattergun. Now, in terms
you said it was my country of birth, so that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys believe it's your birthright. So what happened was when basically they went to war with Iran, Iran then were about to respond. And you saw the response that happened. This gave you this kind of longitude, this love towards what you guys believe is your birthright. And so then you posted. And what did you post? You could have posted anything. You posted a video of you snogging the wall, having the tefillin on. As you mentioned, your family is Jewish. You just mentioned it earlier on here. You have massive links to the heritage. And so that's the real reason why you did it. And this is the problem with what people have seen, because if that video was from when you were 20 years old, if that video was from when you were 20 years old, that's a different story, because I can understand why.
The video is from when I'm 20 years old.
I mean, if you'd only posted it when you were 20, that would have been a different story, because I can understand.
Say holy war
I can understand why someone would do that, even though I wouldn't be so influenced. But
look at how disgruntled he is, because he's making a point. You didn't just post it when you were 20. You posted it now. For what significance? For what significance? The day after. Come on.
I can understand how maybe a weaker person, by the family members, push them and they're like, okay, I'll be a good Jewish boy or whatever, and they'll do it.
But you nice thing to do for your 80-year-old grandparents.
But you end up doing it on. You end up posting on the 30. He can't help himself. He can't help himself. He can't control the Jewish supremacists. Can't control
we're getting into it now. So
the Jewish supremacists can't control themselves.
Sometimes.
He just called that man a Jewish supremacist, and that's really what it comes down to. See, he made a statement earlier on. He said about the Muslims that they had. We know about your sneaky teachings about where you lie and subvert the truth and all of that. But that's exactly what it says in the Talmud, that a Jew can lie to a non-Jew to subvert them from the truth. That is in the Talmud. That is in your heritage to do that, to lie, to subvert the truth. So you can't use that against Muslims and not apply it to yourself when you are saying that you have a heritage of Judaism, of being Jewish, and your family practices Judaism, even though you don't. You say you don't anymore, even though you were at the Wailing Wall and you did the little Tefel thing and all of that. But yeah, it says that in the Talmud. To subvert the truth, you can lie to anybody that is not Jewish to subvert them from ever finding out the truth. I'm just pointing that out. Don't believe me, look it up.
The Jewish supremacists can't control themselves. And so in reality, and what the worst thing about what you did was, not only did you show yourself snogging the wall, representing your connection to Israel, you also were clamoring for war with Iran, and you wanted US troops to go to war with Iran. Your actual tweet talked about how you wanted America to join the war and that you would also join. You wanted Americans to risk their lives, to put their lives on the line for the state of Israel that has occupied the United States of America and destroyed it. Destroyed the US, destroyed the UK, destroyed Western civilization. Again, it shows, again, that you were acting as a traitor, even though you may or may not have realized it. In addition to that,
Right there. He just put him on blast. Jake was calling for, on his own tweet, look it up on his X. Jake was calling for Americans to go and defend Israel. So he's against the Islamification, and he says he's against, the Zionist stuff and all that. But he's calling for Americans, for your sons and daughters, to go and fight on behalf of a foreign nation. Okay? Against Iran. Why? And then he shares that video of himself being Jewish. Make it make sense. Are you guys okay with that? Any white supremacists in the audience, would you be okay with your sons and daughters going and fighting a war on behalf of Israel with Iran? Jake's representing you guys, and he says that he would go. He would sign up himself to go. And he wants your sons and daughters to do the same.
Agree with that.
Well, I'm going to give you a chance to respond on that. I think
Well,
it's
let me
fair.
respond to
No,
that
but I
because
need to
you're
respond to
gonna
all your
add another
points.
point in.
But I need to respond to all your points. This is why I didn't think it was a good idea to do the scattergun, which you did. Let me cover them points, and we'll talk specifically about this point. The second thing is, you said that we worship the pedophile prophet. First of all, no one worships the prophet, peace be upon him. The second thing is, he isn't a pedophile. We can discuss this as well.
P be upon him? Did you say
Peace,
piss be up?
peace,
Peace be upon him.
Yeah.
I
know you Jews don't like peace,
do
do you? The Jews don't like peace, you see. So
It's getting spicy now. From this point forward, you guys, it just gets real spicy. Real spicy. They get to talking crazy. I don't agree with neither one of them making jokes against the other for their ethnicity or religion, but it is going to happen, just so you guys are aware.
I understand why you guys would get confused with that word. But
Jesus
that being said,
himself said, I came not to bring peace, but a sword of division.
Who
to
said that?
separate Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior.
Okay.
Said, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword of division. To
So
separate the sheep from the goats.
okay.
The sinners
Well,
from the
I don't know.
righteous,
I don't know about
light
that.
from
I'll
the
take your.
dark.
I don't know about that. I'll take it.
You would be amongst the goats, Jake. And that verse that you're quoting, you are taking completely out of context. It's not calling for you to act as you're acting, okay? In fact, it's calling you to conduct yourself in a far opposite manner than you have been. That's how you get separated. The peace that he's talking about not coming for is making peace with doing evil. It's not an actual war of bloodshed and all. It's not that. It's not making peace with evil. Not doing evil. And you'll know who they are because they're going to be separated. The people that are not for this evil, that are not conformed to the patterns of this world, but are transformed by the renewing of their mind, are going to be separated. Those are the sheep that he's talking about separating from the goats. The wheat from the tares. Just pointing that out.
The
Word for it.
Europeans from the mongrels.
Okay. So now coming back to it, that's the other fallacy. The other point you made is about Europe being taken over or UK being taken over by Muslims. Again, that's fake news. Now, in terms of going back to the point in terms of Israel or you being a subverter, is because you leave prison on January the 6th. You then on June 13th, after this war starts, which hasn't got anything to do with the United States of America, even Charlie Kirk, who's probably one of the most pro-Israel Christian guys in the United States of America, didn't want the United States of America to join the war with Israel against Iran because he didn't want U.S. boots on the ground. But you wanted it, but we obviously know why, because of your ethnicity. In addition to that, your claim was about Christians. And the other last point is in terms of Christians, because I'll try and keep it specific because I think it's going to get boring if we scattergun. in terms of Christians, your camera's turned to the wrong.
Am I is it right now?
It's right now, yeah. And then the other point is in terms of Christians. Yes, there is the oldest church in Gaza. They were and stood with the Palestinians. They're against the state of Israel. And the Israel actually sniped and killed 2 of the old Catholic women. Now you can hold the position that look, Christians, there's some Christians who are for and some Christians are against, and it's kind of there's some nuance. I don't agree with that position, but you can hold that position. That's fine if you hold that. But then that again doesn't preclude you to say that you want to join Israel for a war when it makes no sense from a Christian perspective. Christians have had their holy
Mic drop. Mic drop.
land in Israel for thousands of years. Go.
Let me break it down this way, because we have to separate the Israeli government from the Israeli people, because the Israeli government well, you have to separate the Gazan government, Hamas, from the Gazan people too, because those are two different people. One of them is a militaristic, horrible, horde of Muslims trying to kill people, and the other one are people just trying to live their lives, which I support the Gazan people. I support the Israeli people. Both of their governments are disgusting. I don't care what anybody says. The Israeli government,
On that, we agree. I'll give him that. On that part, we agree.
first of all, don't support the Israeli government because of the things that we just recently talked about. The Luciferian, New World Order, central banking system, there's a million names for Illuminati. That area, the Marxist people, they're colluding along in with the Chinese and the Qatarian to try to eradicate white people from Europe and from America.
Why do you think white people have been eradicated, Jake?
Why? Because white people vote differently. Muslims vote 80% Democrat. They're for big government, big state, big Allah. They love bowing down. They love being sheep. They hate small government. They hate personal rights, just like Jews. Jews also vote 60, 70, 80%. Jewish men vote
80%.
Jewish men vote 60%, Jewish women 80%.
No,
Democrat.
80%.
That's why why do these people want to destroy white, Christian, Western men, American and European? Because we vote correctly. We vote for small government, individual liberties. Muslims don't do that. Nowhere in the world.
Who's these people?
Nowhere in the world where there's Muslims is there any type of constitutional, God-given, actual human rights. It's only dictated by big government, where it's Sharia government or just their big crappy government.
No, I'm asking you, Jake, you're not understanding the question. I'm asking you. I agree with you. No, but listen, but you're not listening to the question. You're not listening to the question.
As I've already spoken.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening to the question. I'm asking you, which I agree with. There is a population collapse amongst the white population throughout the world, right? Me and you discussed this. We agree with this. I'm asking you, how did that happen? How did the white population collapse? Who was the cause of it?
PSYOPs. Am I on? Okay.
Yeah.
PSYOPs.
By who?
Different people, but for mainly
by different people. Which different people?
Well, obviously the child. But first of all, let me get to my main point. The main person, the Israeli, Jewish, Luciferian, Zionist, New World Order, central banking system, Rothschildian people that have pushed hookup culture, gangster culture, interracial culture, all that garbage on the American people. You're not going to hear this from fucking Mossad agent. So everybody calls.
Well, I don't know. You're not being very clear. You're not actually blaming the right people.
He won't say it. He won't say it. He will not call out Israel. He will not call out the people that he says that he's not, but he is. He won't say it. He'll talk about Qatari. He'll talk about Muslim. He'll talk about liberals. He'll talk about lobbyists, but he won't talk about Jewish people.
Just said all of the names of the same standard of people that we've hated.
He makes what he does is he makes a distinction. He'll say a type, but he doesn't make the same distinction for the types of others, like the types of Muslims, the types of leftists, the types. But he'll make the distinction when it comes to talking about Jewish people. That's the thing.
For a long time. People that Jesus Christ called the synagogue of Satan, false Jews, Jews who pretend to be Jews but are not. False Jews, those who do not even follow the written word of God in the Torah. They have no God. They're godless. They worship the dark.
Seems like you're scared to blame where it's Jew. Where it's Jew.
Not all Jews, because it's not all Jews, because you can go into a...
There it is. It's not all Jews, and he's right. He's 100% correct. Just like it's not all Muslims. Just like it's not all Democrats. Just like it's not all of anything. Because every person, human being on this planet, is capable of doing good and doing bad. So it's funny how you can make the distinction when it comes to Jewish people, but you can't make the distinction for anybody else, is the point that I think this man is trying to make. And he did well.
Regular Jewish community, and you're going to see, and I don't agree with the Hasidicization, just like the Islamification of any area, but you can go into
He keeps talking about the Hasidic Jews and all that. Bro, there's so much more. I don't even think he knows enough about Jewish history and the different types of Judaism and what's the difference between a Sephardic and a Hasidic Jew. I don't think he even knows, because he keeps trying to make this distinction, and it's the Hasidic. No, it's secular. The secular. You have like the George Soros, who are atheist. He's Jewish. You have a lot of people who don't practice Judaism at all, but are connected to Judaism, or I'm sorry, connected to their Jewish identity, to say that they are a Jew, but they don't practice religion. They don't believe in any of that, Jake. And that's what I think you're not understanding.
Regular Jewish community and see family values and, you know, the whole entire entrepreneurial, no crime, you know, nobody's homeless, all the women are dressed modestly. So there are many Jews that try to follow the, you know, righteous teachings of the Torah, but we are talking about the usurpers. We're talking about the top class, the Muslim caliphate, the Islam.
The people that you're talking about, you know, in the Bible, Jake, that you say you read, the Pharisees and the Sadducees knew the Torah. They followed the Torah. But yet Jesus looked at them and said, we don't got the same father. You are of your father, the devil. Why would Jesus say that to them if they followed and observed all the laws and why would he say that? And here you are excusing. No shots towards Jews. I'm not taking an aim at Jews, right? I'm just pointing out his hypocrisy.
Caliphate, the Catholic Church, the Marxist Communist Chinese, and the Israeli Zionist Jews. We're talking about the top level of all those different entities.
The Israeli Zionist Jews, he says, yet he just made a post on X calling for Americans to go and fight for the state of Israel. What's more Zionist than that? What is more Zionist than calling on America to send its sons and daughters to fight on behalf of Israel, bro? You make no sense. Hypocrisy.
Right? All of them are super corrupt.
Who controls the media?
They're all co-op. All of those entities I just named are all corroborating to destroy white civilization, because we're the only ones that will refuse to have an overlord. We're the only ones that can stand on our own 2 feet without our government babysitting us. White men are the only ones who can live in a republic. And that's why the Jewish invaders are sending in hordes of mongrels, Indians, Pakistanis, Muslims, who are all Democrat, big government, you know, just complete simps that are willing to live on their knees. White men, white Christian men specifically, are willing to die in wars to protect the integrity of freedom, our freedom, individual freedom. That's why the Jewish people, or whatever you want to call it,
can you see why people think that you might be a Jewish subverter? Because once again, you said a lot of things, but you haven't touched on the root of the issue.
I just said.
That's it. That's exactly it. Now watch him get angry. Look at that face. He's angry. I just said the Hasidic. I just said. But why? Come on.
I'm going to explain to you why. No, but I'll explain to you. I'll explain to you. And I'll explain to you, and then you can respond, right?
Jewish. I said Jewish.
I'll explain to you.
Zionist,
bro, I know what you said. I know what you said.
We know what you said, but it's not matching up with what you believe. Because you believe that America should go fight on behalf of Israel against Iran. That Americans should send their sons and daughters. This was your post on X, bro. So how can you call these people out, but yet be in line with Zionism? How? Make it make sense, bro.
explain to you with the fallacy of your statement.
Top crust.
Let
of
me
Israel's
explain to you
government.
the fallacy of your statement. So what you did was you made two fallacies. The first one is in terms of the data. You claimed that Muslims vote Democrat. Actually, the data show.
80%. I just typed it into Grok.
I just-
an
I
hour
just-
before we got on.
Yeah,
here.
it's not. So it's about, according to some polls, is between 50 to 60% voted Democrat. Dearborn, Michigan, the place
Hold
you
up your
invaded,
ass, Suliman.
voted
Type into
Trump.
Grok. If you
Jews
believe
on the
this
other side,
subverting
people can
piece of
fact
shit,
check.
type into
Jews
Grok
on the other
yourself.
side, 80%
Type
of
in
them
how many
voted
Muslims
Democrat.
voted.
So Jews vote Democrat more than Muslims. That is unequivocal.
That part. That part. Jewish people vote more along the lines of liberal Democrat than Muslims. But his big thing is Muslims. You see what I'm saying here, y'all?
That's
Now,
not-
in terms
they're
of
probably both the
in
same
terms of the
amount.
second point, the
They're
reason
both the
why
same
you're
amount.
being
They're both
deceptive,
between 70 and
you need to
80%.
let me
We don't
finish.
want you here.
The reason why you're being deceptive is this, because what you say is, guess what? The problem is, it's Jews and it's Muslims.
I want you guys to watch his expressions. It tells all. It tells all. Look at Jake's expressions. Look at how he's acting. Look at the movements. Look at the face. He knows he lost. He's been exposed.
And it's the CCP and it's this and it's that, and you try and hide the fact.
all of them.
You try, exactly. You hide the fact of who the real power broker is, because in reality, other people are trying to fight for power. Nobody's stupid to understand, no. But the person who sits at the top, and this is where your deception lies, because you won't mention it, you'll try and make them equal to everybody else, is the Jewish Zionist. Because in reality, it's the Jewish Zionists who control the media. It's the Jewish Zionists who control Hollywood.
And this guy goes into the, control power. Again, the thoughts and views reflected on this channel right now that are being talked about are not reflective of my channel. Okay? Just want to put that out there. If there's any Zionists that, do end up being in control of those things, please don't block this video. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only.
It's the Jewish Zionists who control the music industry. It's the Jewish Zionists who control the politicians. It's the Jewish Zionists who control NGOs and lobby groups.
Allegedly. We got to say allegedly. Suliman, all right? We're on a whole bunch of owned platforms, okay?
So when you look at all of the key components of how the banking structure, as you mentioned, when you look at all of the key components that control the things that actually impact society, the thing that causes population collapse amongst the white population, destroys the black families, and bombs the Middle East, it is actually done by Ashkenazi Jews. And so when you say that, when you make this claim, in reality, you're hiding it because you're like, oh, it's one amongst like many.
No, I'm
That
not.
is
I'm
part
not
of your
saying-
subversion.
I didn't level them in
That's
any
part of your
given order.
subversion. Go ahead.
I didn't level them in any given order. And believe me, what you're saying is true. I'm not here to fight that. You're going to see a lot of people think that we're going to fight. I'm here to just say Muslims and Islamic people don't belong in the West. I don't like the way they live. I don't like the smell,
Why?
the look.
Okay,
the
let's
way
talk
they
about that
believe
then.
in
If we agree on
anything.
that, let's talk about the next thing. So
I'm
what-
America first, America only, and any subverter, including all of the Jewish overlords that you just named.
Okay.
Plus, how many politicians are getting umpteen dollars from the CCP and from Qatar? How many freaking right-wing influencers that are like simping for Muslims for no reason?
they're not simple.
Notice how he doesn't bring up APAC? Notice that? Notice how he's not bringing up APAC? He's not bringing up the fact about talking about influencers about Bibi Netanyahu putting together a little slush fund for influencers to push pro-Israel propaganda, which I still ain't got my check, Bibi.
Like,
Muslims. I
I
tell you
like
what it is.
Muslims
Let
better
me
than
explain to you,
They're
Jake. Let me
getting
relay
paid
this
by
point to
Qatar.
you.
They're getting
Jake,
paid from Qatar.
Jake,
It's
let
easy.
me relate. No, they're not being paid. No one's being paid by Qatar. Let me just. I'm talking
Whoa,
about.
come on.
I'm
you
talking about in
Muslim
terms of the
simps
right wing
you are.
influencers. That I know none of them are the ones.
You're
that
like
you
the
accuse.
Muslim. You're like the Muslim version of what you claim I am. Qatar can do no wrong.
No, I'm the opposite.
Smoke and mirrors,
Oh,
smoke
Jake,
and mirrors.
unlucky.
You're not paying anybody.
Jake,
you're like the
unlucky.
same. You're
Jake,
like a
Jake,
Qatar
Jake,
and Mossad
Jake,
agent.
Jake, you're
Trying
unlucky
to
because
push
if
all
you,
the blame and
Jake,
like psyop
out of
everybody.
us two,
It's all the Jews. It's all the
yeah,
Jews.
yeah, Jake,
Oh,
Jake,
it's
out
Jews,
of us
but it's
two.
also Qatar.
No, but
He's melting down right now, guys. Jake is having a total meltdown right now. A total meltdown. I lived with this.
It's
Jake,
also
Jake, the
Muslim
problem you've got
dirty
here is the problem you got here is, as my audience know, I'm out of us two. I'm the only one who is banned from the GCC because of my positions. So I have no affinity to any of these countries. Now,
Out
in
of us
terms,
too. You don't know where I'm banned from? I was banned from life. I was sent
Nah,
from the
bro.
prison set. You kidding me? I was
Listen,
banned from living life. You kidding me? You want to talk about?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I give you
People
that.
are
I give you that.
whining, oh, my YouTube account was banned. I was like, I was banned from talking or seeing my
So
parents for 18 months.
No,
I
but
was banned from getting a haircut or shave. For
let me
years, I
respond-
had a big beard.
Okay, let me respond to your point. So in terms of Qatari influence, I'm saying when Jews make the claim that there's Qatari influence, they do it on purpose to hide Israeli influence.
I'm not doing it like they're doing it.
Qatar is trying to influence. There's no
I'm not doing it like they're doing it. Oh man, you can't make this up.
doubt about it. And I disagree with Qatar because they basically have a deal with Israel. They've got the biggest base, American base in Qatar, and they've had that despite basically making sure Palestine doesn't have a state or something like that. So I have major issues with Qatar in terms of their foreign policy, in terms of their actions and what they've been doing. So I'm on your side on that issue. What I'm saying is the people you've been attacking, and this is important, the 4 or 5 people, the influencers who you've been attacking, those people.
No. I've been defending myself against claims that are not true, that I'm being paid by Israel.
They're not paid. I'm saying they're not paid by Qatar. They're not paid by Qatar. Now,
I don't think Jake's being paid by Israel. I just want to throw that out there. I think he's being forced by somebody in government. That's my thought. I think that Jake is being forced to do this massive psyop, to divide Americans, to divide Muslims, to get people to look bad at Trump, to get people to look bad at Christianity. That's what I think. I don't think this is Israel at all. I think that this is also a stain on Israel. Real talk, to make Israel look bad. That's why he posted that picture or that video of him at the wall. It's all to add to the confusion that we are faced with right now in America of looking at each other with a side eye. We got Muslims looking sideways at Christians, Christians looking sideways at Muslims, whites looking sideways at blacks, blacks looking sideways at whites, people looking sideways at Israel, and all because they watch Jake's content. I mean, it's a masterful work. I'll give him that. He's great at content, great at whatever it is that he's doing. He's doing pretty good at it because people are divided as hell. Supporters of Jake. It's wild.
Explain to
I
you
don't
why
know if they are, but some of them are. I mean, who knows who's
they're
getting
not.
paid
They're
by
not.
who.
I know
All
them.
know
I
is
know a
I'm
lot
not
of them.
getting paid.
I know a lot of them. They're not. So in terms of specifically, let's look at your point. So I mentioned about you kissing the wall. Then what happened was in August time, right? The state of Israel and Jewish Zionist billionaires did a study and a poll, and they said, what's the best way to stop hatred against Israel? And what the poll and the NGOs found was that the best way to stop the hatred against Israel is to start attacking Muslims and Islam. So every one of these right-wing influencers is aware of that. Then what happens? Literally 4 weeks later, 6 weeks later, good old Jake Long, the guy who's snogging the wall,
Jake
comes
Lang.
along, just like Jake Lang, it comes along and literally does his direct attack on Dearborn, Michigan. So now tell me, why did you go for Dearborn, Michigan? And also,
So let me explain a little bit of the transformation between June and now. I'm starting to read the room in American politics and see, regardless of your personal view on Israel, let's say, or the Israeli people, you're starting to realize that the breakup in the party, right, in the Republican MAGA right wing, is not worth ideological hills that you're willing to die on for no reason, for things that really don't matter to the integrity and future of your country. So you start to look around. You start to see, is this picture, is this imagery, is this stance going to be toxic to the end goal, which is securing a beautiful white Christian country majority?
A beautiful white Christian country majority. Shut up. Shut up. Jake, shut up. America ain't never going to be a super Christian white majority. Might be a majority Christian, but why does it got to be white? There's beauty in everybody, man. In everybody. Oh, a bunch of beautiful people of all colors. It's ridiculous.
For my children. That's the end goal. That's all we voted President Trump in for. So you start to say, is the ideological hill that I'm willing to...
I refuse. I refuse. Kash Kelly and Jake Lang for a full-on debate in a warehouse. I won't do it. I will not platform Jake. I won't. Not in a live debate. I refuse to do it because he's going to go off and say something crazy, and then I'm still working on myself. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't do it because I would get out of character, and I wouldn't be a great representation of Christ in that instance. So I refuse. I don't put myself in situations that I know I might spaz. You know, I ain't gonna do it.
to die on, oh, Israel this, Israel that. Regardless of my heritage, regardless of my personal understandings of what Israel's like or the people of Israel, is the imagery, is holding that stance beneficial to my ultimate goal, which is trying to propel the furtherance of Christian white America and the sanctity of Europe and of America remaining demographically not completely shattered, and in other ways a free society with, conservative values and family values. So I start to look around in these last few months. I start to listen to more podcasts, hear more people speak, and say, maybe at this current juncture and maybe forever, that these stances are actually hurting and pushing and driving Americans further apart when we need to be uniting and saying, white women, we need babies, let's go.
Listen, Jake, you ain't never going to convince white women to not like black guys. It's just never going to be a thing, bro. It will never be a thing. You might have some that were raised around nothing but white guys and adopt the ideology of what you're talking about. But then when they lay down with one, they get married to one. Yeah, she's gone, bro, forever. She's gone forever. And that's what's been the case. It's been a trend. And it's not because they're black. That's not what did it. It's just they figured out that what you were spreading is BS, that there is no difference in them, black or white. Matter of fact, there might be one difference. But we ain't gonna get into that. I got to keep it PG. But yeah, I mean, it's dumb. It's just a dumb thing, bro. Just never gonna happen.
So we need to stop the Jewish, brain control, the goy slop of NFL football players, 6'8" black guys, and that's the only thing that's sexualized in this country. All the white girls are they're fetishizing black guys, and you have all this goy slop, disgusting prop.
So you're jealous of black guys? Is that really what it is? I think that might be what it is. Because you really, you felt some type of way in jail, when we was in there together, and you was pretty envious. And I stayed being kind to you. Even after I had to, I had our little scuffle, if you want to call it that. And I had to, I showed mercy to you. How come you don't show the same mercy to the black people that I showed to you in jail, Jake? Why? That should have been a lesson for you. Should have been like, you know what? This black guy showed me mercy. I'm going to show mercy to other black people.
Propaganda that's destroying the mind. So I'm saying, is Israel or anything in the Middle East, even mentioning anything in the Middle East, in whatsoever furthering the goal of bringing back white Christian American families, bringing back safe, small town, ideological America? And I start to look around and I go, this is all bullshit. I have one crusade I'm on, and it's to save white Christian America before the only free country, the only free people, the only people that look like me, that are my gender, my age, my race, my skin color, my heritage. We're the only ones that vote Republican, small government, family, individual freedom values. And I want to make sure that my people stay in control of my country. And that's it.
Well, the thing here, though, Jake, is that I'm a black guy. I voted conservative, Republican, small government. That's just the way I think, because that's an American thought. But on the flip side of that, you have a liberal American thought, which is opposite, which is why we even have elections in the first place, to see who has better ideas, and we vote upon those. And that's just the way it is. It's never been about keeping America white or keeping America Christian or any of those things, because the Constitution prevents any of that. We're not a theocracy, bro. There could be as many Hindus, Muslims, atheists, Jewish people, Christian, whatever, Mormon, doesn't matter, as long as you're walking right. The Constitution protects you and says that you're allowed to do those things. You're allowed to protest. You're allowed to, practice whatever religion you want. You're allowed to keep and bear arms. You have the right against illegal search and seizure. You have just a whole bunch of stuff in the Constitution that kind of just protects you in your way of life as an American way of life. But it's never been about protecting any one religion or upholding any one religion. And I think that's important for you to learn.
White Christian men. And that's it. That's the only goal I'm looking to make right now. So That's why I announced a march on APAC, because I don't like those dirty bastards foreign influence either. I know right now the best thing for America, the best thing for the Nick Fuentes.
Just want to point out about APAC, foreign influence. You do realize that APAC is Americans, right? That they want to see good stuff for Israel. You realize that they're not foreign, right? That APAC, the people in APAC, they're actually Americans. Just want to point that out. I disagree with APAC too, though, but I just wanted to point that out.
Jake Shields, Jake Lang, Ben Shapiro, all this movement. Ben Shapiro's really not with us, but
He's with
for
you.
all this movement, he's definitely
related
not.
to you.
Well, God forbid. The best thing right now is to drop all these stupid ideological molehills that we've been battling on over anything outside of how do we get back the white birth rate and, you know, livability in America, because all these things.
If you want to get the white birth rate back up, here's what you have to do. You have to first off not be like your father and breed with somebody who's not white, i.e. your mother, right? To create you. And what you have to do is take that little thing that you got and get with a white woman and create babies. And from what I understand, you don't have any children right now and you're in your 30s, okay? You need to fix that. You need to go ahead and have some babies starting now or like yesterday. Have some babies with a white woman. That will increase the birth rate. That's how that goes. But they have to choose you. We have a thing in, you know, in slang, right? You know, the way that we talk, you know, picking and choosing. They got to choose you. They got to choose you. And I'm going to tell you what you're doing right now isn't attractive to a lot of women. They just like, look at this dude, bro. He's a scrub. He over here campaigning on white and his family's Jew. You look crazy to a lot of white women. I'm sure. I know that. A lot of white women looking at you like, oh my God, I would never. And you're really doing something bad right now, Jake. You're not helping the white cause. You're really not helping the white cause. You're not helping white women want to breed with white people. You need to fix that. You need to be a little more masculine, you know, like just be better, bro. Be better. Because right now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you're still with Rachel or not, but if you are, I mean, put a baby in her. She's a decent, you know, decent white chick. Put a baby in her. Get started. What are you doing? You're not doing what you said that you're pushing for. You're not having babies, bro. You got to have babies. All right? Simple. Because all the white girls are pumping out black, Mexican, brown babies, you know, and the ones that are with you, they're waiting like, oh, when are you going to get me pregnant? When are we going to have a baby? Or they're just like, God, please don't let me have a baby by this dude. I'm only with him for the money, which could be the case. That could be the case. And it happens a lot of times because a lot of dudes, you know, have your mentality and the women are only with you because they're like, okay, I could get some clicks and views because, you know, social media is a thing. Like I can get some clicks and views out of being with this dude. I could definitely get some money. He likes to go out and like advertise that he got some money. And I know that he had that major grift going on where he took in millions of dollars from the American people. So I could get with him, lay down with him. I mean, I was doing OnlyFans for a while anyway. Might as well get with this dude real quick and get some money, get some influence out of it real quick. And then I'll drop him like a bad habit. But Lord, please don't let me have a baby with him. That could be a thing that's going on too. Just saying.
All right, it's like arguing over an anthill in another country while your daughter's daughters are going to be Muslim or black. Your grandchildren are either going to be black or Muslim if we don't get it together, America. So drop all the Israeli shit. Who cares? Tell them no more.
Drop it.
Trump,
Drop
close off Israel from any more visas here. Close off Palestine. Let them fight it out. Let them declare the winner in their own medieval way. I fully support men striving.
Medieval way? You over here talking about doing crusades, dog. How you going to try to demoralize them and degrade them with using the medieval way? And you over here talking about you're a crusader, bro. Come on.
Against one another. It's one of the things that makes men. So let them, winner takes all over there. I don't give a shit anymore. I just want white America to have a revival. That's where my ideological shift. That's why.
White America? Why only white America when you're talking about a revival, dog? God didn't. If God wanted only white people, he would have only created white people, Jake. Get that through your head. If God only wanted white folks to exist, it only would be white folks. But instead, he formed Adam from the dirt, from the dust. Your great granddaddy Adam was black, bro. He was black. We're all one people. I make the argument that Eve was white, Adam was black, and Eve was white. My logic behind thinking this was, Adam being black from the dirt, got put to sleep, and God took a rib. Bones are white. So she probably had this milky white skin, probably blonde hair and blue eyes, And the first couple that ever existed on the planet was black and white, which is why so many white girls like black men today. Huh? That's just my logic. That's how I see it.
Oh, you're not going to see me post anything else about Israel or about the wall, about anything else. I'm going toe to toe with the Pakis, with the Indians, with the Muslims, with the ghetto blacks, with all of the South Americans that flood over here, and with the Muslims. We're going head to head. White men Jews are saying we've had enough.
I was just about to say it, bro, and you said it, Solomon. Notice how he didn't mention the Jews. 100%. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Get out of our
country.
Notice
he didn't mention Jews.
I said Israel.
You keep saying no, but you keep saying this is I
said Trump.
No, but this is the problem. Jake Lang, listen.
Get him out of here.
Jake Lang, this is the kind of another example because you know what?
You're not even listening when I say
no.
Trump,
you said Israel.
You
said
don't even hear me.
Listen. It's because you. I understand your deception. You see, this is the thing. So you mentioned Israel, yeah. You mentioned Palestine, but when you said about the United States of America, you mentioned every single race. You mentioned even one religion, but you didn't mention Jews.
Jews are white, by the way. Look at us.
I mean, you guys can say that, but people don't realize they're not, right? So listen,
I don't agree with that.
I mean, I know you don't, and of course you want to subvert.
Somebody come up to me and tell me I'm not white. You know what I mean? Tell me that.
Come on, Jake. Now the tough guy bravado, it's not there, brother. It's not there. Okay? It's just not there. I know because I was in prison, or not prison. Sorry, guys. I almost lied to you. I was in jail with you, DC, DOC, and me and you had a little, and you went down after one blow, bro. After one of those, you went down and was begging me, to not hit you anymore. And I didn't. I took mercy. And I know you used to wrestle, but you only did what? You got a bronze medal. I seen it on your mother's Instagram. Great Instagram, by the way. I love her Instagram. Your mother is very proud Jewish. Hanukkah, the little nephew you got, cute kid, man. Cute freaking kid in the little, Israeli flag onesie. Just stars of David everywhere. Got him next to the menorah. I got all the pictures. I didn't share them yet. But yeah, the tough guy bravado that you got going on, it's not going to help you get a white girl pregnant. They see through that.
I think you're not white. You're Jewish.
How can you, some dirty packy or whatever the hell you are?
How is a Jew saying it?
Tell me I'm not
with his
white.
little yarmulke and his snogging the wall. Like, what are you talking about?
That part. That's how he could tell you. There's video proof of you at the wall, dog. You're not white. You're cosplaying a white guy right now, Jake. And this is why it's not going to help you get no white girl pregnant. Because they see this and they're like, bro, he's delusional. Your mother and your sister called you delusional when we were in DC jail together. You remember that day? And I came and talked to you because you were so mad that they were calling you crazy. They were calling you nuts, saying that you need, psychiatric help because you started tripping just a little bit. You remember? And you had a bad day that day. I'll never forget it. Never forget it.
No,
you were doing OnlyFans with the wall, bro. Like, I never seen anyone go that hard into a wall ever in my life.
Listen, you're pro destroying my race and my people, white people.
Bro,
that's all you want.
No, you guys want to destroy white people. That's the problem. It's you Jews who destroy the white people.
Whoa. I never thought about that. Maybe that's part of why he's trying to infiltrate and cosplay a white guy to try to make it to where white women don't find white guys attractive anymore. And he's doing it as a psyop because he's actually Jewish and wants white women to go with everybody that's not white. Yo, created a conspiracy. Mind blown right there.
Well, this is the
over you
problem, though,
because
isn't it,
I'm
Jake
Jew.
Lang? You guys
We
destroyed the white
know.
people. This was the issue. This is what you're trying to hide, and this is why people don't trust you. Because if you said this,
I
you said
have-
no, but listen, if
my
when you was
engagement, I
given
don't
that
get
kind of
30 likes
monologue,
on
you
a
said,
post
listen,
like
I'm
you
gonna
do.
go after the
Okay?
Jews and I'm gonna go after the Muslims. I'm gonna go after the blacks, browns, whites, Pakis, Indians, and Jews. I'd be like, look, this guy's actually
I
blagging
just
it.
said
He's
that.
blagging it, but he didn't.
On my page right now, do
I don't
not
care
have
about
the
your
post?
page. I'm talking about what you said in this
And I said,
conversation.
don't ban
I'm
any more
talking about
visas
this
from
conversation,
Israel.
not what you said
We don't
after.
want any more Israelis. We don't want anybody who looks like you.
Yeah. But you should
Easy.
be okay. So we'll talk about that in terms of like who you want in
But
the country.
like the question is Greece, Israel, Europe, white countries, right?
They're not white countries. They may be white now, but historically, they were not. They were mixed. You just think because a geographical location exists that there's only that shade of people there. Never been the case. Even Paul and all of them, when they left and went to Greece, what color was Paul, Jake? Paul wasn't white. Come on, bro. Come on.
Should
We're-
someone
we're
like you
not-
be in? So what is one of the things you said is you
Right
want?
now, the
Do you
reason
want?
why
Do you
I'm
want to
willing
deport
turn
Muslims?
against and say
One
no
second.
more
Do you
Jews
want to
now
deport
because it's
Muslims
very
out of?
cohesive to the
What is your
American way, but they
ideal?
don't like.
We'll go into Islam in a second. What is your ideal America?
What is my idea of America?
Ideal
White.
America.
80% white.
80%
And
white. It's right now. It's
80%
about 58
And
to
then
62,
we
depending.
want-
Right?
No, it's about 60%.
Yeah, that's what I
give
said.
or take.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You just said no. So in terms of you need a 20% shift, right?
You love to like push that 58 because you just want to like you love it. You actually goon later on. You'll goon to that number becoming 57 because like you have this tribalistic. You want to see.
No, I don't.
our
I want
countries
white.
with
I
people
want
that
white.
look
I want
like you.
America to stay.
Regardless of
No,
what
this is
you
not
say, we
true.
know
I
you're
want
this-
America to stay a majority white. You want to subvert it and destroy it, and so you are
No, no,
pretending
no,
it's
you
higher
have that
because you don't
baked
want the
into your
problem to seem
religion.
that bad.
Subvert the white
Because your
Tell
people,
them you're
your
on your
people
side.
destroyed white America, and you don't want to help them. But
I love how he just switched it on him. You see how Solomon just switched it up on him? He said, no, you are trying to subvert. You are trying to help destroy America. I know what you're saying, but your actions don't back it up. And he's right. I mean, look at it. Look at this. Jake is, if he really believed everything that he was saying, he would get him a nice Jewish girl and have a baby so that he would free up that white woman that he has to not create a child that isn't fully white. Think about this, you guys. If Jake truly believed what he's saying, he would get a Jewish girl and have a baby with a Jewish girl so that he doesn't muddy up the white race anymore. But he won't do it. He's going to muddy the waters and create another part Jewish baby, which is fine with me. I think it's beautiful. Go ahead, do what you do. But if you truly believed what you're saying, then you would get with a Jewish person. That's it.
anyway, in terms of percentage,
My
so you-
people, white Christian men, are the only ones.
I mean,
fighting
you're
for the
Jewish,
future of our
bro. Like you're
country.
Jewish, you admitted it. So in terms of 60 to 80%,
Being Jewish is what? Being Jewish as a faith, or being Jewish as a even a race? Because I'm not even.
I
from
didn't
the
say race.
Middle
I
East.
said
I'm
ethnicity.
Russian.
Ethnicity.
Russian.
You're a Jewish ethnicity,
Yeah,
right?
but how is my?
This is
ethnicity
why.
the
This is
same
why you
ethnicity
went to
as somebody
Israel.
Just because Jewish people settled in Russia during their exile does not make them Russian, Jake, by ethnicity. Their ethnicity is still Jewish, and that's what I don't think you understand. Just because, we'll say Kenyan, we use a Kenyan. Just because a Kenyan goes and settles in Africa and goes and settles in Europe and has children with the European, white-skinned Europeans, and they stay there for some years and their children happen to be lighter than it was when he left Kenya, doesn't change the fact that their ethnicity from their father's side comes from Kenya. Get it?
And then you had
North
family in
African
Israel, as
Jew.
you said, and this is why you
Would
snubbed
you
the wall.
call a North? Would you call so? Just take away the religion of Judaism for a second. Would you call anybody from North Africa the same ethnic or racial background as anybody from Russia? How? They're not. They're
Because-
Sephardic Jews that are from the Middle East that are not the same ethnicity as Russians.
Okay, let me ask you a
Take away
question.
the faith.
If
There are
if a
Moroccan
black guy,
Jews.
if a
I'm
black
not Moroccan. I have no African in me. I'm white. I'm Russian.
I know. We'll talk about this issue.
And,
We'll
and
talk,
Irish and German.
yeah. We'll talk about the issue in a second because I'll explain.
Tim Hale is in the chat, guys. Hey Tim, check your X Messenger. I just sent you an invite if you want to come on and we could talk about this in depth, bro. And you could let everybody know, like I've been trying to let them know about this psyop, brother.
Explain to you how that works in terms of when you procreate, how you can then create either a hybrid, which is what you are. You're a hybrid. You're a hybrid of a Jew and a white person being created. You're a mongrel, right? That's basically what you are. So,
oh my God, he just hit him with the mongrel, his own verbiage. This is what Jake is saying everybody else is that they're mongrels if they're not white. Well, you fall into that category, Jake.
The
Yeah.
Ashkenazis converted to Judaism. They're
now you're
not
missing
from the Middle
convert.
East.
Now you're saying convert. Now you're making it into a religion. So you can't switch. You have to keep it as ethnicity or religion.
Exactly
What it
why
is
there's
Jews.
too much conflation
Jews
there.
from
Ashkenazi Jews are not Sephardic
Jewish.
Jews. We are
I
from
know they're
the
not.
Upper
Jews from
Caucasus
Israel. I
Mountains of
explained this to
Turkey.
you already. Jews from Israel scattered to the world. Those Jews procreated and their children became mongrels
There
like
were
you.
some converts, though, like the Ashkenazis were Turkish converts. There were white Turks that then
Turks are white.
went
So listen, Jake, let me ask you a question.
The northern Turks are.
Listen, Jake, let me ask you a question. So in America,
I'm sorry, guys. This is just so beautiful. He is getting dismantled. Dismantled right now. Shout out to Suliman again, bro.
you've got
Go to northern Turkey.
Turkey. So 60%, it's right now 60%. 60, 62, 58, it don't matter to me. It's too low. Whatever the percentage is, you want to get it to 80%. How do you get it from 60 to 80?
Denaturalization. That's going to be the word of 2026. Denaturalize these anchor babies.
Who gets
Yo, shout out to Suliman Ahmed. Yo, my man Ahmed just gave me a follow on X, man. I appreciate you, brother, and you did some great work, masterful work, bro.
denaturalized?
Migration.
Who
Chain migration.
Who gets denaturalized?
Yeah, all of the H-1B visas, chain migration, refugees and their children, any green card holders and their children.
All green card holders.
What? Yeah,
All.
gone.
Okay.
All of them. Bye. Sorry.
Irrespective of race, or does it matter?
No, the Europeans get to stay, of course.
Okay.
We're a European white Christian country.
He is, I'm telling you guys, he's hurting the movement. To the white movement, Jake is crippling you guys, man. I'm surprised I don't see more hate-filled, bigoted white supremacists doing videos talking about Jake. I'm shocked. But I'm really not shocked because, I mean, you guys got Gypsy Crusader, who is, a gypsy, part of your movement. And then you got the other guy that used to be gay. What was his name? Handsome Truth. You guys got him leading a movement and all of that. And he's part Mexican, so it's not a shocker. But man, it's crazy. Nick Fuentes, obviously, he's part Mexican, but he's leading the white cause. Not a shocker. Not a shocker.
Okay. They get to stay, of course, but not if they don't espouse American values. Then they got to go as well.
What's American values?
Small government, pro-individual freedom, First Amendment, Second Amendment. Very simple. Those are American values in the shortest small sentence. So if they're online posting pro-homosexuality, family values.
Hold on, wait a minute. Jake, so now you're against homosexuality because in the video that I just shared in the beginning of this video, you were saying that homosexuality is part of what makes America great. You guys remember the video? I just shared it. Right in the start of this, in the beginning of this live, Jake said that homosexuality makes America great. But now you're against it? That's, again, the hypocrisy.
People who are not green card holders, but for example, I don't know, you mentioned before to me on the phone call, like communists.
Commies, yeah, get the commies out too, of course. But listen, there is freedom of thought here in America.
Exactly.
But if you have people that are not from here, if they're first generation anchor babies,
No.
and they're communists.
What about? Okay, let me give you an example. My friend Jackson Hinkle, he's American.
Being American is just like being Irish. It's just not a passport.
His parents came on the his parents came on the Mayflower.
Time out. So then we got to talk about his best friend. We have to talk about who he says is his best friend, Philip Anderson. Philip Anderson is black, according to Jake. But according to me, he's an Ethiopian. Philip Anderson is an Ethiopian that was adopted by a white family and brought to America. So does Philip Anderson get to stay, Jake? Does he get to stay? I need to know.
So he's original American, unlike you. And
I know where my father's at. I've been generation 8 or 9 generations on my father's side.
Me and you spoke on the phone.
Yes.
But he's from the Mayflower, which is well before. He's from the original founding of the United States of America.
God bless him.
But he's a communist. So would you deport him?
Jack, no, he's allowed to stay because he's been here for so long.
Okay, that's fine.
But first generation anchor babies or green card babies, that even if they're from European descent and they're communists, they got to go. If they're from European descent and they're first generation and they're not commies, they can stay.
Okay, cool.
Easy.
And what about
Jews?
We're
talking ABCs here.
What about Jews?
Which Jews? Sephardic Jews or white Jews? Ones that have been here for 5, 6 generations or first generation? First generation Jews got to go. First generation Jews got to go. Just like all the other minorities.
Is that including?
Man, he sounds so ridiculous. Am I the only one thinking this right now, chat? Am I the only one thinking that this dude sounds ridiculous, bro? Just out of his mind. Ridiculous.
I'm talking all. So Sephardic, Ashkenazi,
Mizrahi. I mean, now you're talking about if they've been here for a long time and they're Americanized, secularized, or even if they have faith, but they're not trying to Islamify or Jewify, like through the Hasidic Jew, you know, they have their own communities, own language.
You can't just blame Hasidic Jews because when you look at the destruction of the United States of America, it's not just done by Hasidic Jews.
I'm talking about Hasidic Jews because that's the one
people who are Ashkenazi. For example, but if you look at the owner of OnlyFans, he may even be your relative, right? He's an Ashkenazi Jew. If you look at many of the people,
no idea, but I hope he is.
You have no idea. Exactly. One honest thing that you just said in the last 2 hours we've been on, 3 hours we've been on there. Dog, you don't have no idea, and that's what you need to stick with. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, everybody, but if you want to listen to me, then choose to listen to me. Don't pretend like you know what you're talking about. You don't. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't. And you're hurting white folks. And you're pissing off Arab folks and Muslim folks. And you're pissing off black folks. And you're pissing off good Christian folks. And now you're pissing off the Israeli folks at this point. I mean, you're just pissing off everybody. Makes good content. But it's not going to help you make white babies. You can't make white babies because you're not all the way white. You can't make white babies. I got whiter babies than you, and I'm part black. That's just a fact.
Removed from this country and OnlyFans is shut down.
Yeah.
I mean,
so what about
that's easy, but
what about second generation? What about second generation? I just want to try and understand your position. I'm going to issue. I just want to understand it. What about second position?
Now that's a different story. That's not from the age of mass migration. Second generation, their families, in even black, Spanish, all those people. They've been baked into back when the American dream was still alive, when people were looking to assimilate. Nowadays, all the people, all of the invaders right now and their first generation children are taught to grow up to hate America. They don't share our same values, so they have to go. They really do have to go. We want to restore our country and our national identity to what it used to be like. Now, we'll take 10% black, 7% Mexican and 3% Asian. That's fine. We'll do that. That's fine. We can keep them around. I wish there was more Asians because they're very well behaved, but they have like a couple billion over on their side of the planet.
Okay, so you just mean
we don't
first
need to make this another breeding
ground. Fine. I get the logic behind some of your positions, so that's not like there's nothing to debate there really. I just wanted to understand what your position was, because what you're basically saying is you want first generation.
We want people that are going to vote the way that we vote. Jews don't vote like us, so they got to go, unfortunately, because they don't vote like we do.
I mean, but then who do you blame for that? Who do you blame for that? Because, again, you talking all this smack and leaving out a bunch of liberal Jewish people that have the money to back a lot of the leftist things that we've seen happening in this country for the last 5 years, 6 years. No, further back than that. You could go back to the feminism movement in the 60s. Jake, I'm not giving you no history lesson. You should know.
You don't vote like we do. Your people, you all got to go before you turn us into a socialist, tyrannical society.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. Even people in my own heritage, right? They don't vote like me on one side of my family, half my side. So they got to go.
Do they need to go?
They got to go. Got to go home. Sorry, find some. Okay, now I have
You're gonna send your mum back. You're gonna send your mum back to Israel.
She votes. She votes the way we vote. So
She votes the way we vote. I doubt it. I doubt it. We can go to Jake's mom's Instagram if you guys want, but no, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that because that's like doxing, and I don't want to do that to her because she seems like a very nice lady. I don't know how the hell he came out the way he did. She seems like a really nice lady. I'm not even gonna put Jake Lang's mom's Instagram out, but yeah,
it's okay. Listen, this is the most based answer for the question of Israel ever. We need the state of Israel because we need somewhere to send all the Jews when we kick them out.
See, this
That's
guy's he's always advocating for Israel. Then he says he's not a subverter.
Come on, that's pretty freaking base. That's
then he
the
says
best.
he's not a subverter. But anyway, look, you go.
That's
Why
top
was it
level.
you? Why was it you invaded Dearborn, Michigan?
I came to exercise my First Amendment right to show the low impulse control of those chimps in Dearborn, Michigan.
you hear that? The low impulse control of those chimps, he says, in Michigan, which is crazy because it took a lot of impulse control. You were out there for hours, bro, hours, and only one person punched you in your mouth. And that was it.
That
I thought you were talking about yourself.
No, I did not assault anybody, even when I was assaulted.
That's true. That's true. That was, but that what that kid did, just for the audience, I believe someone. First of all, you got a strong chin, bruv.
No, he doesn't. Excuse me. No, he doesn't. Jake does not have a strong chin. I know personally. I gave him one of these, but then again, I've knocked out a lot of guys that have a strong chin. But that guy that hit him was little. He's a little guy. So, yeah. Fake news. Jake does not have a strong chin. I know.
But also, what that kid did was unacceptable. But they were like, and he punched you, right? And I hope he does get the full extent of the law based on that, because you cannot be violent against someone. You can disagree with someone. I disagree with you, but I would never be violent against you. We're having a conversation. This is what civilized people do. This is what Western society. This is what we are. We're Western. This is the key tenet of Western society is having conversation. I know you like a bit of violence on your baseball bats, but I think a key tenet of being Western.
He only likes violence when it's not perpetrated against him. He likes to cause violence. He doesn't like when the violence is perpetrated against him.
A society, especially British, is being a proper gentleman. So I disagree with the actions of that individual. But anyway, you invaded into the town. What was the reason for it?
This is America. We don't have borders between our states like that. And you have a man in a car, you can go anywhere, and it should look like America. It should sound like America. Should have the same food as America. Should be America.
Wait,
So
America
when I
has all
really
type
get
of, bro. I'm regularly in America. One thing I love about the US is you literally can get the best food of any culture anywhere.
Pot. You sound like Piers Morgan. I'd trade a bunch of Englishmen for a thing of
I didn't say
curry.
that though. I didn't say that. But you
Freaking
said no,
Piers Morgan,
no. But
man.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
insane.
I didn't say that. You just didn't understand the point. It might be too complex for you. Your claim was that the food needs to be like America, and I'm saying no matter where you go in America, you actually get different types of food.
Okay, I don't mind if there's like, a couple foreigners there, and there's
I didn't say about foreigners. I'm talking about food. I'm not talking about foreigners. You're confusing. You're acting like Piers Morgan. You're acting like Piers Morgan. You think foreigners mean food. I'm saying food.
Yes,
you could be making tacos. You could be making tacos as an.
Oh man, Tim, have you been watching this, bro?
I have. You caught me at just the right time.
Why are you coming through on my speakers and on my headphone? I gotta fix that. Yes, thank you, babe. Let me fix this sound real quick, Tim, because you're coming through on my. What do we got going on here? What's going on? Audio. And that's why. Another rookie mistake from Kash. All right, now you could go, Tim. Go ahead.
Nobody takes you seriously.
Bro. This dude, bro. I'll try to tell everybody we was locked up with him. We had to deal with him, And I gotta refute this because the guy Sulaiman said that Jake has a strong jaw. Did Jake have a strong jaw with me, Tim?
I don't believe he did. I don't think there was anything strong in him, actually. Now to think about it.
So I gotta ask you. Do you think like I think that Jake is a part of a massive psyop? And were you in DC when General Flynn called in and sang him happy birthday, or were you already gone?
I was already gone by then. And I remember actually, I was able to see it live. It was through the Gateway Pundit. I was like, this is the most bizarre thing in the world. Like, it's fucking Marilyn Monroe singing to the president. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
That's so, what? Um, I drink my little pre-workout powder. Yeah, it's a psyop, and you can tell just because of the people who were closely tied to him. And like, I mean, not for nothing, but like when we were locked up, you could get away with, the whole I'm this, messianic figure thing, because people felt bad for him, like they felt bad for everybody. You could look past that and be like, okay, he's got a platform because broadly people feel bad for J6ers. Like, okay, but he's out now trying to start race wars in Texas, trying to start crusades in Michigan, pretending to run for senator in Florida, pretending to run for a sheriff in New York. I mean, besides New York, he's not even from these places. What,
No.
you know what I'm saying? It's clearly AstroTurf. So yeah, fake and gay.
Yeah. So let me ask you, with Jake, bro, the money. No, matter of fact, let's go back before this, because he made a claim in this podcast. He said that you were jealous of him and that you were crying tears all the time about Jake because he started an organization and then you started an organization, and that his organization was getting all the play and he had you just crying tears. You cried so many, and he calls you Little Timmy. I didn't know that, but he calls you Little Timmy, and that you cried so many tears that you was able to fill up a well. How much truth is to that, Jake? God forbid that. My bad, Tim.
So yeah, it's actually, well, like all things, it's the complete inversion of the truth, because Jake is a sociopath and a fucking pathological liar.
Mm-hmm.
Patriot Freedom Project was the first organization created, and it was in early 2021.
Facts.
And Jake, and I remember Dominic Pizzola, even though we don't really talk today, we were on good terms then. Pizzola came up to me and he was like, hey, I heard Jake, Ronnie, and Nate talking, and they said they're going to create a competitor for fucking PFP called J6 Truth or some shit. And they're going to basically use it to grift money or whatever. And I'm like, shocker. This has to be after, I think this is about the summer of 2021. And I remember the Getting Out app on the tablets. All those messages are still saved. So I have messages from Jake trying to dissuade Cindy from doing PFP. He was trying to get her to not start the 501c3 and instead to work with John Pierce, that fucking lawyer who robbed like 40 different defendants.
Yep.
And he was working with him. And I remember, and then you had like that NCLU, like that fake alternative to the ACLU. And it was just like, yeah, he was just trying to hoard money for himself. So no, he wasn't doing shit. He was in the hole every other week trying to, for inciting riots and stuff. And but yeah, I mean, no, he didn't start an organization. That's as always fake.
And I got to point out, because one of the things he likes to say is that you're a racist, right? Now, I got to point this out, because Jake came to me and told me that Tim was racist, and I'm like, really, and started to believe it at first because I didn't know Tim. So what did I do? I go straight up to Tim because I'm on detail. So I go up to Tim's window at his door and I say, hey, Tim, man, I just got to ask you a question. He says, what's up? I say, man, are you a racist? And he goes, God, no, bro. I'm freaking part Puerto Rican. I don't hate nobody, bro. It's like, you're the same to me as everybody else. After that, me and Tim became real cool. In fact, PFP, Patriot Freedom Project, was the first organization that gave my family anything a couple times. So shout out to Tim and shout out to Cindy. Pretty racist of him to actually help out my family in my time of need while we were locked up in DC DLC together. It's crazy that the racists could have a heart like that for a black guy. And
well, don't get it twisted, Kash. This is just internalized white supremacy on your part, and it's our racial paternalism. It's the white man's burden to take care of you. That's what it is.
Yeah. I still got your books over here that you gave me when we was locked up too. They came home with me. I got them sitting on my bookshelf right now. And yeah, and that thing, like, I was able to have intellectual conversations with Tim, because I like to call Tim an intellectual snob. Shout out to Abdullah. He's the one that gave him that name. He's an intellectual snob, right? Very, very intelligent brother. And I was able to have intellectual conversations with him about race, about ideologies, about conservatism and what it means, about anarchy and what Jake is, what did he say he was, a constitutional anarchist?
I'm a constitutional anarchist.
Yeah,
It's constitutional.
Yeah, we were able to have those types of conversations, and we became real good friends in there.
You
So
know what's
when
funny?
I came home, I made it part of my purpose, to defend this brother, because his name got smeared not just by Jake but the media, and put it on blast. Like, bro, everything they're saying about this dude is not right. He's just really freaking hilarious. You should be on the stage doing comedy, bro. Real
We'll
talk.
get back there. We'll get back there. It'll happen. But you know what's funny is, like, when he was my cellmate, he tried to instigate a fight between me and Mike Curzio, because he was trying to say, because of his prison history, he was trying to say, because of his tats, that he was anti-Semitic. And so he was like, Tim, I think he's anti-Semitic, but he said it really loud because our cells were right next to each other. Like, he was trying to instigate a fight between us. Then me and Mike became really good friends, because I'm like, this guy is a fucking agitator. Yeah. Then when he would keep me up till like 3 a.m, talk about how much he hates blacks and Muslims, and then there's taking all the white women, which is actually consistent with this. Yeah. And so, like, when we get to the jail, I remember he kept trying to get me to hate you, because he was saying you were a black Hebrew Israelite and they're anti-Semitic and they hate Jews and blah, blah, blah. And the whole time, keep in mind, even though I don't like him and I can't stand him, I still protected him, kind of. I wasn't down. I didn't want him necessarily to go to the hole, because I thought that was, that's, a hard thing to deal with. Mm-hmm. I shielded him, and I gave him a lot of, what's the term? I gave him way more, I tried to be a good Christian, even though it was kind of hard with that. And
I pushed for him to go to the hole. I'll be totally frank. I was part of the master plan of getting him put to the hole, because I just got sick of it. Taking away and ruining our holidays. We can't call our kids. We can't come out of our cells, all because Jake wants to be a crybaby. He had to go. And
in the grand scheme of things, that's correct. He blamed me for that. He blamed Scott. He said everybody stole his speeches and stupid shit like that. But that's why he ended up. I don't know if you're at that part yet, but he later on would say in this thing that he went to the hole because he wanted to do Bible studies. He went to the hole because he was inciting riots, giving Braveheart speeches. But yeah, I looked out for him, and I even gave him food when we were cellmates, because he was scrawny. And plus the food in Northern Neck is slop. But I was just like, but I never did anything to him. I tolerated a lot of his bullshit, and yet he actually went with the government's narrative about me being a Nazi. And I don't know if you remember, he tried to, remember on the tablets, the news stories came out, and so with the mustache picture, it was like CNN. It's like, here we go. Jake was just kvetching every day. Those are my people, Tim. How could you? He tried to get me to read Holocaust books. Like, just like he would leave Holocaust books to shame me every day. I'm like, you scumbag.
I remember it all. But he says that you was the one crying. That boy used to cry anti-Semitism all the time, and it got frustrating. It really did. It got frustrating.
Kash is he's a violent black American.
Yeah.
Kash is just. He's just
he called me down on a space, you guys. He came into a space and we was going to talk. And the first thing he says was that I'm a violent black American, is what he said.
And speaking of like jealousy, he was extremely jealous of you in the jail, because you actually had an organic social media following. And he had I remember when I first met him on Con Air, he was bragging about having like 40,000 followers on Instagram. Like, that made him famous. And we later learn out he buys all his followers. They're bots. Just like on his fake website, libertycentric.com. I've been on there. That. It's just fake and bots, and it's just fake. There's nothing on there.
He got very envious of me, but especially when we first got in there and got to know each other, right? Because you're right, I had all my stuff has always been organic. Like, even to this day, people are like, Cash, pay for some ads. I lost my following, by the way. Everybody that's watching right now, if you don't know, in 2020, I had 380,000 people on my Facebook organically. I had 256,000 on my Instagram organically, and I lost them overnight because of J6. So if you want to help me regain my following, do me a favor and share this thing out and hit the like button. That's how I get my likes and my views, is not paying for it. I don't pay for no ads. I don't pay for no push. I don't do none of that. So yeah, he was very jealous of that and hated it. I'm
She's
talking
just
about.
hire some Filipino slaves to do all your computer work.
That's what it
behind the
was,
scenes.
Filipino. I thought he was saying Indian. I thought he said he hired Indian people to push his pages or whatever. He had bots. He had a whole bunch of bots on his pages to make it look like he had inflated numbers, which I believe is what he's doing today. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he also
either way, it's like
he uses sock puppet accounts too. So like, which I've done that in the past because I'm a troll. I like to use like but
Yeah.
he doesn't use it for trolling. What he does is to artificially inflate his stuff. I found fake accounts of his where he runs an organization like Federal Watchdog is one of them. If you see that under his posts or under posts tagging him, it's because he's using other accounts to act like it's someone else talking about him or whatever. Federal Watchdog is one of him. That Napalm USA one, Blessed News USA, the fake TV channel he has.
Yeah.
He uses all these fake accounts in order to promote his other bullshit. So fake.
Which is very smart. I'll give him that, bro. He's like the king of making himself look like something on the internet. He's great at that. I would give him that. He's a beast at that, bro. But the messaging is the problem that I have. And doing this right now, the reason why I wanted to cover this this podcast that he was on, it's not to throw shots at Jake, right? Or to disrespect Jake or anything like that. It's the fact that he's using the faith of saying that he's a believer and representing Christ, and then using Trump and attaching himself to Trump and everything, all the things that he says, and then promoting an un-American idea as a true American value. And I can't get behind any of that. That's the reason why I'm covering this. You know what I'm saying?
It's extremely MAGA to harass a bunch of Muslims in a city that flipped for Trump in the last election. You didn't know that?
It's insane, bro. It's insane. And that's I wish people understood that. Like, where he went to overwhelmingly voted for Trump. As a matter of fact, I would say that if it wasn't for them, Trump would not have gotten Michigan. You know what I'm saying? And it's pretty messed up. And it's like,
and it's also there's also not for nothing, like, it's not just like the lies about what the Muslims are doing or whatever, but there's also the ethnic the ethnic aspect, which is that a lot of Arabs are also Christian too. So not all these Arabs in Michigan are Muslim. A lot of them are Christian. You know what I mean? You remember Julian and George they're Maronite Christians. They're Lebanese, but at the same time, it's just like people don't really understand that these communities have been there for generations at this point. I think a lot of these are like third generation Arab communities. So it's like, what the fuck are you doing in there? You're not even from there, asshole.
That's the thing. Like, he keeps on going to places where he's not even from, and I know why. Because if he was to go to New York and do this, people would already know who he is. There'd be them. Remember, I don't know if you got the reports on this or not, and I'm gonna say allegedly for my not being sued sake, but the whole thing about somebody getting caught with underage girls in a vehicle and having some substances that were illegal with these minors. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I remember him. I remember him giving these, telling me these bizarre stories about he'd get pulled over in cars with cocaine and ecstasy, and nothing ever happened to him. And what's interesting is, it's funny, when he was going for bond the first time, his lawyer Steve Metcalf, he said he actually, if you read at the bottom, the little citations, he says, "Oh, by the way, there are these two open cases. One's out of Ohio, one's out of New York, but these can be dealt with as soon as he's given bond." It's like, well, that's really interesting. The one in Ohio is apparently he had this case come out of Ohio because he assaulted a friend after driving to Ohio. He gets into like some bar fight. He tries to start a bar fight over some other dude's girl, I think, and his friend refused to help him instigate. So he ended up attacking his friend, and he gets pulled over on a DUI. Now, is there more to the story? It's a good question, because the case kind of just disappears.
It's scrubbed. You can't
I have
find
screenshots. I have some old screenshots of the case itself, but there's really nothing out there. And there's no record of the New York case at all. But when we were cellmates, though, he told me that he had a domestic charge that was pending out of New York because he was stalking his ex. And I'm pretty sure that that's Miss New York, Nicole Colvany. So he was apparently dating Miss New York from New York. And there's no record of this, though. It's interesting. I have, there's some remnant social media posts of his that are screenshotted that shows them together, but or shows him crying to her, asking to be taken back. But I'm going to say this.
I remember those.
I won't go into all the details right now, but there are J6ers from Pennsylvania who said that he may have spiked a woman's drink there, or Jay Sixer, he may have tried to, you know,
I
not
heard
take
about
no
that
for an
too.
answer.
I heard about a
Yeah.
whole lot of things that happened too, and I don't know how much you've heard about what happened when he went to Florida that I didn't put out there. I'm still not gonna put out there because he was engaged at the time to Rachel. But yeah, I've got messages from somebody who was there with him, and I just never I never put him out, and it caused this big old thing because Rachel was inboxing me asking me to tell her and to send it over. And I was like, man, I ain't even gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna chill, right? But it caused this big old thing because she already knew. She knew what was going on. I'm not the first person that she probably heard it from. But yeah, the dude is pushing this whole Christian thing, pushing this whole, being a conservative male, but then you do dirtbag stuff against the chick that's riding hard for you. And I ain't gonna lie to you. I feel for Rachel, bro. I feel for Rachel because that's got to be a tough job to be the girlfriend of Jake Lang, who is out here making a complete, donkey of himself in front of everybody, and then doing things. And this girl goes hard for you, defending you all the time, defending you, and then you go and betray her. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty messed up.
I'd like to read the contract. Like, what under you must defend me under these circumstances when this
Bro,
happens.
it's pretty wild, man. I feel for her. I feel
I
for her. I like
remember
Rachel.
there's this fun. It's funny because like there's this like I guess I'll say anti-Semitic, whatever, Christian nationalist, whatever, social media influencer. I don't know if you've heard her name is like Morgan Ariel.
Mm-mm.
And Jake was actually, when we were in jail there, I don't know if you remember, he had a different fiance, a different girlfriend, wife, whatever, every other week. And he would put this chick's picture in his window in the cell and say, this is my fiance.
Mm-hmm.
And I have old text messages actually when he went to the one time, because again, I was actually, trustworthy, and he was like, "Hey, I'll use Cindy to reach out to Tim to look for my papers from my cell. They weren't there or whatever. His fake psalms that he wrote when he rewrote the Bible.
Oh my God, those was annoying, bro.
But I have a screenshot showing that it was this chick Morgan Ariel that was acting on his behalf, and so. Anyway, this is just a long way to show, like, I don't believe any of these relationships are real. When we were cellmates, he bragged, like you said, dirtbag stuff. He bragged that he slept like over 100 prostitutes.
Mm-hmm.
He told Lonnie Kaufman, this is how bizarre his understanding of Christianity is. As it says, a man and a woman will come together as one flesh. He was saying that he was married hundreds of times because he slept with hundreds of prostitutes. His most.
Are you serious?
It was the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. It was the most bizarre thing.
Oh my God.
And then why would you brag about that? But I mean, he's not genuine. And like, hey, like I know I'm not a libertarian, but I understand it's a popular position. But he supports, legalizing all hard drugs, legalizing prostitution, and he wants open borders. I had a big debate with him inside the jail because I'm a traditional conservative. I'm not a small government libertarian type. I'm actually like a more traditionalist, federalist type, and
Right.
I believe that the state it has delegated powers and it should use them for public order and for the public good. And I had a big debate with him about anarchy versus true constitutionalism, and he was just saying all this like bizarre shit. And by the time at the end of it, I'm like, Jake, why were you at the Capitol? Actually, why were you actually there? You're not a Trump supporter. You support open borders. You want elections decided by Facebook and social media companies. And I was like, what is wrong with, like, what is actually, and he was just like, I was there to fight tyranny. I'm like, who? Do you support Biden? And he was like, he has no genuine beliefs.
The tyranny. He is the tyranny. That's the thing. He
Anarcho-tyranny.
Yeah.
The Greeks understood if there is no law, there can be no freedom. And that just doesn't register with him. He's an actual anarchist. So.
Yeah, I don't think he has a real understanding of actual history. The things that he says, you could tell they're just like talking points. And I highlighted that. I'm like, you'll notice that when anybody tries to bring up anything of historical fact or what is accepted as historical fact, this dude acts lost. And what he does is he tries to overtalk you and talk about something completely different and call names, or, he just loses himself. It's like he can't have an intellectual conversation or a real debate. He doesn't know how.
That's why you see that in this in particular in this back and forth where he gets called out for it. It's called shotgunning. Where you just say a bunch of shit, bam, 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 basically throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah.
Not sticking on one topic. It's like Batman. Theatricality and deception, powerful agents to the uninitiated. You know.
I'm telling you, man. I don't know. I'm over it all. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's like it's tiring. It's tiring, and I like to think of it like this. I'm Superman Prime, Superboy Prime, right? Superboy Prime. He ain't got no weakness to kryptonite or nothing like that. And Jake is Lex Luthor. You know what I'm saying? He's Lex Luthor, and every time I come in when he does something stupid, I come in and foil his whole little plan. But it's like I don't be disrespectful to him because at the same time, like I want to see you do better, bro. I just believe that you could do better, you know? So I'm not gonna hate you. I'm not gonna do to you what you would do to me. I'm just gonna foil your plan. You know what I'm saying? And then he gets mad and then he reinvents himself like Lex Luthor. You know, Lex Luthor became president one time. He became mayor. He did all kinds of stuff. You know, billionaire tech guy, but he always loses. And that's just how I feel like our dynamic is. I'm his nemesis. That's how I like to believe it. I'm Jake's nemesis.
I at this point, it's hard to keep track of how many nemesis he has.
Yeah, I'm his social media nemesis. I'll put it like that. Anytime he drops something on social media, I combat it, bro, and just bring people around to a regular way of thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like what he's saying is just so stupid. And I said this. I don't know if you heard this part. If Jake truly believed, right? If he truly believed in the concepts that he is putting forth to the people about a white America and only a white America and white Christian values and all these things, then Jake would not have children with a white woman. Because he talks about how the white population is in decline and all this. Well, if Jake really believed it, then Jake would get with the Jewish woman or any other ethnicity that is not white so that he would not muddy the white waters with the Jewish heritage that he has, the Jewish ethnicity that he has, right?
Yeah.
But because he doesn't truly believe it and he rejects his Jewish side in front of the people, even though he was at the wall, super kissing it, he just goes for white girl and not even understanding that you're helping to stop the production of white babies because you took a white girl off the market and muddied her up with your bloodline.
It's all deflection. Like you said, I mean, you're right, and that he doesn't genuinely believe it. If he did, then it would be more consistent. But I mean, I said it, I think, in one of the comments earlier. It's hard to. I mean, at this point, like again, I'm not trying to repeat anti-Semitic canards, but you know, you can clearly see the tech. Well, hey, let's just stop focusing on Israel. Let's focus on the blacks and the Muslims. It's just like, well, how convenient would that be for you to not have to answer to these inconsistencies? Because at the end of the day, this is just like they're noticing. Stop noticing, and I'm
telling you,
it's just stop noticing. Let's
pay
focus
no
on this
attention
other
to the man behind the curtain. It's one of those.
the nose behind the curtain, you know, whatever. But yeah, I'm sorry, I disavow it. That's inappropriate.
Oh God, man, this is good. But yeah, bro, I appreciate you coming on, man. We've been at this for what, 3 hours and 41 minutes. This is the longest live that I've done since I've been home from prison.
It was a long one, and you know what's funny? It's like the one thing you got to hand it to him is he's a true masochist. He's a glutton for punishment because there was no point of this where he looked good.
No,
I don't even know how much is left of it, but like,
let's see. Let's pull it up. Let's see how much I have left. My man Sulliman, he did his thing. I got to give it to him. He did his thing with this interview, boy. He shut Jake down big time. He shut him down big time, bro. It was great. It was masterful. Where is it? Did he take it down? Ain't no way. No, hold on. It's down more. Matter of fact, Kash, go to your own page, stupid. You shared it. There it is. All right. Okay, we were way ahead of this. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. What the hell is it?
Well, I know I shared.
Okay.
I think if you go on. Okay.
I got it. Where were we? Okay, I think I got it. Let's see. Is this the right one? Yeah. Okay. Add a stage.
One MO from this entire interview here is to pull me into talking about Jews. It's like your number one MO.
No, because I
you're
want
an
you to be
Arab,
consistent.
and you'll always hate
No,
the
no,
Jews.
you
so it's
mentioned it.
like,
I'm asking you to be consistent. I'm asking you to be consistent.
You're like I know, but it's like your whole your whole identity is wrapped up into like pushing, just like what they'll call these other influencers. Their whole identity is like wrapped up into this thing. So
yeah, because you protected them. You're getting exposed. You don't
I'm
like
not,
it.
I'm
I'm just saying, be consistent, Jake. I know that you're cousins. I know you're the brothers.
You're sitting there eating God knows what, God knows
and
where.
what you guys have got no food. The Jews have got no food. You just stole other people's food. You guys stole other people's food. You got no food.
Yeah, we have the best food.
Well,
listen,
the Jews have the best food.
You see what he did? He said, "We have the best food," identifying with being a Jew. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah.
He's just like he doesn't even realize it. He can't keep up the character for too long. He just as soon as he says something about about the Jews, he says, "Oh no, we have the best food."
and he's got a terrible dilemma that he's in, because like he was called out earlier, he has to switch between it's an ethnic identity versus it's a religious identity, which it can be either, but he can't keep it consistent because he technically in his core he wants to defend both because he is both, but he can't be consistent. So it's just it's humorous.
I'm Israeli, eh?
Every conversation is just going to be like warping it back over there.
No, I want you to be consistent. No, but that's the
MO
point. No, but that is going to be it. So whenever you mention a problem,
we know that.
No, but this is the issue that I want you to understand. I agree with you on this, by the way. I'm not disagreeing. That one of my things is this: that when you make an argument, I just want you to be consistent. So if you said, "Look, I've got a problem with Islam on this," but I have the exact same problem with Judaism.
I don't like the Hasidification.
No, you keep saying Hasidification. This is the problem. You basically atomize it when it comes to the Jews.
For the people who don't know
atomize it when it comes to the Jews. And I'm trying to say that if you said, "Look, I have a problem with Islam because of this," and also the Jews have the same issue, or whatever, the Christians or whatever, but Christians should be allowed because it's a Christian country, but these three have the same issue, I'd be like, okay, you're being consistent, Jake. I understand but when you're like, "Oh, I've got a problem with Islam, but I'm going to be hypocritical and not mention the Jews," that's actually what I'm doing. That's what I'm calling you out.
This interview, I mean, this is ridiculous.
The whole interview, dude. What do you mean? When did I do this? Like the whole interview. What are you talking about?
I never did that. This interview.
I'm just giving you an example. You literally
said
Jews don't do that, and I gave you an example of when they do.
Q question 100 times over.
You just said, Jake.
You are so fixated. Sulaiman,
Jake, you just asked
your whole idea.
Now here he is. He's gonna over talk him because he can't get past it. He can't get past the fact that he just got called out and spotted again.
Identity is wrapped up into hating Jews. If you were just walking around with,
doesn't like it.
100%, and so many people are, and so many white guys are too. It's like
it's because
now he's trying to attach himself to white guys. He said, "and so many white guys too," not putting himself in the category of a white guy. You see what I'm saying? So many of us white guys would have been more proper if he was trying to, be a white guy. But instead, he's still in the Jewish mode right now.
People have been destroying society.
In symphonies, in ballerinas, in building tall buildings, in being great American patriots, being masculine, strong, smart, active. My identity is in the things I believe in. Your identity and people like you is in the things you hate. You are known for the things you hate. White American Christian.
Kind of like how you hate blacks, how you hate whites, how you hate Muslims, how you hate Somalis, how you hate all these other things that you've been talking about that you hate, Jake.
He's the hater crusader.
Bro, the hater crusader. Yo, hashtag, you guys. Hater crusader. Yo, if you're on X right now, share this out and say the hater crusader. Hashtag the hater crusader. Yo, that's perfect.
Bro, you literally attack Islam. Your identity is to be a hater. Your whole identity is to go to places and get thrown out. You basically went to J6 and you got incarcerated, which I disagree with. You were thrown out of CPAC. You were thrown out of CPAC. Your whole identity is to attack people and then try and go viral. That's literally your whole goddamn show. What are you talking about?
Facts, bro. Facts. He just blasted the truth right now. That is the fact right there. That's it.
Listen, January 6th has nothing to do with
what about you getting thrown out of CPAC? What about getting thrown out of CPAC? What about getting thrown at CPAC and you were complaining that you were a Jew? You complaining about anti-Semitism. You complaining about anti-Semitism. So listen.
No, I was complaining, first of all, because there are certain people inside the conservative movement, just as we know very well, that have been trying to smear my...
Schmear. You heard it? You heard it, right? Not smear, schmear. You heard that, right? I don't know who talks like that, but white Americans don't talk like that. Schmear. Aye, they.
Good name with oh, he's a Jew, so you can't trust anything he says. Get the fuck out of here. None of you people, all of these bench, the bench warmers, the bleacher creatures who sit and watch men of action, and all they do is ridicule. To the glory goes the man in the arena, the one who's fighting for his country. Those who are standing up and doing something instead of every single living, loving.
What's the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan?
Oh, good question. What's the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan? Let's see.
Jake, this is just like
podcasters.
Bro,
this
is
just talk about drama.
What's the crime rate?
Okay.
What's the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan?
I know that there are people that have threatened my life, punched me in the face,
I
spit
didn't
on
ask
me,
that question. You're so emotional. It's just about you all the time. I'm asking you, what's the crime rate in Dearborn?
We were saying that in D.C. That's what got him in the hole. Everything was about Jake.
Tyranny.
But why?
But why?
Telling you that there are unanswered crimes caught on video in Dearborn, and that Sharia law police will do nothing about it.
So let me educate you. So the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan is actually less than.
Shout out to my sister Anarchy Princess.
The crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan is less than the rest of Michigan, and it's one of the lowest throughout the country. So whatever's happening there is that it results in lower crime. In terms of other issues that you've got in terms of what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, you believe there's too many Muslims in the area. Maybe you want to put some kind of quarter in certain areas.
The crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan is 14%, guys. That's pretty low. That is a pretty low crime rate. I mean, man, it's almost non-existent.
That's your prerogative. That's your choice. But you have certain areas where there does be a larger proportion of a specific race depending on what that area is. So that happens in the United States of America. Now, one thing I want to ask you about is this. You mentioned about Sharia law.
Totality. Let me just make a
Sharia
comment.
Law. What is Sharia law? How is Sharia law coming to the United States of America?
It's the totality.
It isn't. Short answer. It is not. It is not. This is fear mongering.
What they're trying to do, in my opinion, is they're trying to juxtapose all of the problems that you see in Europe from mass migration of Muslim countries, from wherever, Africa or the Middle East, from places that were destabilized, and they're trying to juxtapose that onto the United States and make Americans think that it's as bad in the United States as it is in like maybe the worst parts of London, or the worst parts of, I don't know, I think it's like, was it Sweden where they have it's like the rape capital of Europe now, but everything has context, and this is not Europe, and Europe is
exactly what I keep preaching, bro. This is not Europe, and it will never be Europe because of the Constitution, plain and simple. And that's what people just don't understand. They listen to a fearmonger like Jake, and then they're all in the streets. Islam got no place in America. Nobody that is a part of the Islamic faith needs to be here in this country. I'm like, bro. And I use that voice because that's how most racists sound to me in my in my head. That's how a racist would sound.
Well, you can see it. You're right. I mean, you can see it. Not for nothing, this is one thing that bothered me in the jail is you could see people were trying to act like caricatures because that's how they thought we actually are. Mm-hmm. If you know the kind of people I'm talking about. And it's just that's what this is meant to appeal to. They think they have a checklist. Let's say some incendiary thing about an alien religion that most people have never had contact with. Let's appeal to their lack of knowledge about a geography. And keep in mind, most Americans, when they go on vacation within America because it's such a big country. They don't travel abroad. That's how big America is. Most people in America have not been many states away from where they are. I mean,
Facts.
Maybe that's so. It's just why would somebody who's from, let's say, the deep South, stereotyping here, why would they know about how bad Dearborn, Michigan is or is not? They're just going to see viral clips on the internet, and that's what this is meant to appeal to. Yeah, they want these clips to go viral.
Too, bro. That's exactly what I said. I said too many people are living through their phone. they act like that they're actually a part of it. When they see these videos, they act like it's right outside their door because they seen a video clip that went viral and this got to be the truth because my phone showed me. And it's like, no, bro, go outside your door. Do you see that happening outside your door? No, it doesn't exist.
And I know how this works too. I'm not even saying like, yes, there is a psyop element here to it, but let's like, you know, we can be as conservative as possible here. I know how this stuff works. When I got out of prison, you know, I was doing interviews about what I'd been through, what a lot of the guys were going through, and what actually happened that day, and a bunch of other things. But like, what you do is you go through a publicist, or you go through you go through intermediaries and stuff. It's not hard to get your stuff on, say, like Tim Pool.
Right.
I was supposed to be on Tim Pool a while ago. I had a scheduling conflict. It's not hard to get your stuff on. I don't know what one is called the Lotus Eaters. These British guys. You have all these popular podcasts and stuff. It's not hard to get your stuff on there. You just have to schedule it. And Jake has the time and the resources to do that and go viral. So like the reason his stuff is going viral is because they don't know any better. A lot of them don't even know better. They're just going to put this stuff out there.
It's
exactly.
drama, and drama sells. That's the thing.
Exactly.
You create a bunch of chaos and record it, man, it's gonna go viral. That's just it. Any large crowds, this is proven through the algorithm, right? If I go outside and I'm at a parade and something kicks off and I turn my phone on, because they see a lot of people, it looks like pandemonium. The algorithm picks that up and pushes it out. People start sharing it because they think it's something crazy. All the while, it ain't really nothing except for the narrative that I'm pushing. Oh, there's a bunch of people running and they're trying to, you know, get this person because of whatever, and Islamic and whatever I would say to it, even though it's not what's going on behind me. Really what's going on is these kids just got into it right now. It was a little scuffle and now there's people running because somebody said so. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Now it's already in the algorithm and it's gone crazy. And now there's going to be people like myself making videos saying, yo, this dude is lying. I was there. But that's not going to get no traffic because who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter about if it was fake or it's not. It was entertaining for the moment, and you're not going to take this from me. That's what it is.
Yep. And it's going to get shared and just recycled and recycled for weeks, if not months. And that's why it's always the most incendiary thing possible, because that's what sells. That's what gets the attention. And that's exactly why he does exactly what he does. He knows the game. He just wants to
he's really good at it. I will give him that, bro. He's really good at it. So
be as incendiary as possible. It's like, you remember South Park? It's step 1, steal underpants. Step 2, step 3, profit. That's
bro.
Be incendiary.
You ain't lying, bro. And he is like a freaking South Park. I wish that they would put him in South Park. I think that would be hilarious, bro. Because they could do so much with him. They could do South Park. If you happen to see this, somebody tag South Park in this. South Park, do something about Jake Lang, man. Put him out there.
I feel like it's probably they do something with the character Kyle, the Jewish kid, and he's actually pretending to be a messianic prophet, and then he turns.
That will be hilarious. That will be good. All right, let's keep going.
It's already in England, by the way. Every divorce is not happening in civil court. It's happening in Sharia courts. Every single matter. And that's true. There's 82 active Sharia courts right now in England, and it's coming to America. And I'm sure there are no divorces, no matters of any civility ever being dealt with in civil courts in Dearborn. It is all happening between the imams. This is the reason why Islamification.
And now he just created fake news and attached it to what's going on over there in the UK, bro. You see what I'm saying? This is what I mean. This is not happening in America. There is no Sharia courts making marriage or divorces in the United States of America. They talk about it trying to happen in Texas, I believe, that they got something. But even then, let's say for instance that they do have Sharia law courts in Texas, it has to be voluntary upon the participants, because this moment that an American Muslim picks up the phone and says, hey, they trying to give me 80 lashes over here because I'm Muslim and I'm a part of their church or mosque or whatever. And I disagree with it, and I don't want that to happen to me, but they're not letting me leave. Guess what? That whole mosque, whoever's involved in that, they're going to jail. It don't matter about your religion. You're going to jail, period, because we got laws that protect people against that. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Jake has never been restrained by reality. I don't know if you remember this. I just love. I'm like Dark Side. The amount of petty in me is just like, I don't forget anything. I remember when I had my first in-court appearance, and so because I was in the court for the first time, I think it was like June of 2021, I had to quarantine for a week in this corner cell up at the top. I think it was like 48. I was in the absolute back corner. And then Jake came back from the hole from his second riot, I think. No, his first, no, it was either the, it was, I think it was this, okay, yeah. So he, well, yeah, no, I think it was the third. But anyway, he comes back. And so he's in the cell right next to me. He's just ear fucking me through the cell, through the vent. And we're arguing about politics. I'm like, Jake, you're an idiot. You don't understand how anything works. And we're having I'm dropping history on him. I'm dropping law. I'm dropping constitutionalism, philosophy, religion, everything. And he's just like, somehow it gets to the point where he's talking about how the Chinese are these are not my words. Chinese people, he says Chinese people have small dicks because they're oppressed by communism, and their women don't respect them because they kneel to tyranny. And this is why they're not respected, and it gives them small, and it's just like the most outrageous. And it would be so retarded if you didn't know him. Would you think I'm just making this up? You would probably think that's like the dumbest thing.
I would be like, there's no way that somebody actually said that.
Most retarded thing, like, unless it's like,
don't say it. Don't say the R word. We're not only on. I don't know if we can say that on other platforms. I thought they lightened it up a little bit. But this is nothing against the community of people. Yeah,
differently abled.
Yeah, we're not talking bad about you guys. We're talking about a person.
I'm talking about
his actions are stupid. Like
I was talking about foam that puts out fires. That's what I was talking about.
There you go.
The he's possibly the dumbest human being though I've ever had the misfortune of spending a lifetime with.
I agree.
But
I agree. And it's saying a lot because I've been a lot of different places to a couple different prisons. And yeah, he takes the cake, bro. He takes the cake. Let's see what else comes out of his mouth. Look at his face right now. That's crazy.
Is so destructive and dangerous to America. Because not only is it the brownification of America and the removal of our natural ideology or heritage and things of that nature come with being a white, Western, Christian man, or any of those things, but it's also a political ideology and movement. They build their outposts, their mosques, their forward operating bases. These are insurgency, militaristic outposts that not only are there to sculpt a religious fervor, but to change a political ideology and operate as another outpost. So the reason why Islam, on its facial value, on the actual way that it changes the makeup of America, is more dangerous than, let's say, a Korean town, three towns down. There's a town that tends to have more Korean people. They're not in all ways looking to usurp the power structure, the ideology, the language, the food, everything. So Islam is an all-encompassing natural enemy to Western freedom and Western civilization. It brings all the necessary component to make itself antithetical to our way of life. Other people from every other country come here, settle down, move into areas where they're the predominant people. They don't breed with 5 or 6 wives. They don't open up military outposts. They're not running to take office and act like a tribe to get more of their people. Look at the Dearborn, Michigan mayor. $4,500 to the next brown baby that pops out of the 5th wife of Muhammad over here.
Okay.
They're hijacking.
You're doing the same thing. You're doing scattergun. You're doing right. Listen, Jake, you're doing scattergun.
Pay for their own replacement of white people.
You're doing scattergun, so let me respond to some of your points. And can you just keep it as like 1 or 2 points at a time, and then I can respond to them. So in terms of the Sharia courts, and I know this is going to upset you because, again, it just demonstrates your kind of hypocrisy. But when it comes to Sharia courts don't supersede the legal system. The legal system is still present. Just like Jewish law doesn't supersede in the same manner. You do know that there actually are the similar number of Jewish courts.
You're so fixated. Nothing of this has to do with Judaism.
He doesn't like it when you talk about his people.
You have like
he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it when you talk about his own people because they are as religious as Muslims. This is why it's important to know. So they have that. And actually, Jake,
infatuation.
Jake, another thing that you won't like because you want it hidden about your people is that actually in the United States of America, right, you've never had Sharia law supersede American law. American law, the Constitution has always taken. Control yourself. You're chimping out. Control yourself.
Yo. He just told that man he's chimping out, dog.
Well, it's tit for tat. He can't handle when his own tactics are used against him. He freaks out and he can't handle it because he was saying that what's his face was chimping out before too, and so I mean it's just like it's funny because when the same is on him, he stutters, he loses track of what he's doing.
This is great, but here's the thing: is like this is exactly what I was saying, that the Constitution trumps everything, bro. Period. And Jake can't accept it. He cannot accept that because it makes him look like he don't know what the hell he's talking about. And he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's just fear-mongering people into believing that there is Sharia law about to be running rampant through the United States of America. And that will never be the case as long as there's people like me, people like you, people like anybody that wants to uphold the Constitution. That'll never be a thing. And we have a majority of Americans that we ready to ride about this Constitution.
Not for nothing, but like it, you can not be Muslim or Arab or whatever and still recognize, like, I mean, here's the reality. I think he was saying something about them electing a mayor or whatever that's like them. It's just like, well, why wouldn't they elect someone that represents them in their community? That's like, that seems like the most obvious thing in the world. That's
the whole point of electing leaders, to represent their communities. Like that's the whole point.
That's what a republic literally is, And in New York, and I'm sure they would have fucking some Jewish leaders in areas that are predominantly Jewish, and there's a lot of that.
Look at freaking Schumer. Look at Schumer.
Yeah, or even AOC. I mean, there's like a lot of Puerto Ricans and Hispanics who are in New York. It's just like it's not surprising that one of them would end up being elected. It's just like, why is that shocking? It's like there could be an underlying truth where ethnic or religious enclaves are formed. You do see it. It happens.
Yeah.
But the idea that like it's a conflation of things though, just because that does not mean this, just because X does not mean Y. He's conflating two different things. Just because let's say there is an ethnic or religious enclave, that doesn't equal the Sharia law thing. It also doesn't. And it also, that's another bigger leap to say that this is a takeover of America. You're talking about one city, I mean, it's beyond fear mongering. It's just, it's mental gymnastics.
Bro, it's crazy. It's insane. Let's keep on going with the insanity. We got a couple more minutes left of this crap.
What is the Jew
You're
doing?
telling me.
Not crap from you, Sulaiman. You did great. Crap from Jake.
Supremacists can't control themselves. They don't have any kind of civility. Bro, you
Matter
guys
of
are uncivilized. Have you got
Muslims.
any kind of have you got any civility?
No, because you're
Do you believe in
purposely
Jewish
feigning
what is this
ignorance.
Jewish supremacy?
Like you're so
What
like
is
you
this
are
Jewish
you're
supremacy?
not that
Why
dumb.
can you not
We know
just
the
control
Sharia
yourself?
courts aren't
Why can you not
superseding the
control
law of the
yourself? What
land
is
right
this?
now? But the matters.
What is this
the
Jewish
matters that are
supremacy?
happening- Let me finish
What
my
is it?
point
No, I'm gonna
because
finish my point.
interrupting
I
you.
was speaking.
No
I was
problem
speaking.
to
So
re-interrupt me.
I was speaking. I was going to give you an example that there's never been a scenario where Sharia law has overtaken the American system, the American Constitution. The only religion that superseded American law, superseded the Constitution, was your people. There was a court case called Avitsa, and you love your litigations, you Jews, as well. As you know, you're one of the main
my God.
proponents of that. That shows you.
Yo.
But Avitsa versus
Find
Avitsa.
the core, baby.
Yeah, of course, you're Jewish. So Avitsa.
Yo, bro. Whoa, bro. This dude is taking shots. He said, of course, you Jewish.
And he just goes with it too. It's like there are just moments where he's just like, yeah, mask off.
Oh, God. Oh, my God, bro. This is great.
Versus Avitsa is one of the court cases, you should look into this, where actual Jewish law, how can a foreign law supersede American law? It never happened for Islam. It's not happened for Christianity, but it happened for Jewish law. It happened for only Jews. That shows the level of Jewish law that has actually overtaken and occupied the United States of America. But you won't talk about that. You keep saying don't talk about them. Don't talk about them. Let me talk about Muslims. And when we expose it, you don't want to speak about it because in reality, you know the truth is going to expose you. You know your people.
Hold on. I got to address this. Yo, Patriot Steve, we've been at this, and this guy has let Jake talk a ton without interrupting him. And he's trying to actually, and it's his show, and he's trying to finally talk, and Jake won't allow him to talk. He's been allowing Jake to say all kinds of nonsense throughout this whole podcast and not interrupt him. And it's Jake that keeps interrupting every single time he makes a point that Jake can't refute. That's what's really going on, Patriot Steve. But shout out to you for not being a fan of Jake.
It's a scatter shot technique. instead of addressing one particular point because he's weak on all of them, he just throws a bunch of shit out there, hoping to, basically talk over and distract. So he's saying that he's using a red herring, but it's actually Jake who's using red herrings, using completely unrelated topics to what the initial question was.
Through the whole podcast.
Because he can't endure scrutiny at all.
No, at all. Not when he's never been able to, even when we were in jail with him.
Exposed, and you don't like it. You don't like the fact that your religion is superseding the American Constitution. You guys should be deported because you are actually taking control of the United States of America and destroying it. You're destroying it through the legal system, through the police system. I went to New York. You guys had your own police system. I went to a synagogue. I went to the Brooklyn, the underground sewers. I don't know if you were there or not, Jake, but I went there to investigate it. I don't know if I'm talking about the sewers. You know where the Jewish from the synagogue were jumping out.
When that story broke, I was in prison.
No, but I still operating, so I don't know if you were there. Now, so when I went there after you were released from prison, what happened was it was still operational, but they had Jews there. They had their dress on. They were dancing around. They were having their own religious, like dancing on the streets of New York, Brooklyn. You had their own police. They had their own fire brigade there, their own police, and then they had the New York police who also was situated there. So American taxpayers were being paid for it. But someone like you won't speak about that. Someone like you can't. That's why people consider you a subverter.
Listen, I don't need to
carrying out the
argument.
actions either knowingly or unknowingly, either paid or unpaid. You're carrying out the actions of the Israeli government. This is why people don't trust you.
So let me address.
Bro, mic drop. Mic drop. This dude is eviscerating Jake in this podcast, y'all. Eviscerating him, and that's real. But you know what's funny? He said, I don't know if you were that or not. Talking about the freaking tunnel. I don't know if you were there or not. I was in prison. That's a lie. You never made it to prison, Jake. You never been to prison in your life, Jake. You've been to jail. Ask anybody who's been to prison if it's different than Tim. Is prison different than jail?
A little bit, just a little bit.
Are the rules different?
They are. Well, he actually, Cash, was it the number? I was transferred to over 21 different jails or prisons. So he was in a couple of prisons, but that's because he didn't know how to behave and he kept getting moved around. And
what prison was he in?
Wasn't he? I think he was in the Brooklyn facility.
That's not a prison. That's an MCC. That's a jail.
Oh, well,
Brooklyn. The Brooklyn MCC or MD, whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's a jail. That is a jail. That is where you go before you go to prison. It's a transfer place. It's not a prison is you've been to prison. You were in what were you in a low or a medium?
I was in a low.
So you got lucky. You was in a low. Okay, so let me ask you this. In a low, was there Aryan Brotherhood there?
No.
No?
There was they came up to me. SIS came up to me, threatening me. I better not join the Aryan Brotherhood. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking. I didn't know there was one in New Jersey. And it's just like, no, there was like a generic, what do you call it? Non-aligned white car.
Was there independent white car? Okay.
Yeah, there was an independent white, which I didn't even join because I hung out with Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, so I didn't even. And
so
they were all.
You can do that though. You're in a low. You don't really got to be on any time when you're in there and when you're in a low. You could be.
There was no
whoever.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. No, yeah.
Okay, so you didn't have a lot of prison politics.
No, it was primarily just avoiding the deuce heads. Stay away from the deuce, and that was pretty much it.
Okay, so I'm not even going to ask you if Jake would have been accepted into the white gang that was there because you didn't have one.
No, well, funny enough, all the Jewish guys on Fort Dix were all sex offenders, so he probably would fit in.
Thank you. I tried to tell him. I tried to say it. People don't want to hear it. That's what it was. It's basically, when you look at all the offenders, anywhere where I went anyway, all the offenders, they had two things in common. Either they were white or there were Jewish. A lot of, I don't want to say that they were Jewish. No, I didn't run into any Jewish offenders that I know of because I don't think that they could claim their Jewish identity in prison if they were that. I'm not sure. All the ones that I seen were white or illegals.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of whites and illegals that were sitting at that kitty lover table. You know what I'm saying? But they weren't allowed to be with anybody. But Jake says that he's been to prisons and he said that the blood's from Chicago. And I said, bro, ain't no bloods in Chicago. That's first off a fallacy. And then he said it's ran by race, that all the races all stick together in a prison. That's not how it goes in prison, bro. It's not how it goes in prison. In prison, you have gang culture. It's separate than racial culture in prison, an actual prison, in a medium or a USP. It is completely different. It's not segregated by race. It's segregated by gang. And then within them gangs, the Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, and blacks will come together against the whites if the whites get on some crazy stuff. But that's not even all the time, because sometimes the paisas will side with the whites and be at war with, they got coalitions. So it's more of a coalition thing and gang thing than it is racial thing. The only time race comes into it is when you get into the Aryan Circle or Aryan Brotherhood that are in prison.
Yeah, we didn't really have gangs. We just had generic cars. So a lot of it was like location. Like there was a North Carolina car, there was a Philly car, there was a New York car.
Yeah,
and you're right.
Same thing.
There was a little malleability. Like there were a couple of Native American guys. They were with the white car, which because there weren't a lot of them. They made a couple of exceptions here or there, but yeah, it was it wasn't really racial. It was just kind of, a lot of it was location. It was a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you were on a low, so you had easy going. Everybody was going home. Everybody didn't want to get their time cut short, but but even then, it's still dangerous in the low because people walk around with them, but they still got knives in there, then they don't get shaken down a lot, so anything could happen. But with Jake, he only been to jails, and he said that he had a bunch of black kids in his cell hanging on the top bunk and all that while he's doing Bible study. I say, bro, that would never happen in a medium or a high. Ever. You will never walk into a prison and see black guys in a white person's cell reading the Bible to them. Unless they're kitty lovers. That's the only time you would see it happen.
I don't, he might, like, the thing with Jake too is like he'll conflate 20 different things from different points over 4 years into a single event or something like that because he's fundamentally dishonest. But I mean, I have notes sent from Rob Morse and I think it was Mason Corson from when they were up north. I think they might have been in Lewisburg. I don't remember the exact facility.
It was Lewisburg. I was in there with them.
And like they were talking about Jake. At one point, Jake was there with them, and he was trying to incite a race war, and he was like instigating with the local black guys, and he was basically causing problems for the J6ers there. I don't know if this is when you were there specifically, but
I was in a hole when I was there. I was going through the gang dropout program, so I was in the hole waiting to be sent to general population when I seen all of them guys over there.
Yeah. So I mean, I have these records, and it's just, again, receipts, delicious, and it's just like everywhere he went, he pretended like it was no different than DC. Everywhere he went, he would get extorted because he didn't know how to behave, or he would try to buy people off so he wouldn't get his ass beat, or so he could fucking get people to do what he wanted. The whole, my dad gave you Cheetos, you owe me, like that whole thing. And he would do the whole I'm a fucking messiah thing everywhere. So I mean,
remember when he was getting extorted in the hole in DC?
Yeah, it's the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. Well, let's keep listening to his rant.
That's these things.
Go.
I already said.
And you see now, I'll be civilized and I won't interrupt it. Yeah, go ahead.
I've already said I'm against the Hasidification. Those are Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Jews. They're changing the environment to fit it in a way that's un-American. I've already said that. So your argument that I'm trying to hide and your people, you're subverting, I already addressed this already. I'm against the Hasidification of anywhere, just like the Islamification. I don't want to go into any place in America, any whole entire city, let's say like a Dearborn, that would be all Jewish people with their payas and different food and different language and everything. I would say this is un-American and we need to get them out. Same way I would say with Muslims.
Go ahead.
I see Daryl Neely in the comments, and I think I don't know what, I think it's on, it looks like he's talking on Facebook. It looks like it was just last minute. I don't know if you saw that post where this woman alleged that I think Daryl Neely beat up somebody who blasted Jake's booty hole.
Oh yeah, Daryl, we gotta have an answer for that, Daryl. Is that true? Did you have to beat up somebody because they allegedly took advantage of Jake's butt? Allegedly, somebody took advantage of Jake Lang's butt in prison, and you beat the person up that did it in DC. Is that true or is that false?
I saw this. This was from a post from a third party, so I don't know if they actually are representing what Daryl has actually said or not. But I saw that.
I need to know if this is true, because if that happened, then that is pretty crazy.
Which, to be clear, just so I'm clear, though I am an asshole, that would not be okay. That's not cool.
Not at
But
all. But it's
but
very possible. I thought about it after I had seen it. And I was like, that ain't happening in DC. But then I found out that them guys went to general population. And I know in general population, they taking people's butts. They taking
Hey.
people's butts in general population in DC. They booty bandits over there.
Well, yeah. So like when I went to Fort Dix, because again we were segregated most of the time we were in DC. When I went to Fort Dix, that was like all I'd ever heard about the DC crew was that
Yeah.
the inmates in DC were So
oh, there's some truth in it. I fought the guy that tried to take him. Whoa. So did he get him or did he not get him? Like, what'd you do? How did that happen? Did you walk in and he had him bent over how did that happen? What was the story behind that?
He said the DC boys would do it.
Yeah, for sure.
See, like
Definitely.
that had to have been after. So like I wasn't even in there. Yeah, I wasn't there with Daryl at all. So I guess that would have had to have been 23 onward. I don't know. When did you leave exactly? Because I never even met Daryl.
I left 23. He say I rep DC in prison. So so that's crazy. So you was a part of that's one thing that is true about prison though, is DC, they got their own thing. DC ain't with nobody. When you go to prison, DC is DC. They not cool with New York. They not cool with the tri-state area. DC is DC in prison. And different.
When I went to Dick's, we did like a quarantine / orientation for a week. And there was this one guy, Ant, he was from DC, and he went by street. Like it was by what street you were on. So I don't know if that's common or not.
I don't know. When I was in DC was just DC. But yeah, that's good though. I'm glad that they didn't get him because that would have been horrible. I'm really glad that you was there to help him out. So yeah, let's keep on rolling.
Imagine how bad he'd be right now if they did get him though. I don't know what character he'd be playing.
I don't wish
that
on nobody. Like, and just for the record, like I say at the start of this, you guys, I love Jake. This isn't to go at Jake because the sake of going at Jake. I'm going after Jake's ideology and the things that Jake has done and the things that Jake has said and just holding him accountable. Don't wish no ill will on Jake. Don't want Jake to fail in life or any of those things. Love Jake. But we got to call out the BS, man. We've got to, this racist crap, there's all this stuff that we can't have that. The overrepresentation or the misrepresentation of Christianity, the misrepresentation of MAGA, the misrepresentation of what it means to be an American that Jake spews. That's why I'm doing this. It's not, I love Jake. If Jake was to call me right now and say, hey, bro, can I hold $10 or whatever? I'll be like, yeah, I got you. And I send it to him. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate him. Matter of fact, I pray for Jake every day. I just want him to do better. That's why we're doing this.
Jake's not gay, but $10 is $10.
You're stupid.
Now, that's dispelling your entire red herring argument. You're trying to subvert and divert the entire argument because you have a sexual infatuation with Jewish people for some reason. It's crazy. It's like it's locked in. It's key. We're arguing about hypocrisy. We're arguing about Sharia law in Dearborn, and all of a sudden you're like, let me take a right off the highway, 95 miles an hour, jump off an embankment, and you like that, by the way?
Yo, come on, man. That's what I'm saying. That kind of stuff right there.
That up there quick for you. Let me just drive off the embankment and start talking about Jewish courts, freaking Asvira versus Asvira. Listen, we're talking about brown people in Dearborn.
Yeah, you want to talk about that.
That'll attack Christians if you go out there and you have a little bacon on the Quran. Okay? We're not talking about, so we can have that conversation. If you want to. Yes, I am a Christian.
No, I mean, you're Jewish. And didn't you go with Cam Higby as well, who is, again, someone who went to
I didn't go with Cam
Israel,
Higby.
who also was
journalist, but I never met him a day in my life. I didn't have his number until inside Dearborn City Council. We exchanged numbers in there so I could talk to him in the future. I had no idea he was coming. I never invited him. So God bless him. Thank you for covering
I listened to your speech in the council meeting. We can play.
Wait, let me address back because you never got to answer my.
I didn't know that Cam Higby went to Israel and get the whole kiss the wall thing too. I did not know. I don't even know who this guy is.
It seems to be like, again, like I don't know the whole they give $7,000 to every pro-Israel influencer. I don't know if that's true or not, but it does seem like a lot of these investigative journalists types who do what him and Jake do or whatever, they go to these war zones that aren't really war zones. It seems like a lot of them might have foreign intelligence connections or something like that. I don't know if that, yeah, like, I don't know. Like I saw that guy, Tommy Robinson. I'm sure you've heard of his name. I was like, I
Is
heard of
that
him
Tommy?
before.
Is that the Tommy Tatum dude?
No, Tommy
Oh,
Robinson's this British guy who goes around protesting Muslims in the UK. And I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that he's some sort of, he has connections to Netanyahu or Israel or something like that. And I don't know if it's true, but I mean, it's a perfect tactic to incite social tension. You have a
yeah.
bunch of people connected to Israel and they go bother Muslims when they're not doing anything, or maybe Qatar too, same thing. I think all the countries are doing it. The Qataris want people to foment anti-Semitism, and then the Israelis want people to foment Islamophobia. And meanwhile, regular Americans are like, no idea that it's even going on. I don't know, but it seems
That's
like
wild.
I don't know. I never heard of this guy too before this protest, but it does seem like there's a lot of the same sort of interesting connections that we have with Jake as well.
Yeah, it does. That's pretty wild.
In Sharia court.
No.
You cannot be this ignorant, Suliman.
I'm very knowledgeable,
First
actually.
of all, just
I
like
know the
any
knowledge. This is why you
gang-
don't like
okay,
it.
listen. Let me tell you how a gang operates. Let me tell you about oppression. Let me tell you about how things happen in real life.
Yeah.
Instead of there's never
Ashkenazis know they're better than anyone.
Einstein. There's never been an instance where Sharia law has been in America. Listen, the women are oppressed and cannot and will not and are not allowed to go outside any of their current social structure. If they have a problem, it is between their husband and their imam. They will have acid thrown on their face. They will be beaten or they'll be ostracized for their community. Of course, none of these matters are being held in civil courts. They're all being taken care of behind the scenes inside their current social hierarchy because they are lesser than the men there. So
Again, conflating what happens in other countries, trying to apply it to America. In America, you ain't never seen no woman get acid thrown on her face and not be no repercussions for the person that did it. And then if you're going to use that same energy or the energy that you're using about Islam, then how come you're not bringing up what the Jewish sect, I'm not going to say which one, just the Jewish sect that after they circumcise a baby, puts their thing where it should not be. Like, why you got to condemn that too then? Because that's not American. I mean, we're totally against that. So why are you not talking about those things? Why is it just Islam, just black people? How come you're not having that same energy towards these archaic rituals that some of the Jewish people practice within their religion? Why? I think it's because you're Jewish. That's why.
My Bronze Age barbarism is way more civilized than your Bronze Age barbarism.
That's exactly the argument that he's having. Just pointing that out.
they're not going to the courts to decide 90% of these things. They are saying their imam is telling me, you listen to your husband. This is what the Prophet Muhammad alaikum said to do. You have to bow down, wash his feet.
That was good. I got to give him points for that. That was pretty funny. Muhammad alaikum.
I don't know his name even. I don't care about any of these disgusting ideologies. They're not going to American court. They're in a system of oppression where if they step outside of that system to seek any type of relief, they will be immediately ostracized or, if not worse, beaten or have acid thrown on them. So don't tell me that Muslim women in strict Muslim households are going out and starting to seek relief from the American government on issues of divorce or other civil matters. They are stuck inside an oppressive system that they are not allowed to even talk to another man or shake another man's hand on the street, let alone go file a lawsuit against their husband or just file divorce papers. It's all happening inside those oppressive, barbaric Middle East and medieval imams and their oppressive power structure there.
Okay.
So don't tell me you're too ignorant to the fact that that's happening.
I actually have knowledge of all three religions, so let me debunk your claim on that as well. First of all, in terms of whether Jews, Christians, or Muslims should handle civil matters within their own religious, within their own society or community, I think that's extremely important because I think society, and I know Ashkenazi Jews don't agree with this, they want to destroy the family structure amongst blacks, whites. But I actually think it's a good thing because what happens is a woman, unfortunately, she does have this situation where she is manipulated, and this is why divorce rate is high. This is why there's population collapse. This is what you guys encourage. In reality, what should happen is when a woman wants to divorce a man, even if she's Christian or Muslim or Jewish, she should speak to the community first. There should be a situation where there's an ability to bring these people together before you go to divorce court. So actually, I think it's a good thing, and this is why divorce rate is lower amongst Muslim communities, and I think it should happen in Christian and Jewish communities.
Threat of
And
death.
let me
He's about to interrupt him again, but I just got to point something out. Hey, wasn't it like when the founders first founded America, wasn't marriage and divorce both civil matters? I don't think that you had to go to court to file for divorce. I think that it actually went through the church back in the day before they forced marriage certificates and for you to go get married through the court. Am I wrong?
It would have varied because back then, like now, actually, I mean, there was a common law system. So, I mean, it would have varied. There are civil courts.
It would have varied on whether or not they were Christian, right? And what type of Christian they were.
And it was interesting too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if using Jake's theology, wouldn't you just have to sleep with a different prostitute to have a divorce? That way you just start a new marriage. You know, what's interesting. Yeah, it occurs to me too. And I brought this up before, but not on here. Peter Steger is Muslim, and he's like the only one who ever stuck up for Jake's bullshit. And, you know, Steger was probably the most tolerant person of Jake ever. And he always stuck up for him. And Peter Steger is a Muslim. I don't know. I know I think he might have, maybe he converted in
while
jail
we
or
were
prison.
in DC. Yeah, while we were in DC, that was kind of my fault. When I was having my Islam phase, man, you know, talking with Steger about it. And I mean, if it fits him, it fits him. But, you know.
But it's interesting because he, you know, I don't know. I don't know what his relationship with Jake is right now, but how ungrateful is Jake towards, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like disgusting, really. Like, I don't agree with the religion, but I always had great conversations with Steger. Same with you. I've never let someone's religious difference, even with Curcio with his Odinism thing, I would never let that get in the way between me having a conversation or forming a human relationship. And yet here you got this guy who's willing to condemn the religion, an entire group of people, when one of them is the only one who really supported him. He just looks like an ungrateful scumbag. But I don't want to be controversial.
It's pretty bad, bro. But what are we gonna do? You know.
Look, you're interrupting again. You're interrupting again. And then, so that's the first thing. The second thing is in terms of being the oppression of women. That's actually two of the things you mentioned in Dearborn, Michigan, in the council meeting. You mentioned about the rights of homosexuals, and you mentioned about the rights of women. Those were the two of the things you mentioned, right? And I want to speak about both of those things. And I know you don't like it, but as someone who actually studied philosophy and theology, this is why I know the fallacy of your argument. Because in reality, when you look at the oppression, claimed oppression of women, whether it's Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, all three religions have very similar positions. I know you don't because you're a liberal Ashkenazi Jewish person, but they have very similar. Yeah, they have, in terms of homosexuality and feminism, you are quite clearly. This is a proof of it.
No. Because I believe in the freedom of people to exercise themselves.
Listen, I get it. You're a woke liberal. I get it. Let me debunk your argument.
Pause real quick. Answer this question, Kim Burley. Welcome in, Kim. Kash, did you study religion? I've studied a lot of religion, a lot. In DC, I had a phase where I was studying Islam, and I did that, had that whole little phase. I've studied Judaism, I've studied Buddhism, I've studied the Hebrew Israelite. I was a part of the Nation of Islam at one time, and I'm a believer. You know, I'm a believer in Christ. That's what I started as, you know, and that's what I finished as. So it all brought me back full circle to being what I naturally was. So yeah, but I know about a lot of religions.
That's why
let me debunk your wokeness. Let me debunk your wokeness, because he went to the council meeting and the two things he cried about is homosexuality, LGBTQ values, Feminism.
No, not
liberalism.
values, rights.
So
I
this
don't.
liberal
I don't.
woke,
I have
this is what they
family
do.
values.
Even these Ashkenazi Jews, even when they're in the right wing, they want to bring feminism in to destroy Christian society and Western society, and they want to bring LGBTQ. This is actually how you guys destroyed Western society. This is actually how you guys destroyed Western society. But let me tell you what actually the Bible says, because I know you find it to be evil and abhorrent. Because actually the Bible actually holds the same opinion on women.
Wrong.
Actually, the Bible when women, actually I think the Christian and Jewish position on women is actually, it makes more sense to me because they're more stricter. They're more stricter than on women than Islam is, because they say a woman, as an example, let a woman learn quietly with all forms of submission. This is Timothy 2:11. I do not permit a woman to teach. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise any authority over a man. And then he also says, Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived, and because she is a transgressor. She is, and also in terms of inheritance, a woman doesn't have inheritance rights in Christianity and Judaism.
That's not true. There's nothing in the Bible that says anything about inheritance in the New Testament. In the Old Testament, yes.
Numbers 27.
I was about to say, bro, in the Old Testament, yes, it does. It's very, very clear in the Old Testament.
Hey, let me read it to you.
Numbers is a Old Testament text.
Numbers 27:8 says, stating that a daughter does not inherit anything if she has brothers.
Yes, that's Old Testament. That's Jewish. That's Jewish ideology. That's not the Christian.
But Timothy is
Yes, so what I'm talking about here is the oppression.
Do you reject the Bible on that? Do you accept it?
I accept every written word of God.
Do you believe that under Corinthians that basically the man is the head of the household
any
and a
woman
woman
in any authoritative position in America? That is part of the feministic overhaul of our country.
That's what you're crying
about.
What
I'm saying when I'm talking about homosexuals and women, like I did in Dearborn, homosexuals don't deserve to be thrown off rooftops. That's what I'm talking about, the oppression of homosexuals.
So we'll talk about homosexuals. Wait. Let's talk about women first.
And women
Jake.
don't deserve.
See, he keeps on doing that, trying to overtalk him. He won't answer the question. He will not answer the question.
To have to cover themselves from head to toe, where you can't even see their eyeballs, in the full burqa, full hijab, full crazy thing, and where they're treated like dogs and like breeding animals, where you have 4 or 5 wives, you don't love any of them, you're just using them all for breeding.
Hey, so how do we feel about nuns having to take a vow of celibacy so they can't have no kids? Is that wrong? And they got to wear the nun outfit. Is that wrong? Tim, what do you think? Should we get on the Catholic faith about how they do our women in America and deny them their worldly pleasure, in the bedroom, because they have to take a vow of celibacy and they have to wear this Muslim style, the only thing they can see their face, but everything else got to be covered. Should we be on Catholics the same way?
It's interesting. I remember Jake tried to use the fact that he had long hair because we weren't even allowed to shave, but he tried to use that as a show of his religious devotion, like he was Solomon or something, or like he was Samson, like it was a show.
Nazarite vow, yeah,
right. Like in reality, yeah. So I mean, like if that's the kind of if a superficial outshowing of devotion is legitimate for him, why isn't it true for anybody else?
I like that. That's real.
Womp, womp.
But
so again, in terms of head covering, is that in the Bible? In terms of the head covering, is that in the Bible when you're praying for a woman?
What's that?
In the Bible, for a woman needs to cover her hair.
Wear any kinds of beads or anything in her hair.
No, I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm not talking about Judaism. You're getting confused. You're getting confused with the religions. So I'm saying a woman, when she goes to the church, according to the Bible, she's meant to cover her hair, correct?
Yes. A man's hair is cut short.
Exactly.
Naturally. A woman's hair, so she keeps away the angels from looking. But covering in a veil, not in the face.
Oh,
the hair.
face. So face is different. So Jake, face.
Yes, the face is the natural part of a human being. How are you going to cover up somebody and make them live?
The hair is a natural part of the human being, bro. What do you mean? It's a fallacy in your argument from your own mouth. Like,
it's also, there's a spectrum here too. Like, not for nothing, there are plenty of countries you can see where women do wear burqas or coverings or veils and stuff, but they still actually do show their face, and it is mostly just their hair or other parts of it. Like there are plenty of women. Again, I'm not even saying I support it, but there are plenty of Muslim women who wear head coverings, but you still see their face. Yeah. It's not like it's not a universal thing. It's not. It
kind of depends on the sect of Islam that they're a part of,
or the country, and I mean it's
because there's different types. Like you got the Sufi, you got the Sunni, you got the Shiite, you got different sects of Islam that do different things. And that's what I think that Jake doesn't understand. It's kind of like with Judaism. There's different sects of Jews that do different things.
You got the Hasidics like 10 minutes from where I live. I've lived here my entire life. There's a Lakewood, New Jersey. It's an entire city filled with ultra Orthodox Hasidic Jews, and they treat their women like cattle. They have them dressed in pure black. They can't, and it's like, it's really not that different from my perspective. And then not for nothing, even though it's not, I don't have an issue with it. You have groups like you have groups like the Amish or
the Baptists that are super strict that say you got to wear a skirt. Women aren't allowed to wear anything but a skirt.
Yeah, I mean, having a dress code is not like the biggest, or it's not the best argument for saying that people are oppressed. I mean, we have dress codes for kids in schools, at least a lot of schools. Like, is that oppression? Scott.
Scott, man, I'm freaking love Scott, bro. Oh god.
But why?
But why?
Every day they're
Okay, one second. Let's get into this. So we accept
oppression.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak about it. 1 second.
It's dehumanizing.
1 second. I know you're a feminist. Listen. So first of all, I agree.
You want all Americans and everybody on the globe to wear burqas. Everyone.
I don't.
That's your. If
I'm
you
gonna
believe
explain
in
it to you.
Islam,
You
believe
need to
in the supremacy of the takeover of the whole world of Islam.
Listen. You need to
believe
listen.
that every woman in the world.
You need
their
to.
identity
Jake,
should be there.
Jake, listen. You need to listen.
Hi,
I've written a book. I've written a book.
Conversation.
Listen,
no,
Jake,
you didn't. I
Jake,
don't even know who you are.
Listen, I've written a book on this. I've written a chapter on the niqab. I actually hold the position that this is not in Islam because it's not in the Quran and it's not in the Sunnah. So I believe that this was an innovation that happened later. So if you look at the biggest school within
the Hadith,
it's not in the Hadith either. So this is the point. This is what my book shows. It shows that actually this was never in the Quran and it was never in the Hadith. This was something that was created later, is my position. So I don't believe that there is such thing as niqab in Islam. Let me be clear on that. That being said, even though I don't believe that there's such thing, right? When I've mentioned the points to you. The first thing is in terms of rules over the women. I've demonstrated how Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are very similar. And and the covering of the hair, they have the same. Actually, inheritance laws are stricter in Judaism, right? And I believe it's in Christianity, but I can't find the exact verse. But in terms of Islam, the only thing you had left about Islam was the face veil. And I'm saying the face veil isn't found in Islam. But if a woman specifically wants to wear it, that should be her right to do so. I thought you believe in the right of a woman to choose. I thought you believe in the right for a woman to choose.
Because this is my most powerful point. I need to address this right now.
No, so but do you agree with that?
You live. I don't know what to agree or disagree. You live in a fantasy world. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm already on my next
confused.
topic.
Yeah, you're confused.
No. This is the biggest part about it.
You didn't hear it because he's running his mouth.
World. If you were the king of every Islamic bastard in the world, you would say no.
You see the disrespect, bro? You see the disrespect, bro?
But it accurately called out. I mean, he wants freedom for sodomy and freedom for whatever generic women's rights or gay rights or whatever. He wants freedom of expression. By the way, he specifically was called out. Well, you want this Christian nationalist, whatever, but yet you say you're for gay rights and you support being gay or whatever. And they just, I don't support it. I just support gay rights, but I don't support it. It's like, well, if you support expression of things that you don't agree with, because liberty is your principle as opposed to control or whatever, then you're a hypocrite when it comes to religious veils and shit like that.
Yeah, bro. And deeper than that, when he talks about he believes every word in the Bible, right? But he wants a Christian nationalist white country. Well, in the Bible, it talks in 1 Corinthians 6:9, it talks about, homosexuality and what God thinks about it. Matter of fact, throughout the Bible, in the Old and New Testament, it talks about it, but you're okay with it. So you sidetrack what you believe in the Bible and you say you're okay with it because of their rights as an American, but you don't believe in the rights of other Americans for their religion. It just doesn't. He's inconsistent in all of his points.
Completely.
And that's the thing that I'm pointing out.
Completely incoherent worldview. And granted, we're assuming, even assuming that it was genuine and not just rage bait, it's completely incoherent.
Yeah, agreed.
Niqab, right? So according to your ideology, I'm just looking at in practice, okay? In practice, in every Islamic country, women are oppressed, gays are oppressed. Their actual life's in danger, and women are completely oppressed.
They're not.
In European white civilization, gays and women are not oppressed. They shouldn't have as much power as they have. God forbid. That's definitely wrong. But I'm talking about in the actual practice. You're talking about the religious texts. Christians say that the women should have no inheritance and they should cover themselves, and this is that. I'm talking about my society I live in right now. When I walk out on the street.
So you mean the fact that your society is liberal and it's rejected Christianity because of Jewish control? That's what you're supporting. Because the Jewish Zionists have destroyed Christian society, made Christians not Christians anymore. That's the society you like. This is the problem with you. You want the destruction of Western civilization.
There it is. He's calling it, bro. He's hitting it on the head.
It's also, again, it's just more incoherence. Because on the one hand, yeah, I want this Christian national society, but also stop quoting Christian Bible to me. Well, hold on. It's just like he's using, that doesn't make any sense. You got to stop quoting the Bible to me. I'm talking about the society we're in right now. Well,
it's because he don't know that Bible, bro. He don't know that Bible. He can tell you about the Bible as far as what's in it, but he doesn't understand it. He doesn't fully grasp it, and he doesn't understand history or the Constitution.
Anybody can open a Bible, and it's called quote mining, and mine for quotes to promote whatever religious, social, or political idea you want to promote. When you have a starting point of I support this and I want the Bible to say that, then you can find anything in there. Mm-hmm. But when you have a holistic view of it, then Jake's view is incoherent. But again, 100%. having lived with him, we know just from the get-go, he's just a degenerate who wants to portray himself as a Puritan, which it just doesn't work. You can't have this starting point and then get to that. It doesn't work. Everybody's going to see through it.
I agree, bro. 100%.
You want the destruction of the white population. This is the problem with you, Jake. This is what I've got a problem with you. You're
my hand is sworn on the Constitution of America and the God-given rights that are afforded.
Do they have a God-given right to wear the niqab on if they want, according to the Constitution?
Swear to a different ideology.
You to your Ashkenazi Jews. You want the destruction of the United States of America for the Jews.
You're just like the Sharia law police.
How? I'm against it. I'm just saying that you literally want liberalism in society. This is where our disagreement is. You're a liberal. You're a woke liberal. I get it. So this is where our disagreement is.
I'm an American, and
you're a woke liberal.
Assimilate to our country
you are an antithesis to Christianity. You reject Christianity.
Religious fervor comes before what we believe in this country, in America, that all men are actually created equal, and that there are certain rights inherent to us, given to us by our Creator. So I live by that.
So Jake, one question. Jake, listen, one question.
I want America to remain America.
I get it. You don't agree with Christianity. But listen, my question for you about homosexuality. Because I know you look
living out of the word of God.
You mentioned about homosexuality, and I know this is one of your other liberal talking points. You do know,
bro. He is eating him up, bro. He is eating him up, bro. Oh
when it comes to homosexuality, what does the Bible mention about homosexuality? Because you said you read the Bible.
The Old Testament talks about killing homosexuals.
What about Romans?
Romans talks about that it is vile and decrepit. It's in Romans chapter 1.
Romans
decrepit
talks about killing the homosexual.
No, it does not talk about killing the homosexual.
It does.
It talks about that it's vile.
No, it doesn't. It literally says, if you look at Romans 1:29, it mentions...
So they're saying that their own stupid act of anal penetration is the just desserts they get for being gay. They're literally saying they're receiving inside themselves the curse of being homosexual when they get, a penis in their ass.
Bro. Oh, I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. This dude is insufferable sometimes. The thoughts and views reflected by Jake Lang, even his language that he is using, is not the thoughts and views of the channel that you are watching. Disclaimer.
That's not
true. Literally, that's how the end of Romans chapter 1 ends. I know Romans chapter 1.
Yeah, Romans 29 gives you a number of sins.
Romans 1:29.
1:29.
He had to learn it real quick after that shower incident, I guess.
Yo, we could talk about that too.
Romans 1:29 to 1:32 gives you a multitude of sins. And then
effeminacy, homosexuality.
Exactly.
I know them. I read the Bible.
And then what does God say?
God said, what do you mean? God is God's plan he has vengeance in his hand. It is not for a Christian to lay hand and kill anybody. Jesus Christ was brought a woman caught in adultery before him. And he said, any amongst you that are not sinners, you cast the first stone.
He's actually butchering that whole story. What Jesus did with that story was not excusing the fact that she was caught in adultery, but adhering to the law, because the law says that the husband has to be present and there has to be 2 or more accusers there. So Jesus was saying, y'all ain't going by the law, by what you're trying to do. You're just trying to snare me. So let he who was without sin throw the first stone.
Yeah, there's a deeper connotation there of them trying to trap Jesus, which is prevalent throughout the story.
Yes. And Jesus ain't saying, hey, it's okay to sin, guys, because everybody's a sinner. It's not what he's saying.
And then he says, go and sin no more.
Yes.
So he's not, the whole, there's a little more to it. You remember,
because according to the law, if the husband would have been there, Jesus would have had to say, hey, I mean, you guys are going by the law, then you do what the law says. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't the case. They were outside of the law. The husband was not present to accuse his woman. That's it.
So we have a teaching directly from the Lord not to be enacting God's old laws on our people, because us ourselves are fallible. And Romans chapter 1 does not direct Christians to kill the effeminate or the liars or anybody. I mean, it does not direct that. It says God will have justice on them. God's justice will be on them. And he will bring justice to them. For every good deed will go rewarded, and every bad deed will go punished. So, I don't know what you're trying to quote.
So then why would you call for America to send its children, its daughters and its sons, to fight an Israeli war? Jake, if you truly believe in all these things about the Bible, you're selective, I guess, in what you want to believe and what you don't want to believe and when you want to believe it. But you called for Americans to send their sons and daughters to fight on behalf of Israel, and even said that you would go yourself, even though you're talking about God will enact justice. So why will you be willing to take part in the war?
Because Jake's Christianity is all about vibes. It's not about consistency. Like there was a soldier who came to Jesus, and Jesus never rebuked his profession as a warrior. Being a Christian doesn't mean you have to be a sucker. And in fact, throughout the New Testament, it makes it clear God establishes his authorities on earth. Mm-hmm. And so with the exception of, say, a pagan emperor forcing you to worship him, which we see several times, and which you're supposed to resist, you are supposed to, there are laws established on earth for the good of mankind. And that includes the administration of justice, which he doesn't 100%. Believe in.
You are exactly right, bro. But that's the thing. So again, the inconsistency with Jake is just on full display, because our government, Trump, right? Trump is the leader of our government in essence, saying, no, we would never get into a war with Iran. We ain't backing Israel on this one or whatever. And here Jake is going against the authorities and saying, I want everybody to send their sons and daughters to fight in Israel. I'm paraphrasing. It just doesn't.
It's so bizarre too. It's because, again, I remember all the inconsistencies. Initially in Bible studies, he was telling us to apologize to Nancy Pelosi for January 6th. And then it turned into, it was a revolution. It's just like, well, does the Bible say to start revolutions just because you feel like it?
Nope.
Nope. It's like, again, it's just, it's vibes only. There's no true theology behind what he believes. Vibes. Yeah. Because again, he just wants to use Christianity to normalize his degeneracy. There's no true repentance in what he's done in the past or what he genuinely believes. If he wants to let's say roofie a woman, which I'm not saying he's done that, but if he tried,
he's did that. We're just talking.
Yeah, I mean, if he was for open borders and then he wants to lie about it and pretend like he's a nationalist, yeah, I'm not saying that's true or anything.
I'm not saying that's true at all.
If he's an unrepentant lifelong junkie who, according to his own father, was doing drugs for 11 years before January 6th,
right before he got locked up. Matter of fact, according to his father. I mean,
but we don't need laws for that or anything. We don't. No, we just vibes, man.
Just vibes, bro. That's all. Feelings and vibes.
Nowhere in the New Testament does.
I'm gonna read it to you. Can I read the Bible to you? I know, and you'll enjoy me.
Which translation?
You'll enjoy me reading the Bible. I've got this from BibleGateway.com, so I'm not sure which
is it on King James version?
I don't know. You'll know better. It's from BibleGateway.com.
Probably on ESV, but yeah, you can read it.
Okay, okay. So it mentions a multitude of sins, as I kept on mentioning to you, which you didn't want me to say. So it says in 26, it says, because of this, God gave them over to shameful lusts. Even their women exchange natural sexual relations for unnatural ones.
Yes,
In the
lesbians,
same way,
a
the men
reprobate
are,
mind.
bro, can you respect the Bible at least? I know you need to not jump out, right? Is like have a bit of respect for. Look, I'm respecting the Bible. I want you to respect it. If you were reading the Bible, I'd stay quiet.
Oh,
Please.
the mic drop moment. You got me. All right,
Yeah,
continue.
please. I know Jews
You
don't respect
started
the Bible.
ad-libbing in the
Bro, I
middle
know the
of-
Jews don't
of
respect
reading
the Bible. Look, this is just
You started ad-libbing,
this is
so
blasphemy
I
to the
ad-libbed
Bible.
as well.
This is just blasphemy to the Bible, bro. Please, come on, let me read it. Is that okay? Can I respect the Bible?
It can only be blasphemy to something holy. So
You don't think the
can do
Bible's
that.
holy? You don't think the
Oh,
Bible's holy?
Gotcha.
I didn't do. Yes, but
Oh,
I
you
didn't-
don't? Oh,
I-
this is the Jew.
when I-
You keep
Oh,
revealing yourself.
Quran with bacon,
You keep
that's not
revealing yourself.
blasphemy.
You don't even see the Bible as holy. Okay, let me read the Bible.
That's not what I said. I was
Okay.
saying you can only blaspheme something holy. Meaning, when I slapped the Quran with bacon, I was not blaspheming anything.
But you're
'cause it's not
blaspheming the
holy.
Bible now. You're blaspheming the Bible now, so you don't even see that. as
I'm
holy.
not
Obviously.
blaspheming the Bible.
Maybe if it was the
I'm
maybe if it was the
ad-libbing while you're
Torah.
ad-libbing.
Maybe if it was the Torah, you'd be snogging it as much as you snog the wall. Right.
Gotcha.
Right, so 26.
Torah is
Because-
the first 5 books of the Bible. There, smarty
In the
pants.
same way, the men also abandoned natural relations with women and were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committed shameful acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty for this error. Furthermore, just as they did not think it worthwhile to retain the knowledge of God, so God gave them over to depraved minds, so that they do what ought to not to be done. They have been filled with every kind of wickedness, evil, greed, depravity. They are full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, and malice. They are gossips, slanderers, God-haters, insolent, arrogant, and boastful. They invest ways of doing evil. They disobey their parents. They have no understanding, no fidelity, no love, no mercy. Although they know God's righteous decree that those who do such things deserve death.
Yes, but
They
it doesn't
not
say
only
to
continue
kill them.
doing these things, but also approve of those who practice them. They deserve death.
Yeah, what the Bible is saying there is the Old Testament had laid out that those sins, some of them, are death penalty sins. They deserve death. He doesn't say give them death, saying they know that they're.
Context here, everybody. Context here. If you were Jewish, if you practiced Judaism or you practiced the law, if you were under the law, obviously they're telling you to carry out justice according to the law which they went by. Okay? That's what's being said there. Now, were the Romans underneath Jewish law? No. But Jews who were underneath the Jewish law, that would have been the penalty, is what this guy's pointing out. And Jake can't get it together to formulate a sentence. He's not.
He's just like, and keep in mind too, it's like finding diamonds in a dunghill. He'll accidentally say, like he said, well, those are death penalty sins, but they're not calling for death. What the hell does death penalty mean?
Yeah,
that's just, and keep in mind, he's by saying that, he's also confessing that even Scripture recognizes a civil authority for putting people to death for crimes. So it's not just a spiritual crime. There are also secular crimes. And it's just, again, I'm not endorsing like the modern separation of church and state that's kind of taken out of context from that letter Jefferson wrote to the Danbury Baptists. But even in Christianity, there's a recognition that there are secular authorities, like I said, that are established by God.
Yeah.
So, but there's a whole component that he's missing here. And I'm not saying it should be one way or the other, but again, you see the absolute inconsistency in what he says, and he defeats his own arguments in his own words.
Well, especially when he's calling for death of certain people. Jake himself has called for the deaths of certain people. Like he called for the death of the guy that lit the girl on fire in the subway, the Ukrainian girl. He called for his death.
When the Austin Metcalf kid was he didn't even want to give that kid a trial or due
just
process.
Immediate death penalty.
He wanted his bond revoked without any of the facts even being out. So it's just again, obviously we know he's not genuine or sincere.
It's all for shot content.
But for anybody who doesn't know better, like, it's important to realize there's no consistency here, because it's just a Pied Piper thing at this point.
Yeah. You deny people their due process. Like, that's the most un-American thing that happened to a lot of us when we were locked up, and you're calling for that same exact treatment. I pointed that out when he was saying those things. It's like you're calling for the same thing that you claim happened to you that was un-American, and it just should not happen, and it's a kangaroo court and all. Bro, come on. Come on.
Sinning against God to such a grievous extent that these things are worthy of death. Not enact the death sentence yourself. That's not a New Testament.
I mean, that's
teaching.
very liberal.
Anybody knows that.
That's a liberal walk.
Anybody knows.
That's a liberal walk. But that's fine. So
no, that's not. You're not a biblical scholar.
I'm not. I got this from a biblical scholar. He actually told me, because I said to him, because I had a debate, and
this is not.
I got it from a biblical. Because I'm not an expert on the Bible. I literally asked the biblical scholar. I said, listen, I know it's in the Old Testament. I know it's in the Old Testament. I actually asked the biblical scholars, because I said, I know it's in the Old Testament. The Jews do believe in murdering the homosexual. You've never mentioned that, but also, is it in the New Testament? I know it's impermissible, but is it in the New Testament? And actually, the biblical scholar said to me, look, here it is.
But in Jewish countries, they don't murder homosexuals, and in Muslim countries, they do.
So the point is, no, but this is the actions of humans. I'm saying about religion. Your problem is Islam.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but your issue is the Islamification of America. And I'm saying Islam doesn't have that. So in the Quran, what is the punishment of a homosexual in the Quran?
I just need to look at...
He don't know. What he's about to say is code words for I don't know.
Any Islamic country, they're killing. They're throwing them off.
Punishment for a homosexual in the Quran? Can you not answer a question?
I'm arguing real life. What do Muslims do? Muslims kill gays. Muslims oppress women. That's what happens.
So listen.
You can say in the Quran, it does not say that. But guess what? In all the shithole countries you guys live in, that's what happens. So I don't care if it says it in the Quran, in Dr. Seuss,
what's the law in Uganda?
You guys.
That's real Christian. His language is so Christian. That is so Christ-like. I want to be a super Christian now because of Jake's language. How about you, Tim?
I can feel the spirit in me. Which is a joke, of course. I don't want to blaspheme the Holy Spirit, but it's just like, yeah, it's as Shane would say, we're ambassadors of God. We're ambassadors. It's like,
that's it.
What's the law in Uganda?
Go ahead.
No, literally, I was just saying he's not a very good ambassador, and I'm not saying I am either. But the difference is,
you ain't out here claiming to be.
Exactly. I'm just some scumbag who believes in Jesus, but I don't pretend like I speak for any particular church. He, of course, he claims that he's whatever. He'll say that he's non-denominational, so he's not held to any particular theological standard. Okay. But again, when you want to be the thought leader of America, you're going to be under scrutiny. And
he looks just like Rabbi Shmuley right here, like a young Rabbi Shmuley, doesn't he? I swear the resemblance is uncanny.
Alan Byerly used to call him David Koresh because of the way he, and it was just like, that is perfect.
I'm telling you, bro. You could see it you could see it right there. You could just see it. He's definitely Jewish heritage for sure.
This is like another Shoah. Oh.
Oy vey.
And what is the law in America? Okay, let me ask you a question then, because obviously you don't. So now you concede.
I don't care if it's in your book, if it's in a hadith, if it's in a dream of some blind homosexual rapist.
That's fine.
That got in some cave 8,000 years ago. I don't care where it's written.
Well, I know you're into homosexuality. That's why you try to defend it. I mean, I'm reading that I don't know what happened in prison. I don't know what happened in prison. That's why you love the homosexuals. I mean, I don't know what happened in prison.
Oh, I didn't know he brought that up. He went there. Oh my God.
Let me just.
Is that not true in the hadith?
What?
He slept with a bunch of men.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. In the hadith,
no, it's not. That's fake news. There's no hadith that says that.
Whatever. I'm not here to argue.
Yeah, but the point is,
so
whatever.
I'm not going to answer. So let me ask you about politics, because you talked about Middle Eastern countries. So the first thing is, you've conceded that when it comes to the Quran, it's actually not as harsh as the Bible or the Old Testament when it comes to the punishment of homosexuals. Now my question to you is, Uganda. What religion?
It's so.
What religion? Yeah, it confused you. What religion is Ugandans?
Ugandans are almost 50% Christian and 50% Muslim.
They're majority Christian.
Yes, they're majority Christian. Yes.
Yeah, the majority.
Doesn't mean we should take 300 million of them and put them in New York.
I didn't say that. You need to not get confused. Try and listen to the argument. What is their view on homosexuality?
I would say that the Muslims are killing the Christians over there and killing the homosexuals
This
too.
guy is a
I
subvert.
never
He
heard.
can never
I've
answer a
never heard
question.
personally.
Guys, he can never
some type
answer a
of holy
question.
jihad
Such is
on
the
the
level.
Nigerian
Guys, if you're on
Christians
YouTube,
killing
we're moving
gays.
across.
I think that's where it ends. That's where this show ends. That was it.
Yeah, there was
Nope.
That's the
My
part
bad.
where
You fell off. Say that again.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
So the stream continued on another platform for I don't know how much longer, but that's I don't know if you've seen the clip. I think I tagged you in it where he lies about Bible studies and stuff like that. I posted that on my page. It's right at the end, and he tries to organize, I guess, a debate or a conversation between Jake and me, and Jake panics, and it's awesome.
Okay, here it is. I got it. Let me pull it up. All right, let's see. Share this tab instead.
I was leading Bible study before Shane because I was there, literally arrested 10 days after J6.
Not true.
I got thrown in the hole for 3 months for asking to do these Bible studies
Not true.
Not true.
because we weren't allowed out of our cells a lot. And I was saying we need specific religious time to come out of ourselves. I got thrown in the hole for 3 months. By the time I came back to the unit, there'd been a whole, like literally 30 new J6ers came, and Shane started doing the Bible study.
Would you be
So,
willing to have
know,
a public conversation with this Tim guy? Because he's just spamming some. It seems like it's. I don't know if
he's
it's Tim
such
or
a
not.
spam artist. God bless him.
Would you have it? We can do it on the platform. We can set it up.
We've already done too much to platform.
He will never get on with you, Tim. Ever.
Somebody who should be able to fight for his own namesake, right? It's like, here's a perfect example.
Yeah.
In sometime in the 80s or whatever, when Miller Lite first launched its beer, they went after, I think, Bud Light in like in a campaign, in an advertisement campaign. And Miller Lite was like a nobody or something on the map. But when Bud Light responded to their attack, it gave Miller Lite such a platform because Bud Light was this big,
Yeah. That's why you threatened to. That's why you threatened to sue everyone, isn't it? Because you wanted the.
No,
you wanted the same thing.
Well, you guys, none of you guys have even close to the platform I do. By God's grace alone.
It's afraid.
Oh God, bro. He would never, ever get on a debate with you, bro. Ever. Ever. You got all the receipts. That's why you got all of his little writings. You got the text messages. You've got all the proof that would show everybody just what Jake Lang is. So everybody that's following me on X right now, we got like 1,000 people over here on X watching right now. Go follow Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er, if you want the absolute truth about January 6th, period. But more importantly, the psyops that were taking place in January 6th from people like Jake. We were all incarcerated together. All of us is J6ers, right? It's just a lot of us ain't scumbags. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Tim's not a scumbag. I myself, I don't think I'm a scumbag. I'm pretty sure I'm not. But yeah, you guys make sure you get over there and follow Tim Hale, criminally funny. Matter of fact, let me just pull up his his stuff real quick so you guys can see it so you don't get confused. Go follow him, okay? I need everybody to follow him right now.
Oh.
Right now, go follow Tim Hale, criminally funny J6er at Lewis of, how you say that, Monmouth?
Monmouth.
Monmouth.
Like the Battle of Monmouth. The American
Lewis of Monmouth.
Revolution.
All right? Follow him if you want the truth. His followers should shoot up by 1,000 if you're not following Tim. Because we got 1,000 viewers right now on X, all right? So that's good.
I'm
Definitely
honored.
give him a follow.
I'm honored. Oh, thank you, Kash.
Well, you already know, bro. You already know. It's all love.
I tip my hat to you.
They said already following. That's what I'm talking about. Good job.
Hell
Good job.
yeah. I guess I am also a hater crusader. Because the hater raider. It's just you're right. It's 100%. He's scared. That's why not for nothing. I think within a day within a couple days of me making my ex account, when I got out of the halfway house, he blocked me.
Yeah.
He's because he's scared. He's just scared.
100%.
He's a little pussy. He's a
Yeah.
little bitch boy. It's okay.
I hear you, man.
Brother, please.
Yo, yeah, that was, I gave him mercy too. That's the thing. Like I did. I showed mercy. I could have pummeled him, bro. I could have just messed him up. But I decided not to do that because, I ain't want to be that guy. I don't like to beat up, weaker people, and I don't like to beat on people that are, asking for mercy. That's just me. I've always been that way. Even when I was gangbanging, I was the same way. I was like, I ain't finna do you. I'm not gonna do you bad if you ain't fighting back and you're weaker than me. And that's what the case was with Jake. So I let him live. But I'm gonna give you the final word, Tim, because we've been streaming for 5 hours now, and I gotta go eat. I'm starving.
Yeah. I took pre-workout before this, so my skin's on fire. So yeah, I you caught me at just the right time. I'll just say this: I don't believe that being a Christian means that you have to be a sucker. And so if the highest value we have is Jesus, or who is the truth, if the truth is the most important thing, then that means that the biggest danger, the biggest evil is lies. God created the world through his speech, the truth, and Satan corrupts it with which is, lies. He introduces the lies into the world. It causes the fall of man, the fall of nature. Even the New Testament says that all of creation is experiencing birthing pains. And this is just my long-winded way of saying that there's nothing more destructive, I think, to Christianity than someone who uses it as a mask or a veil or as a weapon against those who truly believe in it. It's one thing if you're a pagan or you're non-Christian and everybody knows where you stand, but the wolves in sheep's clothing are the most dangerous people. And that's why he was kicked out of the Bible studies, because he was a fraud and he was trying to use it as a weapon. And, I love my country. He says he swore an oath to the Constitution. I don't know when he did that. He's never held.
Served.
I got my dog tags right here. I swore an oath to the Constitution. But even then, it's just like a God, country, family. There's nothing sacred that he won't twist or bastardize. And I just, I know people are decent people, good people are, I'm going to say it, not everybody is clairvoyant. So good-hearted people fall for, the stunts he does. But I hope in the future Americans are just a little wiser to the kind of behavior that he engages in, because he's going to fuck everyone over. And there's a reason J6ers aren't in the streets with him, because they know he's full of shit, but most people don't. And so good on you, Kash, for calling him out every time. More people need to. And I'll say this, I'm very disappointed in some other J6ers with very large platforms who either co-sign on what he does or they say nothing about it. Yep. Even if you weren't in jail with him, you should know that what he does is wrong, and you should use your platform to say it, because it makes J6ers look bad. It makes Trump look bad. It makes America look bad. And all it's doing is just risking the entrapment of future Americans. Don't be quiet when you could, when your word could help keep people off of a freaking watch list.
Yeah, bro. 100%.
Open your mouths. Don't co-sign on this. Don't be quiet about it. So that's my spiel.
Well, it was a good one. And let me just say, man, you're right. Being a Christian does not mean being a sucker. And it also means being a Christian means not to be deceived. And the only way that you're not going to be deceived is if you yourself are in your word. You have to be immersed in your word. You have to be in conversation with God on your own. You know what I'm saying? On top of being in your word, so that you don't fall for the deceptions of people like Jake that'll come out and tell you that they believe the same way that you believe and that you should be with them in this fight. There's nothing biblical. There is nothing Christ-like. There is nothing American about what Jake is doing. Okay. And that's what I wanted to highlight. That's what I was trying to pull out. And you're not hearing this from people that don't know this person, that are just watching the content and making a guess about this person. You're talking with people that lived with him. We lived with Jake for a year plus. All right. We had to deal with him. So we're not just saying this for no reason. We're not doing this out of spite. This isn't, because I tell you, I love Jake. I got text even to this day with Jake. After he said what he said about me on Space on X, I still reached out to Jake. Jake called me. We had a real long conversation. And I ain't going to disclose what we said in that conversation because it was private between me and him, you know, like brother to brother. But I'm calling this out because that's what it says to do in the Bible. In the Bible, I ain't to call people to judgment that are outside of the faith. Jake claims to be inside of the faith. So I'm called to get on his case when he steps outside the faith. And you are called, if you're a Christian, if you're a believer, to get on my case if I get outside of the faith. All right. And I will be receptive to it. If I do something wrong and you want to hold me accountable for it, I'm receptive to it. A fool despises correction. All right. I'm not a fool. I'll accept that correction if I'm wrong and apologize for it. But what we see with Jake isn't the same. Jake isn't apologetic for his stance on anything because he doesn't know whether he wants to be a super patriot, a white nationalist, or a Christian. All right. You got to pick a side. You have got to pick a side. And for me, it's always going to be Christ. That's the side that I stand on, biblical truth. And after that, I'm a full-fledged 100% American patriot. I love this country. I'll do anything for this country as long as it doesn't conflict with my faith. All right. But we need more people to stand up and say what's true. That's all. It's not about liberals or Democrats or gays or Jews or Muslims or Christians. It's not about any of that. It's about just standing on what's right. And if you live in according to that Bible, then you'll never be at odds with nobody in a bad way. You'll know who you can deal with and who you can't deal with, who you can talk to, who you can't talk to, and you'll pray for those who you can't talk to because you'll understand that they're a part of something that's not right. And that's what's going on and what I feel about Jake. I'm praying for Jake. Jake, if you watch this, I know you're probably gonna get upset at some of the things because it was funny. You know what I mean? We laughed about quite a bit, but don't give us stuff to laugh at, brother. That's all. Don't give us stuff to laugh at. And more importantly, man, really check yourself and get in your word. Get realigned because I thought that you was making some ground after that conversation that we had. I thought that you had switched up because I seen that you had started to take a back seat to things after the Austin Metcalf situation. But here I see you rebranding again, getting back out there and doing the same tactics, bro. And it's disappointing. It's disappointing because I believe that you do have a lot of good to give to the world. I don't know why you choose to give it bad. I don't know why you choose to give it evil, but you have a lot of good in you that I have seen before. I know that there's good in you. You know what I'm saying? I just pray that you know that there's good in you and that you start to let Christ shine through you rather than this racist, evil thing that you got going on, man. That's my final word. Unite, don't fight, be a street light. It's only you can be the change you wish to see in the world. And when you get too stressed out, you have to remember to pray, America, because without God, everything falls apart. That's a fact. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Don't forget to hit that like button on your way out. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Now, if you're on X, go follow Tim. All right. I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good day. Tim, I'll catch you later, my brother.
Patriot Challenge.